Welcome, dear friends, to a serene moment just for you. Let go of your worries and embrace this tranquil time. Cozy up and allow the gentle narration to carry you away. As the soothing sounds embrace you, feel the renewal of spring, a perfect season for peaceful stories. Anticipate the delightful and calming tales awaiting you, crafted to unwind and soothe your soul. Story 1. Far beyond the spiral arms of the Milky Way, where nebulae bloomed like watercolor flowers on velvet black, drifted a tiny, forgotten life pod. Inside, curled beneath a star-stitched thermal blanket, trembled Kip. Kip was from Glimmerfen, a world of soft moss and sighing winds. His fur, normally a shimmering cascade of sunset oranges and purples, was dull and flat with fear. He communicated not with words, but with ripples of color that flowed across his pelt, a language of light and feeling. Right now he was a deep, anxious indigo. The pod shuddered, its lights flickering, before settling onto a jagged asteroid fragment orbiting a swirling emerald nebula. Kip peeked out the viewport. Desolation. Then a flicker of movement near a cluster of glowing amethyst crystals. Another figure, small and bipedal, emerged, covered in smooth, pearlescent plates that caught the nebula's light. This was Zora, from the coral reefs of Lyra's deep. Her people spoke through harmonic resonances that chimed from delicate throat plates. Seeing Kip's pod, Zora emitted a series of startled, discordant tings, like dropped silverware. Her plates flushed a worried, murky gray. Fear pulsed between them, Kip's indigo deepening, Zora's chimes sharp and brittle. But loneliness, that universal ache, proved stronger. Slowly, Kip extended a trembling, multi-fingered hand. His fur pulsed a tentative, questioning lavender. Zora tilted her head, her plates softening to a curious, pearly sheen. She chimed a single, clear note, like a raindrop on crystal. Their first shared shelter was the pod, but it was cramped and cold. Outside, the asteroid held a wonder, a natural cavern lined with the glowing amethyst crystals, warm to the touch and humming with a gentle energy. Together they explored. Kip, fascinated by the crystals, brushed against one. It flared bright gold, responding to his color speech. Zora, seeing this, chimed a complex melody. The crystals resonated, amplifying her song into a beautiful, echoing harmony that filled the cavern. They looked at each other, Kip's fur swirling astonished pink and gold, Zora's plates shimmering with surprised delight. This place understood them both. They decided to make it home. Kip, with his nimble fingers, gathered softer, moss-like space lichen that grew in crevices, weaving it into thick, fragrant mats for sleeping. Zora, understanding the resonant properties of the crystals, arranged them to amplify warmth and create pockets of soothing sound. She hummed low, calming tones, and the cavern walls seemed to breathe warmth in response. Kip's fur fluffed happily in apricot hues. They built a shared space, a crystalline cave garden, lit by the nebula's glow and their own gentle energies. Misunderstandings bloomed like strange, new flowers. Once Kip, trying to express gratitude, pulsed a vibrant, excited crimson. To Zora's people, crimson was an alarm signal. She recoiled, plates clashing a harsh, warning clang. Kip froze, his crimson instantly fading to confused, pale blue. He gently touched his own chest, then pointed to Zora, pulsing the crimson again, but slowly, deliberately. He then gathered a handful of sweet-smelling space lichen and offered it. Realization dawned on Zora. Her plates flushed a bashful, rosy pink, and she chimed a soft, apologetic melody. Kip understood the misunderstanding wasn't anger, but a different dictionary of light. He pulsed warm gold friendship. Another time, Zora tried to share her favorite sustenance smooth. Blue pebbles she hummed to life until they vibrated and released a sweet, minty vapor. She offered one to Kip with a hopeful chime. Kip, thinking it was a toy, popped it in his mouth. The intense minty vapor was overwhelming. He coughed, his fur flashing electric green and blue distress. Zora panicked, chiming frantically. Seeing his wide eyes, she quickly gestured for him to spit it out. Once he recovered, puffing minty air, they both paused. Then Kip's fur rippled with amused teal spots, and Zora's chimes turned into breathy, tinkling laughter that echoed beautifully in their crystalline home. The lesson: sharing customs needs demonstration, not just offering. Their deepest connection came during the asteroid's quiet cycle, when the nebula's emerald light dimmed slightly, revealing a breathtaking tapestry of distant stars. They would sit together on their moss mats, nestled against the warm crystal wall. Kip would dim his fur to a soft, contented violet, mirroring the cosmos. Zora would hum a low, resonant drone, harmonizing with the faint cosmic hum. No colors needed translation, no chimes required explanation. In the shared silence, bathed in starlight and the gentle thrum of their safe space, they simply were. Together. Understood. The vastness of space felt less lonely, the differences between their worlds mere facets of the same beautiful gem. They learned each other's silent languages, Kip recognizing the subtle shifts in Zora's plate luster that meant contentment or curiosity. Zora understanding the deeper meaning behind slow, pulsing hues in Kip's fur that spoke of peaceful reflection. One cycle, a shower of tiny meteors peppered the asteroid field. A larger fragment struck near their cavern entrance, causing a cascade of smaller rocks. One sharp shard ricocheted inside, striking the central cluster of resonant crystals Zora had carefully tuned. A vital crystal cracked, emitting a painful, discordant screech. The cavern instantly chilled, the comforting hum replaced by jarring noise. Panic flared, Kip's fur spiked in frantic yellow streaks. Zora's plates rattled with frightened, dissonant clangs. But fear didn't win. They looked at each other. Kip pulsed a deep, steady cobalt calm. Zora took a breath, forcing her plates to still. She chimed a single, clear note of focus. Kip, using his fine dexterity, carefully gathered fragments of the broken crystal. Zora, understanding resonance, guided him to place them near the fracture. She began to hum, not the complex harmonies of before, but a simple, pure tone. Kip joined not with sound, but by pulsing his fur in rhythm with her hum, bathing the broken place in soft, synchronized light. Light and sound intertwined, pouring their shared calm and determination into the crystal. Slowly, miraculously, the fracture began to glow. The jagged edges softened, flowing together like melting ice under warm light. The painful screech faded, replaced by a new, slightly different but deeply harmonious hum. Warmth seeped back into the cavern walls. The repaired crystal pulsed with a gentle, combined light gold from Kip, pearlescent from Zora. It wasn't just fixed, it was transformed, a testament to their union. That night, under the watchful nebula and countless stars, they curled up on their mossy bed. Kip's fur glowed a contented, warm amber. Zora hummed a lullaby of soft, resonant notes. The repaired crystal above them pulsed gently, a blend of their essences, a beacon of their shared sanctuary. They had come from worlds unimaginably far apart, speaking languages of light and sound. They had faced cold, fear, and misunderstanding. Yet in this crystalline cradle they built together, they found something universal, the quiet comfort of companionship, the unspoken understanding born of kindness, and the profound peace of knowing that even in the infinite cosmos, a friend can make any space feel like home. The gentle hum of the crystal and the soft glow of fur were the only words needed, whispering promises of safety and belonging as the emerald nebula watched over them, a silent guardian in the velvet dark. Story 2. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that whispered secrets against the walls. Outside, the wind sighed through the ancient oaks, but here, wrapped in this cocoon of warmth, we begin our tale. Young Theo lived where the village cobblestones surrendered to wild grasses, his cottage nestled like a shy creature against the whispering forest. He was a quiet boy, often overlooked, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that beat in time with the rustling leaves. While others chased boisterous games, Theo found solace in the attic's dusty corners, among forgotten trunks and the scent of dried lavender. One chill autumn evening, as rain tapped its fingers against the roof, Theo discovered a small wooden box hidden beneath a moth-eaten quilt. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a sparrow's breast, lay a stone. Not just any stone, it pulsed with a deep inner light warm as banked embers, glowing amber and ruby in the dimness. When Theo's fingers closed around it, a gentle heat seeped into his bones, and a faint melody, like distant wind chimes, hummed in his ears. His grandmother had once called it the Heartstone, murmuring of its magic only to those who listened with kindness. That night the stone's glow intensified, painting his ceiling with constellations of light. It tugged at him, a silent, insistent pull toward the forest. Wrapped in his thickest cloak, Theo slipped outside, the stone cupped in his palm like a captured star. The woods welcomed him with the scent of damp earth and pine resin. Moonlight silvered the path, but the stone cast its own warm halo, revealing hidden things, dewdrops sparkling like diamonds on spiderwebs, the luminous eyes of an owl watching from a hollow, and footprints, tiny, delicate, and glowing faintly blue, that appeared only in the stone's light. They led him deeper, past gnarled roots that seemed to cradle the earth, into a part of the forest where the air grew still and thick with ancient magic. He followed the prints until dawn painted the sky peach and gold. Exhausted, he stumbled into a mossy clearing where a stream chuckled over smooth stones. There, curled beside the water, was a creature unlike any he'd seen. It resembled a fox, but its fur shimmered with the same ember glow as the stone, shifting hues like firelight dancing on copper. One of its forelegs was cradled awkwardly against its chest. Theo approached slowly, holding out the Heartstone. The creature lifted its head, eyes like molten gold meeting his. No fear lived in that gaze, only a deep, weary wisdom. "You carry the warmth," it spoke, its voice a soft rasp, like dry leaves skittering over stone. "I am Ember." Theo learned Ember was a guardian spirit of the Emberwood, a hidden realm woven into the heart of the forest, sustained by the Heartstone's twin, a great, eternal flame called the Heartfire. But the Heartfire was failing. Its light dimmed, its warmth waning, causing the Emberwood to fade. Ember had been injured trying to clear a blockage in the ley line, an underground river of molten light that fed the flame. The blue footprints. They were Ember's own, marking a path only visible to a Heartstone bearer. "The forest chose you," Ember said gently. "It feels the kindness in your quiet heart." Their journey began at twilight. Ember limped bravely, guiding Theo through veils of mist that parted like stage curtains to reveal wonders, trees with bark like polished obsidian, leaves edged in silver, flowers that chimed when touched, pools reflecting not sky but swirling galaxies. Yet beneath the beauty lay unease. Colors muted at the edges. The comforting hum of the forest grew thin, replaced by an unsettling silence. The Heartstone's glow flickered uncertainly in Theo's hand, mirroring his own growing apprehension. He'd never been brave, not in the loud, demanding way the village admired. Doubt whispered, "What can a quiet boy do?" The path led them down into the roots of the world, through tunnels lined with crystals that drank in the Heartstone's light and refracted it into rainbows. The air grew warmer, humming with latent energy. Finally, they emerged into an immense cavern. At its center burned the Heartfire, or what remained of it. Once a roaring pillar of gold and crimson, it was now a pitiful flicker, no larger than a campfire, its light strained and pale. The cavern walls, once vibrant with phosphorescent moss and glowing veins of ore, were dull and gray. Tendrils of cold, dark smoke coiled around the weak flame, choking it. Standing guard before it, radiating sorrow like mist, was a massive stone figure, a sentinel carved in the likeness of a wise old badger, moss clinging to its shoulders like a cloak. Its stony eyes were fixed on a jagged crack in the cavern floor, the source of the ley-line river. But the river was blocked. A landslide of dark, non-glowing rocks had dammed the molten light, diverting its flow. Only a thin, struggling trickle seeped through. The blockage must be cleared, Ember said, nudging Theo forward with its nose. The ley-line light feeds the fire. Without it, the implication hung heavy. The sentinel stirred, its voice a deep rumble that vibrated in Theo's chest. The way is narrow, child. Only small hands and a willing heart can reach the keystones deep within the fissure. But the dark smoke, it seeks to extinguish courage as if summoned. Coils of the Inkai smoke detached from the heart fire and drifted toward Theo. They carried whispers of his deepest fears. You're too small, too weak. No one will miss you. The cold seeped into his bones, making the heartstone tremble in his grip. Terror clenched Theo's throat. He wanted to run, to hide in the familiar shadows of his attic. He glanced at Ember, the spirit's fur dimmer now, pain etching lines around its golden eyes. He thought of the fading silver-edged leaves, the silent flowers, the sentinel's profound sorrow. This hidden world, so full of quiet magic, needed warmth, needed light, needed him. Clenching his jaw, Theo focused on the heartstone. Its warmth surged, pushing back the icy tendrils of doubt. He remembered his grandmother's voice. True strength isn't loud, Theo. It's the steady glow that endures the dark. Taking a deep breath, Theo knelt before the fissure. The gap was tight, barely wider than his shoulders. Ignoring the chilling whispers, he wriggled into the crack, the rough stone scraping his elbows. The heartstone held before him was his only light, revealing the chaotic tumble of rocks blocking the ley line's brilliant, golden flow. The dark smoke thickened here, swirling angrily, trying to snuff out the stone's light and freeze his fingers. He worked methodically, pulling out smaller rocks, his small hands finding purchase where larger ones couldn't. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cavern's chill. Each rock removed sent a pulse of brighter golden light surging from the depths. Ember lay just outside the fissure, its warm breath a constant, encouraging presence, whispering strength through the stone. Gently now, that one there, feel the flow guide you. Suddenly a massive, dark boulder shifted, threatening to crush Theo's legs. He scrambled back, heart pounding. The dark smoke gathered, forming shadowy claws. Panic flared. Then Ember gave a soft, determined bark. Focusing its remaining strength, the spirit sent a pulse of pure, radiant warmth from its own fur, a beacon of pure golden light, washing over Theo and the heartstone. The combined glow flared brilliantly, banishing the shadow claws and illuminating a sturdy lever stone beneath the boulder. Hope reignited. Using all his weight, Theo pushed against the lever stone. Muscles burned, breath came in gasps. With a final, grating groan, the boulder tilted and rolled away. The dam shattered. A torrent of liquid sunlight, pure, molten ley-line light, exploded through the gap. It roared past Theo, a river of incandescent gold, surging towards the heart fire. He scrambled out just as the river hit the feeble flame. There was no violent explosion, only a profound, deep thrum that resonated through the cavern, vibrating in Theo's teeth. The dark smoke shrieked soundlessly and dissipated like bad dreams at dawn. The heart fire roared to life, not with wild fury, but with a steady, joyous blaze. It grew taller, wider, bathing the cavern in glorious, comforting warmth. Gold, crimson, and soft orange light danced across the walls, reigniting the phosphorescent moss until the entire cavern shimmered like a captured sunset. The sentinel sighed a sound like mountains settling, and a faint, stony smile touched its lips. The balance is restored, the emberwood lives. Exhausted but radiant, Theo stumbled back to Ember. The spirit's fur blazed with renewed health, its eyes bright as sun-warmed honey. The injured leg was already knitting together, bathed in the heart fire's glow. Ember nuzzled Theo's hand, the warmth profound and wordless. "You found your strength, little flame," Ember murmured. Not by being loud, but by shining true, they sat together in the restored warmth, watching the heart fire burn with unwavering brilliance. Ember showed Theo how the fire's light now flowed upwards through hidden channels in the cavern roof, nourishing the entire emberwood above. The sentinel gifted Theo a small, smooth pebble, still warm from the leyline light, imbued with the heart fire's enduring glow. A piece of the warmth to remember, it rumbled. The journey back felt lighter. The forest seemed to sing, leaves rustled melodies, flowers chimed harmonies, and the path glowed softly under the full moon, guiding them home. At the forest's edge, Ember paused. "The emberwood is always with you, Theo. When you hold your stone, feel its warmth, you are connected to its heart with a final, affectionate nudge. The glowing fox melted back into the trees, becoming one with the dappled shadows." Theo returned to his quiet cottage as dawn broke, painting the sky in soft pastels. He placed the heartstone and the warm pebble on his windowsill. They glowed softly, steadily, side by side. He was still a quiet boy. But inside a new warmth burned, a quiet confidence hard-won and true. That night and every night after, he'd watch the stone's gentle pulse, a reminder of hidden wonders and the strength found in kindness. The village never knew of the emberwood, or the failing fire, or the brave journey of the quiet boy. But sometimes, on crisp autumn evenings, when the wind carried the scent of wood smoke and distant chimes, villagers would pause, feeling an unexplained warmth spread through their chests, a comforting glow against the encroaching dark. And Theo would smile, knowing the heart fire burned on, tended by a friend with fur like embers, its warmth woven into the very fabric of the world, steady and everlasting. The fire in the hearth has settled now, its embers glowing a deep, contented red. The shadows have stilled, and the only sound is the gentle sigh of the wind outside, carrying with it the faintest chime of distant flowers. Let the warmth of the heart fire, burning bright in a hidden cavern, and the steady glow of kindness carried in a quiet heart, wrap around you like a soft blanket. Drift now into dreams as peaceful as a forest stream, knowing that light endures, and friendships forged in warmth never truly fade. Sleep well. Story 3. The embers crackled low in the hearth, painting dancing shadows on the walls like the ghosts of old trees. Young Finn traced the whorls in the wooden floorboard beside his grandmother's rocking chair, the scent of lavender sachets and beeswax hanging heavy in the air. Outside, the ancient oak tree sighed in the wind, its branches scraping the eaves like whispered secrets. "Grandmother," Finn murmured, "the attic whispers tonight. What stories does it hold?" Grandmother's knitting needles clicked softly. "Stories sleep in dust, child, but sometimes they wake." She nodded toward the steep staircase. "There's a box, cedar and brass, beneath the eaves. Bring it down. Mind the spiderwebs." Finn climbed, the steps groaning like old bones. Moonlight streamed through the round attic window, illuminating dust motes swirling like forgotten constellations. There, tucked behind a trunk of yellowed linens, sat the box. It was small, the cedar wood warm and fragrant beneath his fingers, the brass hinges tarnished green. Carved into its lid was a twisting tree, roots deep and branches reaching toward a cluster of stars. He carried it down as if holding a sleeping bird. Back by the fire, Grandmother wiped the lid with her apron. "This belonged to my mother's mother," she whispered. "A music box. It hasn't sung in years." She lifted the lid. Inside, nestled on faded velvet, lay a silver disk etched with intricate patterns, swirling leaves, crescent moons, tiny birds in flight. But no sound came. Disappointment prickled Finn's skin. Perhaps it remembers only in dreams, grandmother sighed, humming a fragment of a tune, low and sweet. Roots in the dark, branches in light, hold fast through the deepest night. That night, Finn placed the silent music box on his bedside table. As he drifted to sleep, grandmother's humming echoed in his mind. Roots in the dark, he dreamed. He stood in a sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen. Butterflies drifted like living petals. Before him stood a young woman with eyes the same deep brown as his own, her hair braided with wildflowers. She smiled, holding the music box open now. A delicate, tinkling melody filled the air, the same tune grandmother had hummed, but alive with bells and chimes. "I'm Lyra," the woman said, her voice like wind through reeds. "Your great-great-grandmother. This box holds not just a song, but a map." She pointed to the silver disk inside. "See the stars, they mirror the Elmwood constellation, brightest over our farm at harvest moon, and the leaves, their rosemary for remembrance." She began to hum again, weaving the melody with words. "Roots in the dark, branches in light, remember the roots, make the future bright." Lyra sat on a sun-warmed rock, the music box chiming beside her. "My grandmother, Lyra," she began, and Finn felt the dream deepen, layer upon layer, like opening a nested chest. He saw Lyra as a girl, kneeling in rich, dark earth, planting rosemary beside a sapling oak. "This tree," Lyra whispered in the vision within a dream, "will grow as our family grows. Its roots will remember the soil, its branches will touch the sky. We mark the harvest moon beneath it, sharing stories and mooncakes made from its first acorns." Finn smelled the nutty sweetness of baking, heard the crunch of leaves underfoot, felt the cool night air as Lyra placed a tiny, carved acorn, the first heirloom, into her granddaughter Lyra's palm. "Remember the roots," Lyra whispered, "and the branches will grow strong." Lyra, holding young Lyra's story within her, repeated the phrase to Finn in his dream. "Remember the roots." The dream shifted. Finn stood beneath the colossal oak he knew from his own yard, but younger, its branches thicker. Rain lashed down, thunder booming. Beside the tree now stood Lyra, older, her face lined with worry, clutching the music box. The farmhouse behind her looked dark, empty. "The storm took the crops," she murmured, the music box silent in her hands. And then sickness came. Tears mingled with rain on her cheeks. Finn felt her fear, a cold stone in his stomach. "I forgot the mooncakes," she whispered, her voice thick with regret. "Forgot the stories under the tree. Life was too hard, too sharp. I packed the music box away, silenced its song. I thought the roots were broken." She looked at Finn, her eyes pleading. "Remember the roots. It's not in the object, child. It's in the doing, the remembering." Finn woke with a start, moonlight painting stripes on his floor. The silent music box gleamed. He heard grandmother's soft snore from the next room. The dream felt real, the scent of rain and damp earth still clinging. He crept to the kitchen, guided by a memory not his own. Flour, honey, crushed acorns from the oak tree outside, carefully saved from autumn, a sprig of rosemary from the windowsill pot. He mixed, his hands clumsy but determined, humming Lyra's tune, "Roots in the dark, branches in light." At dawn, the kitchen was dusted with flour. On the table sat 3 misshapen, dark little cakes. Grandmother shuffled in, stopping short. Her eyes, clouded with sleep, widened. She touched a cake, then Finn's flour-streaked cheek. "Mooncakes," she breathed. "But how?" "I met Lyra," Finn said softly. "In a dream, she was sad she stopped making them, that she silenced the song." He hummed the lullaby fragment. Grandmother's eyes filled. She pulled him close, her voice trembling. My mother, she told me Lyra grieved for years, feeling she'd failed the roots. Grandmother opened the music box, tracing the silent disc. She thought the tradition lived only in this, but the real heirloom. She picked up a mooncake, is the making, the sharing. She began to hum the full lullaby, her voice stronger now, weaving the words Lyra had sung. Roots in the dark, branches in light, hold fast through the deepest night. Remember the roots, make the future bright, under the moon's gentle, watchful sight, to Finn's astonishment. As grandmother sang the whole tune with clear intent, the music box gave a soft whir. A single clear, sweet note chimed out, hanging in the morning air like a dewdrop. That evening, under the full harvest moon, they spread a blanket by the ancient oak. Grandmother told Finn stories of Lyra's laughter, Ilara's green thumb, and her own childhood attempts at mooncakes. Finn shared his dream visions of the meadow and the storm. They ate the dense, nutty cakes, the rosemary sharp and fragrant. Grandmother hummed the lullaby constantly now, roots in the dark, branches in light, a soothing thread stitching the night together. As Finn looked up through the gnarled branches at the real Elmwood constellation glittering above, identical to the disk in the box, he felt a warmth that wasn't just from the shawl around his shoulders. It was Lyra's relieved sigh on the breeze, Ilara's approval in the rustle of leaves. The music box sat open beside them, silent again, but no longer holding the song captive. The song was in their voices, the tradition in their hands shaping the dough, the remembrance in their shared gaze under the stars. The roots weren't in the cedar wood or the brass, they were here in this moment, stretching deep into the past and reaching towards countless harvest moons yet to come. Remember the roots, he thought, biting into the earthy cake, and the branches will grow strong. He leaned against grandmother, her humming a gentle anchor, the fireflies blinking like tiny, approving stars, as the old oak stood sentinel, its own roots deep in the dark, remembering everything. Story 4. The embers in the hearth glowed like sleepy fireflies, casting long, dancing shadows across the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain pitter-pattered against the window pane, a soft counterpoint to the crackle pop of the fire. Tonight's tale begins not in a faraway kingdom, but right here, in the familiar comfort of a home tucked away under the eaves. Young Lily had always been curious about the old trunk in the attic. It sat beneath the slanted window, draped in a faded tapestry, smelling faintly of cedar and forgotten summers. Dust motes danced in the weak afternoon light, filtering through the cobwebbed glass. With a soft creak, Lily lifted the heavy lid. Inside lay a jumble of memories, sepia photographs, bundles of letters tied with ribbon, and a chipped china doll. But tucked right at the bottom, wrapped in yellowed tissue paper, was a small object that made her gasp. It was a music box. Not grand or ornate, but carved from warm, honey-colored wood. On its lid was a simple inlay of a silver crescent moon, cradling a cluster of tiny, luminous stars that seemed to catch the light even in the gloom. Lily carefully wound the tiny brass key protruding from its side. With a hesitant click-clack-click, the mechanism engaged, and the lid lifted slightly on its own. Instead of the expected tinkling melody, however, the box remained silent. A faint, pearlescent glow emanated from within, pulsing gently, like a heartbeat made of moonlight. Disappointed but intrigued, Lily picked it up. As her fingers brushed the cool wood, a soft, chiming note, clear as a distant bell, echoed in the quiet attic, seeming to come not from the box, but from the air itself. Ding, then a voice, thin and slightly grumpy, piped up from the shadows near a stack of hat boxes. "Took you long enough, didn't it? Been gathering dust for decades, I have." A small, brass mantel clock shuffled into view. Its face was slightly tarnished, and one of its ornate feet was bent. "Name's Tick," it announced, its voice punctuated by a rhythmic tick-tock, tick-tock. "That old thing, it's the Moonbeam Melody Box. Doesn't play tunes for just anyone, you know. Needs a heart song." "A heart song," Lily whispered, cradling the silent box. "The song you carry inside," explained another voice, soft as rustling silk. An old patchwork quilt draped over a rocking chair stirred. Its patches were a kaleidoscope of colors and fabrics, each whispering a different story. "The song of your truest self, dear, often hidden even from ourselves. I am patience." The quilt settled with a soft whoosh. "The box reveals it, but only when the heart is ready to be heard." Lily's heart thumped. Her truest song. She thought of the school talent show next week. She desperately wanted to sing, a song she'd written herself about the whispering pines outside her window. But every time she imagined standing on that stage, her throat closed up, her hands turned clammy, and the words fled. The fear felt like a cold stone in her chest. It won't play for me," Lily said, her voice small. "Because I'm afraid. My heart song is stuck." Tick gave a sympathetic talk. "Courage isn't about not being afraid, young sprout. It's about what you do despite the wobbles. Takes practice, like keeping good time. Needs winding up, see." He tapped his glass face. "And kindness," Patience murmured, a patch depicting a smiling sun seeming to glow warmly. "Especially kindness to yourself. Fear is just a visitor, not a permanent resident. Listen to it, acknowledge it, then gently invite it to sit down while you sing anyway." The moonbeam melody box pulsed softly in Lily's hands, its pearlescent light washing over the dusty attic, making the motes of dust glitter like captured starlight. It felt warm. Safe. Ding, the chime sounded again, softer this time, soothing. But how? Lily asked, the familiar panic starting to rise just thinking about the stage. "Practice here," Tick suggested, his voice losing some of its grumpiness. "Safe place. We'll listen. No jeering hat boxes, I promise." He gave a wheezy chuckle. "Start small," Patience advised. A whisper, to the shadows, to the dust, to us. Taking a deep breath that smelled of rain and old wood, Lily closed her eyes. She imagined the whispering pines, the scent of resin, the wind sighing through their branches. She thought of her song, the one about quiet strength and roots reaching deep. Very softly, barely a breath, she began to hum. It was shaky and thin, like a spider's thread. Ding, the box chimed gently in response, its light brightening. Encouraged, Lily let the hum grow a little stronger, weaving in a few tentative words. Her voice cracked. She stopped, face burning. "Ha, cracked like my old casing," Tick exclaimed, but there was warmth in his tick-tock. "Keep going, imperfections add character." "Like my patches," Patience sighed contentedly. "Each frayed edge tells a story of comfort given. Your voice tells your story. Let it be heard, cracks and all." Buoyed by their kindness, Lily tried again. She sang her song to the silent trunk, the draped tapestry, the grumpy clock, and the wise quilt. She sang about the pines and the stars and the quiet courage of growing things. Her voice grew steadier, filling the cozy attic space. It wasn't perfect, but it was hers. And with every note, the moonbeam melody box responded. Ding-ding-ailing soft, pure chimes harmonized with her voice, weaving through the melody like threads of moonlight. The pearlescent glow intensified, bathing the entire attic in a soft, comforting radiance. It felt like being wrapped in Patience's warm embrace while Tick's steady rhythm kept her anchored. When the last note faded, the box gave one final, clear ding. And the light gently subsided, though the warm wood still pulsed faintly. Lily felt different. The cold stone of fear was still there, but it was smaller, warmer somehow. It hadn't vanished, but it no longer silenced her. "There, you see." Patience murmured, her patches rustling softly. "Your heart song was always there. You just needed a safe space to remember its sound." And a bit of winding. Tick added proudly. "Tick-tock, tick-tock." the night of the talent show arrived. Backstage, the familiar panic fluttered in Lily's chest like a trapped moth. She clutched the Moonbeam Melody box in her pocket, its smooth wood a comforting anchor. Stepping onto the stage, the bright lights felt blinding, the sea of faces intimidating. Her throat tightened. Then she remembered the dusty attic, the grumpy clock, the whispering quilt, the safe glow. She remembered Patience's words, "Fear is just a visitor." She took a deep breath, picturing the pines outside her window. As she opened her mouth to sing, her fingers brushed the box in her pocket. Ding. A single pure, soft chime, audible only to her, resonated deep within her chest. It wasn't the box playing for her, it was echoing the song already inside her, the one she'd found in the attic. The fear didn't vanish, but it settled, like a cat curling up by the fire. Purr, she could almost hear it. Lily began to sing. Her voice, clear and true, filled the auditorium. It told the story of whispering trees and hidden strength, of roots and stars, and the quiet courage it takes to share your own unique song with the world. She didn't win a prize. But as she finished, the warm silence, followed by genuine applause, felt like sunlight after rain. Back in her room later, the rain still pit-patting softly outside, Lily placed the Moonbeam Melody box on her bedside table. It sat silent now, its lid closed, the moon and stars gleaming softly in the lamplight. She knew its magic wasn't in playing grand melodies, but in helping her hear the one she already carried. Tick and Patience remained in the attic, guardians of forgotten treasures and quiet wisdom. Lily visited often, sharing stories and songs. The box never played its chimes for her again in the same way, but sometimes on quiet nights when she felt a flicker of doubt, she'd hold it, feel its warmth, and remember the sound of her own heart song, clear and true. And outside, the wind would sigh through the pines, a gentle shhhhh that sounded like the world itself settling down to sleep, safe, comforted, and full of quiet, extraordinary magic. Story 5. The fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting dancing shadows that stretched and shrank upon the walls. The scent of wood smoke and old books hung in the air, thick and comforting as a well-worn quilt. Outside, a crisp autumn wind sighed through the branches, a gentle counterpoint to the fire's warm song. Gather close now, settle deep into your cushions, for tonight's tale unfolds in the heart of such a season, when the world feels ripe with secrets whispered on the breeze. Our story begins with a boy named Arden. Arden wasn't the loudest in the village, nor the fastest runner, nor the one who climbed the tallest trees. He possessed a quiet spirit, observant and thoughtful, with eyes the color of moss after rain and hair the shade of polished walnut. He often felt a little like a fallen leaf carried on the wind, unsure of its landing place. His favorite spot was a mossy bank beside Whisper Creek, where the water chuckled over smooth stones and the ancient oak trees leaned in close, their gnarled roots forming natural seats. He'd sit for hours listening to the creek's song, watching dragonflies skim the surface like shards of colored glass, and feeling the cool, damp earth beneath his palms. One afternoon, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in streaks of apricot and lavender, Arden noticed something unusual. Nestled amongst the roots of the grandest oak, half hidden by emerald moss and crimson fallen leaves, pulsed a soft, warm light. It wasn't the sharp gleam of sunlight on water, nor the cool radiance of a firefly. This light was deep like the heart of a banked fire, a gentle, rhythmic thrum of amber and gold. Intrigued, Arden carefully brushed aside the leaves. There, resting in a small hollow shaped like a cupped hand, lay an acorn. But this was no ordinary acorn. It was carved from a wood that seemed to hold captured sunlight, its surface etched with swirling patterns like wind-blown smoke. And from within its core, that warm, ember-like glow pulsed steadily. A gentle warmth radiated from it, like holding a sun-warmed stone, chasing the autumn chill from Arden's fingers. It hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard, a vibration that resonated deep in his chest. He picked it up, marveling at its weight, surprisingly heavy for its size, and the comforting heat it emitted. As he held it, a strange sensation washed over him. The rustle of the leaves above sounded clearer, sharper. The gurgle of Whisper Creek seemed to form distinct words, murmuring secrets about hidden paths. The scent of damp earth and decaying leaves became richer, more layered. And the ember acorn's glow brightened slightly in response to his touch. That night, Arden placed the acorn on his windowsill. Its soft, pulsing light filled his small room, casting dancing, warm patterns on the walls. It felt like a tiny hearth, a companion against the darkness. As he drifted towards sleep, he fancied he could hear a faint melody, woven from the crackle of the distant village fires and the sigh of the wind. It was a lullaby of warmth and quiet wonder. The next day, the pull of the acorn was irresistible. Arden returned to the mossy bank, the warm wood nestled safely in his pocket. As he sat, tracing the swirling patterns on its surface, something remarkable happened. The light from the acorn seemed to flow, like liquid gold, towards a dense thicket of hawthorn and hazel on the opposite bank of Whisper Creek, a place usually tangled and impassable. The light touched the dense foliage and the branches shifted. Not dramatically, but subtly, as if making space, revealing a narrow, winding path Arden had never noticed before, dappled with the same warm, golden light. His heart thudded with a mixture of trepidation and thrilling curiosity. The ember acorn pulsed warmly against his leg, an encouraging nudge. Taking a deep breath of the crisp, leaf-scented air, Arden stepped onto the path. The moment he crossed the threshold of the thicket, the air changed. It grew warmer, softer, carrying the rich, sweet scent of unseen blossoms and sun-warmed earth. The light filtering through the canopy above wasn't just sunlight. It was tinged with gold and amber, as if perpetually caught in the hour before sunset. Birdsong, sweeter and more complex than any he'd heard before, echoed around him. He walked for what felt like both moments and hours, the path winding gently upwards. The trees here were colossal, ancient sentinels with bark like rumpled velvet and leaves that shimmered with hints of copper and ruby. Luminescent moss carpeted the ground, glowing softly in the perpetual twilight, and delicate flowers like tiny lanterns of blue and silver light dotted the undergrowth. It was a hidden world nestled deep within the familiar forest, pulsing with a quiet, ancient magic. The ember acorn in his pocket hummed contentedly, its light a steady beacon. Then Arden heard it, a sound utterly out of place. A soft, distressed whimper, followed by a frustrated huff. Pushing aside a curtain of trailing willow fronds glowing with soft silver light, he found the source. Trapped beneath a fallen branch, its leg caught awkwardly, was a creature unlike any he'd ever seen. It was about the size of a large fox, but its fur was the deep, rich red of autumn maple leaves, tipped with gold as if dusted by sunlight. Its large, intelligent eyes were the color of molten amber, currently wide with pain and fear. Most astonishingly, its tail, long and plume-like, flickered gently with actual tiny flames, not fierce and burning, but warm, soft tongues of golden fire. The creature saw Arden and froze, a low growl rumbling in its throat, the flames on its tail flaring briefly brighter. Arden stopped, holding his hands out, palms open, showing he meant no harm. The ember acorn pulsed warmly in his pocket, its light spilling softly onto the mossy ground. "Easy now," Arden said softly, his voice barely above a whisper, trying to match the soothing tones he used with startled birds or injured hedgehogs. "I won't hurt you. You're stuck. Can I help?" The creature's amber eyes fixed on Arden's face, then darted to the soft glow emanating from his pocket. Its growl subsided into a wary whine. It tilted its head, sniffing the air. The scent of the ember acorn, warm and woody, seemed to calm it slightly. The flames on its tail softened back to a gentle flicker. That's it, Arden murmured, moving slowly closer. Just let me see. He knelt beside the fallen branch. It wasn't enormous, but it was heavy, pinning the creature's hind leg. The creature flinched as Arden touched the wood, but didn't snap or try to bite. Its fur, Arden noticed close up, was incredibly soft and radiated a gentle warmth, like a stone left in the sun. This might hurt for just a second when I lift, Arden warned, his voice steady despite the tremor in his hands. He braced his feet against the soft earth, took a deep breath, and pushed upwards with all his strength. The branch shifted, groaned, and lifted just enough. With a yelp of pain and relief, the fiery-tailed creature scrambled free, limping a few paces before collapsing onto the glowing moss, panting. Arden sat back, wiping sweat from his brow. The ember acorn felt reassuringly warm. The creature watched him, its amber eyes filled with a mixture of pain, gratitude, and lingering suspicion. It gingerly licked its injured leg. It's okay, Arden said softly. You're free now. My name's Arden. He slowly pulled the ember acorn from his pocket, holding it out on his open palm. Its glow seemed to brighten in the presence of the creature. The fiery-tailed animal's eyes widened further, fixed on the acorn. It made a soft, chiming sound like tiny bells, deep in its throat. It limped closer, sniffing delicately at the acorn, then at Arden's hand. Its warm breath puffed against his skin. Then it nudged Arden's hand gently with its nose, a gesture that felt surprisingly like a thank you. The suspicion faded from its eyes, replaced by a weary kind of trust. Arden tentatively reached out and gently touched the fur between its ears. It was incredibly soft and warm. The creature closed its eyes for a moment, leaning slightly into the touch, the flames on its tail flickering peacefully. You need to rest that leg, Arden said. Can I help you get somewhere? The creature opened its eyes and looked deeper into the golden-lit grove. It made a soft, questioning cheer-up. Arden understood. You want me to follow to your home. The creature dipped its head slightly, then turned and began to limp slowly along the path, glancing back to make sure Arden followed. He carefully placed the ember acorn back in his pocket, its warmth a constant companion, and walked beside his new, extraordinary friend. They traveled deeper into the hidden grove. The air grew even warmer, carrying the scent of honey and warm stone. The trees seemed to lean closer, their branches forming archways draped with luminous vines. Eventually they came to a small clearing bathed in a particularly intense golden light. In the center stood an ancient, magnificent oak tree, its trunk wider than Arden's cottage. But this oak wasn't merely wood and leaf. Its bark was deeply fissured, and within those fissures, veins of warm, amber light pulsed, mirroring the rhythm of the ember acorn. At the base of the tree, nestled amongst thick roots that glowed softly, was a snug den lined with dried moss and fragrant herbs. This was clearly the creature's home. The creature limped towards the den, collapsing gratefully onto the soft bedding with a sigh. Arden knelt beside it, examining the injured leg. It wasn't broken, but badly bruised and swollen. Remembering his grandmother's remedies, Arden looked around. Nearby he spotted clumps of bright green comfrey and cool, damp moss. He gathered some, carefully crushing the comfrey leaves between smooth stones he found, mixing them with water from a tiny, crystal-clear spring that bubbled near the great tree's roots. The water itself felt strangely warm. He made a poultice and gently applied it to the creature's swollen leg, binding it in place with strips of the cool moss. The creature watched him intently, its amber eyes soft. When Arden finished, it nudged his hand again and made a soft, purring sound deep in its chest, a sound like distant, contented thunder. The tiny flames on its tail flickered gently. It then gestured with its nose towards the heart of the great glowing oak. What is it? Arden asked softly. He approached the massive trunk. The pulsing light within the fissures seemed to beckon him. As he drew nearer, the ember acorn in his pocket began to vibrate and glow intensely, almost too hot to touch. He pulled it out. The swirling patterns on its surface were now moving, swirling like actual smoke. The light emanating from the great oak intensified, throbbing in time with the acorn's pulse. Then Arden saw it. Deep within the widest fissure in the trunk, nestled within the pulsing amber light, was a hollow space. And within that space lay a stone. It was roughly the size of his two fists together, smooth and dark like obsidian, but shot through with veins of pure, molten gold. From its core radiated the powerful, warm light that filled the entire grove. This was the source, the ember stone. But the light, it wasn't steady. It flickered erratically, dimming noticeably for several heartbeats before flaring back up, weaker than before. A faint, discordant hum like a strained chord vibrated through the clearing. The creature whined softly, looking at the stone with concern. Arden understood. The hidden grove, its warmth, its light, its very life, depended on this stone. And it was fading, faltering. The ember acorn in his hand felt like a key, resonating desperately with its weakening parent stone. But how to help it? How to reignite the ember stone's steady glow? The fiery-tailed creature nudged Arden's leg, then limped determinedly towards the edge of the clearing, where the path continued upwards. It looked back at him, its amber eyes filled with a plea and a sense of urgency. The path led towards the higher reaches of the hidden grove, where the golden light seemed thinner, the air slightly cooler. "We need to go up there," Arden asked. The creature dipped its head. The mystery deepened. What lay at the top? What could possibly help the ember stone? Holding the pulsing ember acorn tightly, feeling its warmth seep into his bones, Arden nodded. "All right, lead the way, but you shouldn't walk far on that leg." He looked around and found a large, sturdy leaf from a nearby luminous plant. Carefully, he helped the creature onto the leaf, making a makeshift sledge. Using a strong vine as a pull rope, he began to gently tow his friend along the ascending path. The creature rested its chin on the edge of the leaf, its warm eyes watching Arden with unwavering trust. The path grew steeper, winding through towering ferns that glowed with soft silver light, and past waterfalls that cascaded not water, but shimmering, warm mist that smelled of rain and ozone. The higher they climbed, the more the comforting golden light of the emberstone faded, replaced by a cooler, twilight blue. The air grew thinner, crisper. The ember acorn's glow remained a constant, warm beacon in Arden's hand, a reminder of what they were fighting for. The creature on the leaf shivered slightly, the flames on its tail burning a little lower. After a long, quiet climb, they reached the summit. It wasn't a peak, but a broad, flat plateau of dark, smooth stone. In the very center stood a single, slender spire of rock, crystalline and clear as ice, reaching towards the darkening sky. It was utterly silent here. The sounds of the grove below were gone, replaced by the vast, empty sigh of the high air. The sky above was a deep velvet blue, dusted with the first, faint pricks of starlight. It felt ancient and profoundly lonely. "What now?" Arden whispered, his breath misting in the cool air. He looked at the crystal spire, then at the emberstone's fading light far below, visible only as a faint, struggling amber smudge in the distance. The ember acorn pulsed, but its light seemed muted here, almost hesitant. The creature limped off the leaf and approached the base of the crystal spire. It looked up, then back at Arden, its amber eyes reflecting the cold starlight. It made a soft, mournful sound. Arden walked to the spire. Up close, he saw that its surface wasn't perfectly smooth. Delicate, intricate patterns were etched into the crystal, like frost flowers. And deep within its heart, something glimmered. Not with warmth, but with a cold, sharp, silvery light. It was beautiful, but it felt distant, empty, like starlight without the stars. He placed his hand on the cold crystal. The ember acorn flared in his other hand. He felt a jolt, not painful, but startling, a connection. The cold light within the spire pulsed once. He saw in a flash of understanding that wasn't sight but feeling, two hearts, one of warm earth and living fire, the other of cold stone and distant stars. Once long ago they had pulsed in harmony, a balance of warmth and coolness, light and shadow, grounding and dreaming. But the connection had weakened, frayed over time. The emberstone below burned alone, consuming itself, while the star spire above grew cold and silent, its light unreachable. The emberstone didn't need more fuel, it needed its counterpart. It needed the cool, clear light of the star spire to balance its heat, to reflect its glow, to complete the circuit of the grove's ancient magic. The creature whimpered again, nudging Arden's leg. It knew. It had always known. But how could a boy bridge that gap? Arden looked at the ember acorn in his hand, its warm glow a small, brave defiance against the vast, cool dark. It was a piece of the emberstone, imbued with its living warmth. He looked at the star spire, cold and unreachable. He thought of the hidden grove below, its light flickering, its warmth fading. He thought of his fiery-tailed friend, depending on him. He thought of his own quiet self, standing here on this lonely plateau. He didn't feel brave. He felt small. But the warmth of the acorn seeped into him, not just heat, but a sense of connection to the grove, to his friend, to the living world below. He thought of the small courage it took to help a trapped creature, to follow an unknown path, to trust in the warmth he carried. Taking a deep breath of the thin, cold air, Arden stepped right up to the base of the star spire. He raised the ember acorn high, holding it close to the cold crystal. He closed his eyes, shutting out the vastness, focusing only on the small, warm weight in his hand. He focused on the memory of the mossy bank by Whisper Creek, the comforting scent of wood smoke from his village, the soft warmth of his friend's fur, the deep, pulsing heart of the great oak below. He poured all that feeling not loud, but deep and steady into the ember acorn. He didn't shout. He whispered, his voice barely a breath, carrying all the warmth and quiet hope in his heart. Remember. The ember acorn blazed. Not with fierce fire, but with an intense, pure golden light that spilled over the cold crystal of the star spire. For a long, breathless moment, nothing happened. Arden's arm trembled. Doubt whispered. Then a spark. Deep within the star spire's heart, the cold, silvery light flickered. Once. Twice. Then it caught. It wasn't the harsh glare of the moon, but a softer, warmer silver, like moonlight filtered through mist. The light spread through the intricate frost flower patterns etched on the spire's surface, illuminating them from within. The patterns glowed, shimmering with captured starlight, but now touched with the golden warmth of the ember acorn. A beam of this new, blended light warm gold and cool silver entwined shot out from the top of the star spire, arcing across the dark sky like a bridge of woven moonlight and sunlight. It reached down towards the distant grove, towards the struggling emberstone. Down below, Arden knew without seeing. The flickering, discordant hum of the emberstone ceased. There was a moment of profound silence. Then a deep, resonant thrum vibrated up through the stone beneath his feet, strong and steady. The amber smudge in the distance flared not a dying gasp, but a triumphant resurgence of pure, warm, balanced light. The golden glow surged back through the hidden grove, brighter and steadier than before, chasing away the encroaching twilight blue. The creature beside Arden threw back its head and made a sound, a clear, joyous chime that echoed across the plateau, mingling with the new, harmonious hum resonating from the grove below. The flames on its tail danced higher, brighter, pure gold and warm. It nudged Arden vigorously, its amber eyes alight with pure happiness. The journey back down was filled with light. The grove was transformed. The golden light was richer, deeper, interwoven now with threads of cool, silvery luminescence that danced on leaves and sparkled in the mist waterfalls. The air hummed with a peaceful, powerful energy, a perfect balance of warmth and coolness. Flowers glowed brighter, the ancient trees seemed to stand taller, their veins of light pulsing strong and steady. The harmony had been restored. When they reached the great oak, the emberstone pulsed within its heart, its light steady and strong, the dark obsidian now beautifully marbled with vibrant gold and shimmering silver veins. The discordant hum was gone, replaced by a deep, contented vibration that resonated through the clearing, a soothing lullaby of the earth itself. Arden's fiery-tailed friend limped to its den, moving much more easily now. The swelling on its leg had gone down remarkably. It turned to Arden, its eyes soft. It approached and gently nuzzled his hand, holding the ember acorn. Then it touched its nose to the emberstone in the tree. A spark, warm and bright, jumped from the stone to the ember acorn in Arden's hand. The acorn pulsed once, fiercely, then settled back into its familiar, warm, steady glow. Arden understood. The connection was made. The acorn was his now, a permanent link, a reminder. He stayed a while longer in the grove, sharing some berries he'd brought with his friend, sitting in companionable silence by the great oak, bathed in the newly balanced light. He felt different. Still quiet, still thoughtful Arden, but there was a new warmth inside him, a steady glow of quiet confidence, like the ember acorn itself. He had faced the vast unknown, not with roaring courage, but with the steady warmth of kindness and the quiet strength of connection. He had helped mend something broken, not through force, but through understanding and a whisper of hope. As the eternal gold-and-silver twilight of the grove deepened, Arden knew it was time to return. His friend walked with him to the edge of the clearing, where the path wound back down to Whisper Creek. It stopped, looking at him with its wise amber eyes. It dipped its head in a gesture of deep respect and farewell, its fiery tail flickering a gentle goodbye. "Thank you," Arden whispered, touching the warm fur between its ears one last time. "I'll remember." The creature made a soft, chiming sound, then turned and limped back towards the glowing heart of its home, becoming one with the warm light and soft shadows beneath the great oak. Arden followed the path back through the shifting thicket. He stepped out onto the familiar mossy bank beside Whisper Creek. The ordinary night air felt cool after the grove's warmth, but not cold. The world looked the same, the rustling trees, the chuckling creek, the first stars pricking the dark blue sky above. But Arden felt utterly changed. He looked at the ember acorn in his hand. It glowed steadily, warmly, a tiny portable hearth. He walked home through the quiet village, the acorn a comforting weight in his pocket, its soft light hidden but its warmth a constant presence against his leg. He climbed into his bed, placing the acorn back on his windowsill. Its gentle, pulsing light filled the room, painting familiar, warm patterns on the walls. Outside, the wind sighed softly through the autumn leaves. The distant crackle of a dying fire in a neighbor's hearth whispered on it. Arden closed his eyes. He didn't feel like a leaf carried by the wind anymore. He felt rooted like the great glowing oak, yet connected to the vast, starry sky. He felt the steady warmth of the ember acorn, a symbol of the quiet strength he discovered within himself, the strength of kindness, of connection, of listening to the warmth in his own heart. He thought of his fiery-tailed friend, safe and warm in the hidden grove, its light restored. He felt the deep, resonant hum of the balanced emberstone, a peaceful vibration that seemed to echo in his own chest. The ember acorn's light pulsed softly, steadily, a beacon in the quiet room. Its warmth was more than heat, it was the warmth of friendship found, of a mystery understood, of a small boy who had helped mend the heart of a hidden world. It was the warmth of courage that burned steady and true, not in grand roars but in quiet actions and trusting whispers. As sleep began to gently pull him under, Arden smiled. The patterns on the wall danced, slow and peaceful, mirroring the flickering firelight. The wind outside sighed a lullaby. The creek murmured its endless, soothing song. And deep within him and glowing softly on the sill, the warm, steady pulse of the ember acorn whispered back, "Rest now, all is well, the light endures." And with that comforting warmth wrapped around him like an invisible blanket, Arden drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, filled with dreams of golden groves, gentle flames, and the quiet, powerful hum of a world perfectly balanced. The fire in the hearth settled into glowing embers, mirroring the steady pulse on the windowsill, a silent promise of warmth enduring through the night. The story, like the ember, glowed softly, and then, gently, faded into the realm of restful dreams. Sleep well. Story 6. Deep within the whispering woods, where moonbeams wove silver threads through ancient branches, and the air hummed with the secrets of 1,000 seasons, lived a young hedgehog named Bramble. His spines shimmered faintly with captured starlight, and his heart held a quiet yearning to understand the forest's deeper rhythms. Tonight the air was cool and damp, smelling of rich earth and decaying leaves, promising the gentle patter of rain soon to come. Bramble felt restless, troubled by a sense of things ending too soon, the vibrant autumn colors fading, the berry bushes growing bare. As he shuffled along a path cushioned by velvety moss, the forest spoke in its secret language. The gnarled roots of the grandmother beech creaked softly, a low murmur that spoke of deep roots and patient waiting. Nearby, the moonlit brook chuckled over smooth, obsidian stones, its babbling a liquid song about constant flow and renewal. Even the wind, rustling through the crimson and gold leaves still clinging to the maples, sighed a melody of change and release. Bramble paused beside a cluster of luminous mushrooms, their caps glowing with an ethereal blue-green light, casting dancing shadows on moss-covered boulders. He sighed, a small puff of mist in the cool air. "Why does the beauty leave?" he whispered to the night, his voice barely louder than the brook's chuckle. "Why must the woods sleep?" A soft rustle came from above. High in the branches of the grandmother beech, perched on a limb polished smooth by time, sat Silas, the great gray owl. His feathers were the color of storm clouds and twilight, and his eyes, wide and luminous, held the calm depth of a still pond reflecting the moon. He didn't hoot or call, he simply tilted his head, his gaze meeting Bramble's with gentle understanding. "Lost in the turning, little Bramble." Silas's voice was a low, resonant rumble, like distant thunder softened by forest canopy. It wasn't a question demanding an answer, but an invitation. Bramble nodded, shuffling his paws on the cool moss. "The colors fade, Silas. The air grows colder. It feels like an ending." Silas blinked slowly. "Listen," he breathed, his voice merging with the sighing wind. "Hear the lullaby the forest sings." Bramble stilled his own breath. He heard the shhh of the wind through dry oak leaves, a sound like gentle rainfall on a thatched roof. He heard the plink-plonk of water droplets falling from a high cedar branch into a small, moss-lined pool below, each note pure and clear. He heard the deep, resonant HMMM of the earth itself, a vibration felt more than heard through his paws. It was a lullaby, slow and soothing. "Endings are but pauses," Silas murmured, his voice weaving seamlessly with the natural symphony. "See the lady's mantle." He gestured with a wingtip towards a cluster of delicate, dew-kissed flowers glowing faintly beside the luminous mushrooms. Her leaves cup the rain, a tiny world reflecting the stars. She knows the cold comes, yet she holds the water, a promise for the roots below, sleeping safe in the dark earth. She does not mourn the fading sun, she prepares for the moon's long watch. As if summoned by Silas's words, a light rain began to fall. Not a storm, but a gentle shower. Pit-pat on the broad leaves above, drip drop onto the mossy ground. The sound was immensely soothing, wrapping the clearing in a cocoon of soft sound. The raindrops caught the moonlight and the glow of the mushrooms, turning the air into a shimmering veil of silver and blue sparks. Bramble felt the cool mist on his snout and the damp earth beneath him, grounding him. "Come," Silas said softly, gliding down silently to land beside a large, flat stone veined with quartz that sparkled like trapped stars. He gestured towards a hidden path Bramble hadn't noticed, carpeted in luminous moss that pulsed faintly with each raindrop that touched it. The forest shares its wisdom in the quiet places. They followed the glowing path, the rain's melody their constant companion. It led them to a hidden clearing Bramble had never seen. In its center stood an ancient rowan tree, its bark deeply furrowed, silvered by moonlight and age. Its branches, though mostly bare, held clusters of bright crimson berries, like tiny, frozen flames. But most astonishing were the roots. Where they emerged from the earth, they cradled smooth, river-worn stones that glowed with a warm, internal light amber, rose quartz, and deep jade pulsing gently in time with the rain's rhythm. It was the Heartstone Glade. An immense figure rested near the glowing roots, not an animal, but the spirit of the rowan itself, taking the form of a woman woven from moonlight, bark, and autumn leaves. Her eyes were like the luminous stones she rested beside, kind and infinitely old. She didn't speak words, but a feeling washed over Bramble, warmth, acceptance, and the profound peace of deep roots. Silas bowed his great head respectfully. Rowan watches the cycles, Bramble. She remembers every spring bud, every summer storm, every autumn blaze, every winter's deep, white sleep. The rowan spirit extended a hand made of shifting light and silver bark. On her palm rested a single, perfectly formed rowan berry, glowing with an inner fire. Bramble approached hesitantly. As he neared, the spirit's presence enveloped him. He felt the thrum of the earth deep below, the slow, patient pulse of sleeping seeds, the silent strength of roots holding fast against the frost. He felt the memory of countless springs, the explosion of green life held safe within the seeming death of winter. It wasn't told, it was felt, like the cool rain on his back or the soft moss beneath his paws. The spirit closed her hand gently. The berry vanished, but its warmth lingered in Bramble's chest. He understood without being told. The fading beauty wasn't lost, it was transforming. The falling leaves became a blanket for the sleeping earth, the cold a signal for roots to grow deep, the seeming emptiness a canvas waiting for the brushstrokes of spring. The cycle wasn't an ending, but a spiral, ever turning, ever renewing. Rest, the feeling whispered through him, merging with the pit-pat of the rain and the deep HMMM of the earth. Rest is not idleness, it is preparation. It is the quiet space where new dreams take root. Silas gently nudged Bramble with his wing. The forest sleeps to dream of spring, little one, and in that dream all that seems lost is gathered, cherished, and reborn. He looked up through the clearing canopy, where the rain had eased, revealing a patchwork of stars. The moon watches over the dreamers, the stones hold the memories, the streams sing lullabies. The tension Bramble had carried, the sorrow for the fading autumn, melted away like mist under the returning moonlight. He felt a profound sense of peace, deeper than any sleep. He wasn't witnessing an ending, but a necessary, beautiful pause. He looked at the glowing heartstones, pulsing steadily, at the luminous moss drinking the rain, at the ancient rowan holding the promise of spring in her very core. The gentle drip-drop from the leaves, the soft sigh of the wind, the distant chuckle of the brook, it all wove together into a tapestry of perfect, peaceful belonging. Silas spread his wings. Time to find your own burrow, Bramble. Let the forest's lullaby sing you into dreams of renewal. Bramble nodded, a wave of cozy contentment washing over him. He touched his nose to the cool, damp moss near the rowan's roots, a silent thank you. As he turned to leave the Heartstone glade, the path of luminous moss seemed brighter, guiding him home. The rain had stopped, leaving the air crystal clear and smelling sweetly of wet pine and rich soil. The stars blazed overhead, reflected in countless raindrops clinging to leaves and spiderwebs, turning the whole forest into a galaxy of tiny, shimmering lights. He carried the warmth of the rowan berry in his heart, the deep resonance of the earth's hum in his bones, and the soothing rhythm of the forest's eternal song in his ears. He curled up in his dry burrow, lined with sweet-smelling ferns, listening to the shhh of the wind and the final plink-plonk of raindrops. He wasn't afraid of the coming cold. He understood the deep magic of rest, the quiet wisdom of cycles, and the profound comfort of knowing that even in the deepest sleep of winter, the forest dreamed of spring, held safe beneath the watchful moon and the gentle, glowing heart of the stones. And with that comforting truth cradling him, Bramble drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the whispering woods itself, dreaming of roots growing strong and buds waiting patiently for the sun's warm return. Story 7. The attic above young Finn's room wasn't so much a place as a collection of sighs and shadows. Dust motes danced in the single sunbeam that pierced the lone round window, illuminating towers of old hatboxes, a dressmaker's dummy draped in faded velvet, and trunks banded with tarnished brass. It smelled of cedar and forgotten summers, of dried lavender and the faintest hint of pipe tobacco from a grandfather Finn had never met. One rainy Tuesday, with the steady pit-pat on the slate roof above him, Finn decided to explore its highest corner, where the rafters sloped low like the ribs of a sleeping giant. He squeezed past a rocking horse missing one rocker, its painted eye seeming to follow him in the gloom. Behind it, tucked beneath a moth-eaten tapestry depicting a rather confused-looking unicorn, lay a small, nondescript wooden box. It wasn't locked, just held shut with a simple brass clasp, cool to the touch. Inside, nestled in folds of midnight blue velvet that whispered shhh as he lifted it, was a compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Its face was made of smooth, dark obsidian, and instead of letters, the cardinal points were marked with tiny, delicately carved symbols. A feather for north, a curling root for south, a spiraling seashell for west, and a budding leaf for east. The needle itself was a sliver of pale, luminous moonstone, shimmering softly even in the dim attic light. It didn't point north. As Finn held it, the moonstone needle quivered, then spun slowly, decisively, coming to rest pointing directly towards the attic wall. Not north, south, east, or west, but through the solid wood and plaster. A soft, resonant hum filled the air, vibrating gently in Finn's palm. It wasn't a sound of command, but of gentle invitation. His ordinary rainy day suddenly felt charged with quiet magic. This, he understood with a thrill that wasn't quite fear, was a journey measured not in miles, but in moments of bravery. Could he follow where it led? The challenge began immediately. The compass pointed insistently towards the wall. Finn pushed aside boxes, uncovering only more dust and a startled spider who scurried away with offended tick-tick-tick steps. He tapped the wall. Solid. He pressed his ear against the cool plaster. Beyond the rain he heard not silence, but a faint, rhythmic scratch-scritch-scratch. It sounded like tiny claws. Remembering the kindness his mother always showed the field mice who sometimes sought winter shelter, Finn whispered, "Hello, is someone there? I don't mean to disturb." A small panel, previously invisible amidst the wainscoting, popped open with a soft snick. A pair of bright, jet-black eyes peered out, followed by a twitching whiskered nose. It was a badger, impossibly small and clad in a tiny waistcoat patched with leaves. "Disturbance is relative, young sir," the badger said in a voice like dry leaves rustling. Name's Thistle, you found the whispering compass, I see, rare thing. Doesn't point to places, points to presence. He sniffed the air. Seems it's pointing to a presence that's stuck. Thistle explained that the compass sensed a being of pure air, and light a minor wind spirit who'd got entangled in the old, disused chimney, flew during a particularly exuberant gust last autumn. Stuck fast she is, Thistle sighed, his claws making a soft tappity-tap on the floorboards. Can't sing herself free, needs a gentler touch than drafty old brickwork allows. The journey led downwards, not outwards. Thistle perched precariously on his shoulder, navigated the creaking stairs, creak-grown creak, through the cozy, lamplit kitchen where the kettle sang a comforting hiss-hum on the stove, and into the seldom-used formal parlor. The fireplace there was vast and cold, a yawning mouth of soot-stained brick. The compass in Finn's hand pulsed warmly, its moonstone needle pointing straight up the dark throat of the chimney. From deep within they heard a faint, mournful sigh, like the last breath of a breeze caught in a jar. Right, said Thistle, squinting upwards. Problem is, lad, bricks and mortar don't much care for please, and spirits of air, they're shy things, easily startled, shout and she'll just knot herself tighter, try to grab and she'll scatter like dandelion fluff. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. Need something coaxing. As if summoned by the word, a soft thump sounded from the high-backed armchair by the cold hearth. A large ginger cat named Marmalade, known for napping in improbable places, blinked sleepily at them. Coaxing. Marmalade rumbled, her purr a deep, comforting vibration in the quiet room. I know coaxing usually involves tuna, but perhaps. She stretched languidly, her claws making a gentle snick-snick on the velvet upholstery. Perhaps sound, a soothing sound, something steady, something warm. She gazed meaningfully at the old grandfather clock in the corner, its steady tick-tock, tick-tock, the heartbeat of the quiet house. Finn understood. Kindness wasn't always grand gestures. Sometimes it was patient listening, creating a space of safety. Cleverness wasn't complex tricks, it was seeing the simple solution. He remembered the old music box on the parlor mantelpiece, shaped like a carousel. He hadn't wound it in years. Carefully he lifted it down, its porcelain cool under his fingers. He turned the tiny brass key. Click, 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 then with a soft ping, the mechanism engaged. A delicate, tinkling melody began to play a simple, repeating lullaby of clear, sweet notes. Plink, 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 Finn held the music box aloft, pointing it towards the chimney mouth. He didn't shout. He didn't reach. He simply stood there, bathed in the soft glow of the single parlor lamp, the music weaving a net of gentle sound in the still air. Marmalade settled at his feet, her purr br-rar-rar-rar-rar br-rar-rar-rar, merging with the melody into a profound vibration of calm. Thistle watched, his bright eyes reflecting the lamplight. For long moments, nothing happened. The mournful sigh from the chimney seemed to pause, listening. The tick-tock of the clock marked the patient waiting. Then a faint shimmer appeared in the darkness above the grate, like sunlight catching dust, but alive. It pulsed in time with the music. A tiny wisp of silver mist, no bigger than Finn's hand, began to slowly, cautiously, unwind itself from the sooty bricks. It spiraled downwards, drawn not by force, but by the safe harbor of the sound, the warmth of the purr, the stillness of Finn's patient stance. Plink, 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 br-rar-rar-rar-rar, br-rar-rar-rar, tick-tock. The wisp touched the edge of the hearth, then floated gently towards the open parlor window, where the rain had softened to a gentle shush-shush against the glass. It paused for a heartbeat, a shimmering, silent thank you directed at Finn, Thistle, and Marmalade. Then, with a sound like a distant silver bell chiming once ting, it slipped through the gap in the window and was gone, joining the damp night air. The moonstone needle of the compass, which had been glowing softly, dimmed to a gentle warmth, then spun lazily before settling, pointing now towards Finn's own heart. A deep sense of peaceful accomplishment, quiet and warm, settled over him. He hadn't fought a dragon or crossed a mountain. He'd simply listened, been patient, offered kindness through sound, and created a moment of safety. That was the true distance traveled. Thistle patted Finn's ankle with a small paw. Well navigated, young sir, the compass knew. True direction often leads us to help others find their way. Marmalade gave a contented MRRP and bumped her head against Finn's leg before padding back towards the kitchen, presumably in search of a well-deserved saucer of milk. Finn placed the whispering compass carefully back in its blue velvet nest. He didn't need it to find his way back to the cozy kitchen, drawn by the warm hiss-hum of the kettle and the promise of hot cocoa. The ordinary objects, the music box, the purring cat, the ticking clock, even the dusty attic box held extraordinary secrets, not of power, but of connection and quiet courage. As he sipped his cocoa later, listening to the rain's soft lullaby, shush, 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 and the fire's comforting crackle pop in the kitchen hearth, Finn knew the compass was safe. Its magic wasn't for grand adventures far away, but for discovering the extraordinary kindness and courage hidden within the ordinary walls of home and within his own gentle heart. And that, he thought with a sleepy smile as the firelight danced on the walls, was the most magical destination of all. The tick-tock of the clock and Marmalade's returning purr, brrrrrrr, brrrrrr, wove the final threads of comfort, tucking the adventure safely into the folds of the night. Story 8. The firelight dances on the hearthstones, casting long, flickering shadows that sway like sleepy giants. Outside the cottage window, nestled deep within the whispering embrace of Silverwood Glen, the air holds the crisp promise of autumn. Listen closely past the gentle sigh of the wind through the golden poplar leaves, and you might hear the soft, rhythmic tock-tock of Old Man Hemlock's water clock, a comforting heartbeat in the quiet night. Tonight, though, a peculiar hush blankets the glen, punctuated only by the worried murmurs drifting from the village square. For something impossible has happened. The stars above Willowbrook have begun to vanish. Not all at once, mind you. Night by night, familiar constellations wink out, leaving unsettling patches of velvety darkness. The plow lost its handle 3 nights ago. Last night, the bright eye of the stag blinked away. Tonight, the comforting curve of the Little Dipper is noticeably dimmer. Fear, cold and sharp, hasn't gripped the villagers yet, but a deep, unsettling curiosity has. Where have their celestial guides gone? Finn, the baker with flour perpetually dusting his apron like fallen snow, stood in the square, his warm face creased with concern as he looked up. He wasn't a man of grand magic or loud pronouncements, but Finn possessed a rare gift. He noticed things. He noticed the way the dew clung heavier to the spiderwebs lately, forming perfect, trembling pearls. He noticed the anxious flutter in Mrs. Nettleby's usually steady hands as she locked her herb shop. And he noticed the children, wide-eyed and whispering, huddled near the ancient Starwell fountain, its basin reflecting the diminished sky. There hiding, piped up young Rowan, clutching a worn stuffed badger. Like in the rhyme Gran tells. His sister, Hazel, nodded solemnly. When stars play hide-and-seek at night, follow the map by candlelight. Finn knelt, the scent of cinnamon and warm bread clinging to him. What rhyme is that, little ones? Rowan recited, his voice small in the vast, star-drained night. When silver paths forget to gleam, and constellations lose their dream, seek the map the moonbeams drew, where time runs wet and colors brew. Find the heart where wishes sleep, the secret that the starlight keep. A map, time running wet. Finn scratched his chin. Willowbrook had legends, of course tales of the whispering brook that flowed backwards on Midsummer's Eve, or the glimmer petals in Hemlock's garden that changed hue with your mood. But a map drawn by moonbeams. that was new. His gaze drifted towards the source of the comforting talk old man Hemlock's cottage, perched beside the peculiar, slow-moving whispering brook, known for its strangely viscous water that shimmered like liquid obsidian under the moon. As Finn pondered, a flash of vibrant blue caught his eye near the apothecary's window. Juniper, the apothecary, was carefully placing glowing jars filled with captured fireflies and luminous moss on her sill. "See, Finn," she called, her voice warm but laced with worry. "My night lights grow brighter as the stars fade. Perhaps they're gathering their light elsewhere. Maybe the fireflies know something." It was a hopeful thought, a red herring glowing gently in the gloom. Finn smiled kindly. "Perhaps, Juniper, they are beautiful." But his mind was elsewhere, where time runs wet. He followed the sound of the water clock, its steady tock echoing louder as he approached Hemlock's moss-covered cottage. The whispering brook burbled sluggishly past, its surface reflecting the patchy sky. Hemlock, a wisp of a man with eyes like polished river stones, was tinkering with a complex brass device fed by the brook's water. "Finn, my boy, come to admire my chrono-conduit," he chirped. "Notice the stars playing truant, fascinating. My instruments detect, well, a slight temporal stickiness, like treacle in the celestial gears." He gestured to dials that seemed to shiver backwards occasionally. Time runs wet. Could the brook's strange flow be affecting time itself, somehow snagging the stars? Later, near the village edge, where the woods crept close, Finn encountered Thistlewick, the nervous clockmaker, polishing the great face of the town's clock tower. Its chimes usually sang the hours clear and true, but tonight they sounded slightly muffled. "Finn." Thistlewick wrung his hands. "It's the starlight, I'm sure of it. The clock's mechanism is calibrated by starlight harmonics. Without the dipper's resonance, why, the chimes are losing their tune. Hear that? Bong, bong." The notes were flat, hesitant. Another red herring chiming its distraction. Finn nodded sympathetically, but his eyes were drawn past the tower, deep into the woods where the oldest trees stood. Seek the map the moonbeams drew. He remembered an old, crumbling map in the village archives, drawn on peculiar, almost silvery parchment. It depicted Silverwood Glen not as it was now, but threaded with shimmering paths that seemed to flow like water, converging near the Starwell fountain and deep within the moonlit grove. The map was faded, but the paths shimmered faintly under candlelight, just as the rhyme said. Follow the map by candlelight. Taking a small lantern, its flame shielded by colored glass that cast dancing sapphire and amber lights on the path, Finn ventured into the moonlit grove. The air here was cooler, filled with the scent of damp earth and ancient bark. Moonflowers glowed softly on vines, and the leaves rustled with secrets. Following the map's shimmering paths led him to a small, mossy clearing dominated by a colossal, ancient oak. Its bark was deeply furrowed, like the lines on a wise face, and at its base, nestled amongst gnarled roots, was a hollow knot dark, but filled with a soft, silvery luminescence. The heart where wishes sleep. Finn approached quietly. The light wasn't coming from the tree itself, but from hundreds of tiny, captured points of light swirling gently within the hollow. Starlight. But it wasn't trapped, it pulsed softly, like tiny hearts beating. And nestled amongst the roots, fast asleep, were the children of Willowbrook, Rowan, Hazel, and others. Each child clutched a small, smooth river stone, glowing faintly with the same silvery light. Their faces, peaceful in sleep, were streaked with dried tears. Understanding washed over Finn, warm and gentle as dawn light. He remembered the children's whispers, their worried eyes reflecting the vanishing stars. He remembered Hazel days ago, tearfully confiding her fear of the dark woods after losing her favorite ribbon. He remembered Rowan's nightmare about a giant shadow. The village adults had been preoccupied with the strange phenomenon, discussing theories of temporal flux or mischievous sprites. But the children... Their fears, small yet profound in the quiet of night, had manifested. Their whispered worries, their tears shed secretly, had somehow resonated with the ancient magic of the moonlit grove, particularly this wishroot oak. Unknowingly, their collective sadness had drawn down the starlight, cradling it within the hollow, seeking comfort in its gentle glow. The stars weren't stolen, they'd been gathered, pulled down by the weight of unspoken childhood fears. Finn didn't wake them. Instead, he sat quietly on the soft moss, the lantern casting its warm, colored light nearby. He hummed a soft, old lullaby his own grandmother used to sing, a tune about brave badgers and friendly moons. One by one the children stirred, blinking sleepily. Seeing Finn, their baker friend, sitting calmly amidst the swirling captured starlight, their fear melted into wonder. "It's beautiful," Hazel breathed, touching the glowing stone in her hand. "I was scared about the dark path home." "I dreamed the shadow was coming," Rowan whispered, his eyes wide. "But it feels safe here now." Finn smiled, his voice as soft as the moss. "Sometimes, little ones, our worries feel so big, they can pull things out of place, even stars. But look," he gestured to the swirling light, "they came close to keep you company. They heard your sadness. Now, perhaps, they need your courage to go back home." Understanding dawned in their young eyes. Together, holding their glowing stones, the children closed their eyes. Not in fear, but in gentle concentration. They thought of warm hearths, of stories told, of Finn's cinnamon buns, of fireflies in jars, of the steady tock-tock of Hemlock's clock. They thought of the village square lit by lanterns, not just stars. They sent feelings of safety, of comfort, of home into the stones and towards the swirling starlight. The silvery points of light pulsed brighter. They began to rise, swirling upwards like 1,000 luminous fireflies, leaving the hollow of the wishroot oak. They streamed through the canopy, painting the leaves with silver, and soared back into the velvety sky. One by one, then in joyful clusters, the vanished stars reappeared. The plow's handle gleamed. The stag's eye blinked brightly. The Little Dipper shone, full and reassuring. The sky was whole again, brighter than ever, washed clean by the children's released courage. Back in Willowbrook, gasps of wonder turned into sighs of relief and soft cheers. Finn walked back with the children, their hands now free of stones, but filled with his warm bread rolls. He explained what had happened, not a temporal flux, nor stolen light, but stars answering the call of small, fearful hearts, and returning when filled with comfort and bravery. The next evening the village gathered in the square, bathed in starlight and the warm glow of lanterns. Hemlock brought his chrono conduit, showing the temporal stickiness gone. Thistlewick's clock chimed clear and true. Juniper's fireflies glowed cheerfully, but no brighter than before. The real light came from the community itself. They shared stories under the stars, stories of childhood fears and how they overcame them. The old nursery rhyme was sung anew, understood now not as a literal map, but a map of the heart. Find the heart where wishes sleep, the secret that the starlight keep. And the secret learned under the mended sky of Silverwood Glen was simple, that even the smallest worry, shared with kindness and met with empathy, loses its power to dim the light. The gentle tock-tock of the water clock, the wind chimes singing softly from doorways, the rustle of leaves, and the contented sighs of villagers looking up at their familiar, comforting stars wove a tapestry of peace deeper than any they'd known before. Finn passed around warm, star-shaped biscuits dusted with sparkling sugar, and as the fire in the square's great hearth crackled peacefully, casting dancing shadows that now seemed like friendly companions, Willowbrook settled into a night of profound, star-lit comfort, closer together than ever. The gentle rain that began to fall later was a soft applause, washing the world clean, whispering its own lullaby to the glen and all who dreamed within it. Sleep now, little dreamer, under a sky made whole by kindness. The stars watch over you. Story 9. The firelight dances on the hearthstones, casting long, flickering shadows that seem to sway in time with the gentle tick-tock of the old grandfather clock in the corner. Outside the snug cottage window, nestled deep within the whispering woods of Willowbrook, a soft rain patters against the glass like tiny, tapping fingers. Somewhere in the distance, the deep, resonant chime of the village clock tower sounds the hour, its melody mingling with the delicate ting-ailing of wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Maple's porch. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to Willowbrook, where a peculiar mystery has unfurled like a strange, new blossom. For 3 nights running, the stars over Willowbrook Meadow have begun to vanish. Not all at once, mind you, and not permanently. But as twilight deepened into true night, certain stars, always the brightest ones clustered near the constellation known as the Silver Teapot, would simply wink out. By dawn they'd be back, sparkling innocently as if nothing had happened. The villagers whispered, not with fear, but with a deep, shared curiosity. Old Man Hemlock swore his prize-winning moonflowers, usually a pale, luminous silver, had started shimmering with flecks of deep blue where the starlight touched them. Young Pip reported hearing faint, melancholic humming just before the stars disappeared, a sound like wind through distant, hollow reeds. Our protagonist is Fern, a quiet girl with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a remarkable talent for noticing things others overlooked. She spent her days sketching wildflowers in her notebook or listening to the stories spun by the village elders, especially the nursery rhymes Granny Willow hummed while knitting by the fire. Fern felt a tug in her heart at the thought of the missing stars. It felt less like a theft and more like a sadness hanging over the meadow. On the 4th evening, as the first brave stars pricked the velvet sky, Fern settled on her favorite mossy rock at the meadow's edge. She had her notebook, a small jar of fireflies, released at dawn, of course, and Granny Willow's rhymes circling in her mind. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might, guide the lost back to the light. Silver teapot pouring grace. Find the path to time and space. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. As Fern watched, the familiar cluster near the silver teapot began to dim, one by one. And there it was, that faint, sorrowful humming, drifting on the cool night breeze that carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. It seemed to come not from the sky, but from within the meadow itself, near the ancient, gnarled sentinel oak. The next morning, Fern sought out the village's oldest map, kept in the dusty archives beneath the clock tower. It showed Willowbrook as it was centuries ago, marked with symbols long forgotten. Near the sentinel oak, the map depicted not just the tree, but a swirling symbol like a spiral galaxy, labeled in faint ink. Luminous pool reflecting sky. Fern had always known the small, clear spring beneath the oak, but never heard it called that. Excitement bubbled within her. Could the pool be reflecting the stars? And if the reflection vanished, did the real stars follow? But why? She shared her discovery with her best friend, Rowan, a boy whose pockets were always full of interesting pebbles, and whose laughter was as bright as sunshine. Maybe something's blocking the reflection, Rowan suggested. Like a giant frog. Their first investigation led them to the spring. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky perfectly. But nestled amongst the roots of the sentinel oak, Fern found something odd, a single, perfect feather, shimmering with iridescent blues and purples, unlike any bird in Willowbrook. A red herring. Or a clue. They took it to the village's resident tinkerer, Miss Thimble, who lived in the windmill atop Breezy Hill. Miss Thimble, surrounded by whirring gears and singing clockwork birds, examined the feather under a magnifying glass. Oh-ho, moon moth silk woven right in, rare indeed, but, she frowned, moon moths are solitary creatures, night flyers, they don't hum. The windmill visit, while a delightful detour watching Miss Thimble's miniature clockwork orchestra play a waltz, seemed a dead end. The feather was beautiful, but not the source of the humming or the vanishing stars. Disappointed but not deterred, Fern and Rowan returned to the meadow that night. Fern focused on the humming, closing her eyes and letting it guide her. It seemed strongest near the sentinel oak, but lower, closer to the ground, near the roots where the spring bubbled forth. Then Fern remembered the second part of Granny Willow's rhyme. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. She looked down. In the soft light of her firefly jar, she saw it fine, almost invisible strands of silvery thread, glistening with dew, leading from the base of the oak and disappearing into a small crevice between two large roots, right beside the spring. It looked like cobwebs but felt strangely warm to the touch, and hummed faintly with the same melody. "Rowan," Fern whispered, her voice filled with awe, "I think the weaver isn't a person. It's something making this thread." Carefully, gently, Fern cleared away some moss and loose earth from the crevice. Peering inside, her firefly light revealed not an insect, but a small, luminous creature curled up. It resembled a plump, furry badger, but its coat was the deep blue of the midnight sky, dusted with tiny, glowing points of light like captured stars. Large, liquid eyes blinked slowly, filled with profound sadness. From its paws trailed the shimmering silver threads, stretching up towards the pool's surface. The creature gave a soft, melancholic hum. "It's weaving starlight," Fern breathed. "It's pulling the starlight down into its threads, and that's why the reflection vanishes, and maybe the real stars too, for a little while." She recalled the map's label, Lumina's pool reflecting sky. The pool wasn't just reflecting, it was connected. But why was the little star badger, whom Fern instinctively called a Lumina, so sad? Why weave the starlight away? Fern remembered the rhyme again. "Leads you from your lonely bed," empathy washed over her. "You're lonely, aren't you?" she murmured softly, not reaching in, but simply sitting beside the crevice. "Is that why you weave the stars, to have some light down here, to call for company?" The Lumina blinked, its luminous eyes fixed on Fern. It gave a soft, questioning warble. Fern had an idea. She explained it to Rowan, and together they raced back to the village, just as dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender. They gathered the villagers not with alarm, but with quiet excitement. They told them about the lonely Lumina, the weaver of starlight, who lived beneath the sentinel oak, and whose sadness dimmed the stars. They spoke not of a problem, but of a shy neighbor needing friendship. That evening, as twilight fell and the gentle rain returned, whispering secrets to the leaves, the entire village of Willowbrook quietly gathered around the sentinel oak. They didn't crowd the crevice, they sat a respectful distance away on blankets. Granny Willow began humming the old nursery rhyme softly. Miss Thimble brought a tiny, wind-up music box that played a gentle lullaby. Old Man Hemlock brought a basket of his now blue-flecked moonflower petals, scattering them softly near the spring. Pip held a lantern covered in blue glass, casting a soft, star-like glow. Others brought warm cider and honey cakes, sharing them quietly. Fern sat closest to the crevice. "See," she whispered to the Lumina. "You're not alone. Willowbrook is here." Slowly, tentatively, the Lumina emerged. Its star-dusted fur shimmered in the combined light of the fireflies, the blue lantern, and the moonflowers. It looked around at the circle of kind, expectant faces, illuminated by the soft, warm glow of lanterns and friendship. The sorrowful humming ceased. Instead, a soft, contented purr vibrated from its tiny chest. It looked up at the sky. The silver teapot constellation shone brightly, every star present and accounted for, reflecting perfectly in Lumina's pool, clear and undisturbed. The Lumina didn't weave the stars away that night. Instead, it sat by the pool, its luminous fur blending with the reflected starlight, seemingly content just to be near the gentle murmur of voices, the soft chime of the music box, the comforting tick-tock of the distant clock tower echoing through the damp air, and the rhythmic patter of rain on the broad oak leaves above. The villagers stayed, sharing stories under the restored canopy of stars, the meadow filled with a warm, shared silence punctuated by soft laughter and the crackle of a small, contained bonfire. From then on, the stars over Willowbrook shone, uninterrupted. But every full moon, the villagers gather by the sentinel oak. They bring lanterns, share stories, sing softly, and simply be present. The lumina often joins them, sitting peacefully by its pool, its fur glowing with contentment. Sometimes it weaves delicate patterns of light on the water's surface, not pulling stars down, but creating new, tiny constellations of its own, fleeting gifts of beauty for its friends. The moonflowers bloom brighter than ever, now streaked with vibrant blues and silvers, and the faint humming that sometimes drifts on the night breeze is no longer melancholic, but a gentle, happy thrum, harmonizing with the wind chimes and the ever-present tick-tock of the old clock, a soothing lullaby for a village that learned that even the smallest light and the loneliest heart flourishes in the warmth of community. And as the firelight here softly dims, may you too feel the gentle glow of friendship and the comforting presence of all your own stars, shining brightly overhead. Sleep peacefully. Story 10. The fire crackles softly, painting dancing shapes on the walls. Outside the snug cottage window, the village of Willowbrook slumbered under a velvet sky. Yet tonight something was amiss. Young Rowan, the baker's son with flour perpetually dusting his nose like freckles, noticed it first. He climbed onto the mossy roof of the bakery, drawn by the scent of cooling cinnamon buns and the whisper of wind chimes hung from Old Man Hemlock's porch. But when he looked up, his breath caught. The constellation of the silver swan, usually gleaming proudly above the whispering woods, was incomplete. 3 of its brightest stars had simply vanished. A hush fell over Rowan, deeper than the usual quiet of midnight. It wasn't fear that prickled his skin, but a profound, tingling curiosity. Where do stars go? He scrambled down, the familiar scent of yeast and sugar suddenly mingling with the mystery. He knew the village whispered about peculiar things, the way time seemed to stretch thin near the old stone clock tower, the patches of flowers by the mill pond that shifted from blue to lavender with the moon's mood. But missing stars, that was new. The next morning, Willowbrook awoke to hushed murmurs. Mrs. Thistlewick, the postmistress with eyes sharp as pins, confirmed Rowan's sighting. "The swan looks plucked," she declared, adjusting her spectacles. Old Man Hemlock, whose beard flowed like white water and whose knowledge of the sky was legendary, stroked his whiskers, his brow furrowed deeper than the plow lines in Farmer Bramble's field. "Stars don't just wander off, lad," he rumbled to Rowan. "Not without a reason." Rowan, his pockets filled with warm rolls, decided the reason needed finding. He started with observation. He walked the winding cobbled paths, past cottages with smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy cats, listening. The gentle tink-tink-tink of the blacksmith's hammer was steady. The rhythmic creak-creak of the mill wheel turning in the sun-dappled stream sounded normal. But near the ancient clock tower, its face worn smooth by centuries, he paused. The usual comforting talk was hesitant, sluggish, like time itself was yawning. A red herring, or a clue. His path led him past the village green, where children skipped rope. Their sing-song chant drifted on the breeze, mingling with the soft chime of glass ornaments hanging from Mrs. Pennywort's garden gate. "Silver swan, wings so bright. Guard your young all through the night. Keep them safe within the deep, while the village lies asleep." Rowan stopped. Within the deep. He'd heard the rhyme 100 times, a comforting lullaby. But now it echoed strangely. What deep? The whispering woods were deep, certainly, but the woods felt calm today. The rustling leaves sounded like friendly secrets, not hiding stolen stars. He sought out Old Man Hemlock again, finding him in his cluttered study, maps of the heavens spread across a worn oak table. The air smelled of parchment, pipe smoke, and dried lavender. "The rhyme, sir," Rowan began, offering a cinnamon bun. The deep, where could it be? Hemlock's eyes, like chips of flint, sparkled. "Ah, the old rhyme, passed down, folks say it's just fancy. But maps," he tapped a yellowed chart showing constellations swirling above Willowbrook's landmarks, "sometimes hold truth in fancy." He traced a line from the Silver Swan's position to a point marked near the mill pond on the map. "The deep, perhaps not the woods, lad. Water holds depths too." The mill pond. Rowan hurried, the scent of damp earth and water lilies growing stronger. Mist curled gently off the glassy surface. But the pond seemed ordinary. Ducks paddled. Dragonflies skimmed. Then Rowan noticed the flowers Old Man Hemlock had mentioned. Near the water's edge, a patch of forget-me-nots shimmered, not their usual sky blue, but a deep, velvety indigo, the exact color of the vanished stars. And nestled among them, almost hidden, was a smooth, gray pebble, perfectly round and cool to the touch. It hummed faintly, a vibration he felt more than heard. As he picked it up, a soft plop sounded nearby. A large, dignified frog with jewel-bright eyes regarded him from a lily pad. It didn't hop away. Instead, it gave a low, resonant croak that seemed to ripple the water. Rowan crouched. He remembered his father teaching him to listen, truly listen, to the doe as it proved to understand its needs. He tried to listen now, not just to the sound, but to the feeling behind it. The frog seemed anxious, protective. It kept glancing towards a cluster of reeds at the pond's far edge. Rowan waded carefully through the shallows, the cool water soaking his boots. Pushing aside the reeds, his heart leapt. There, nestled in a cradle of woven waterweed and soft moss, were 3 tiny, impossibly bright points of light. They pulsed gently, like captured moonlight. They weren't stars themselves, Rowan realized with a gasp, but baby stars. Tiny celestial fledglings glowing with soft, silver radiance. The 3 missing points of the Silver Swan constellation. But why were they here? The rhyme echoed, "Keep them safe within the deep." Rowan looked back at the frog. Its large eyes held a look of weary guardianship. Understanding dawned on Rowan. The unusually colored flowers, the protective frog, the humming pebble of focused stone, perhaps. The Silver Swan hadn't lost her stars, she'd hidden her young. But why here? Why now? He thought of the sluggish clock tower. He thought of the map linking the swan to the pond. And then he remembered the gentle, almost imperceptible tremor that had shivered through the ground a few nights ago. Not an earthquake, just a deep earth sigh. To humans, barely a ripple. To something celestial, sensitive. Perhaps a fright. Empathy warmed Rowan. He carefully scooped up the woven nest, the baby stars radiating a soft, comforting warmth. He held the humming pebble near them, and their light seemed to calm, pulsing steadily. The large frog gave a soft, approving brrrrp and sank beneath the water, its duty seemingly passed on. Carrying the precious bundle, Rowan headed not to the village square, but back towards the clock tower. He climbed the worn spiral stairs inside, the air thick with the scent of ancient wood and machine oil. At the top, the great brass gears turned slowly, ponderously. He placed the humming pebble gently onto a specific cog, one marked with a tiny, almost invisible swan etching Hemlock's map had hinted at. The pebble settled with a soft click. Immediately, the sluggish tock-tock resumed its normal, steady rhythm. Time, tethered to the heavens, sighed back into alignment. That evening, as dusk painted the sky in peach and lavender, the whole village gathered on the green. Gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on leaves and cobblestones, smelling clean and sweet. Lanterns glowed like earthbound stars. Rowan, standing beside Old Man Hemlock, told the tale, the frightened swan mother hiding her young in the pond's protective depth after the earth shiver, the faithful frog guardian, the clues in the rhyme and the star map, the false trail of the slowing clock. He explained how the pebble, a forgotten focus stone from an old celestial ritual, had been used to gently nudge time back into sync once the star chicks were safe. As he finished, Old Man Hemlock raised his telescope. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. High above, the silver swan constellation gleamed, whole and bright once more. But now, nestled close within its wings, 3 smaller, gentle lights pulsed softly the celestial chicks, safe and visible to all. There was no grand celebration, only a deep, shared contentment. Neighbors smiled at each other, sharing warm cider and Rowan's cinnamon buns. Children pointed excitedly at the sky, their faces lit with wonder, not fear. The rhythmic tock-tock of the clock tower blended with the plink-plink of raindrops on puddles and the soft chime-chime of Mrs. Pennywort's garden ornaments. The indigo forget-me-nots by the pond glowed softly in the twilight. Willowbrook felt closer knit, woven together by shared mystery and gentle resolution. They hadn't fought a monster, they'd understood a mother's fear and helped a cosmic family reunite. Rowan sat on a blanket beside his father, the scent of rain and warm bread filling the air. He looked up at the restored swan, its light gentle and reassuring. The mystery hadn't been frightening, it had been a reminder of hidden depths, of quiet guardians, of the interconnectedness of their little village and the vast, beautiful sky above. And as the soothing sounds of the night wrapped around them, the rain's whisper, the clock's heartbeat, the distant chimes, Willowbrook settled into a deeper, sweeter sleep, its dreams filled with silver light and the comforting certainty that even missing stars find their way home. The gentle rhythm of the night cradled them all, safe and sound. Story 11. Deep within the whispering woods, where moonlight dripped like liquid silver through the ancient canopy, lived a young hedgehog named Pip. Pip was restless. While the other woodland creatures nestled into their cozy burrows beneath mossy roots and velvety ferns, sleep eluded him. A soft sigh escaped him, rustling the dried oak leaves at his doorstep. Outside, the forest breathed the gentle sh-sh-sh-sh of the wind combing through pine needles, the rhythmic plip-plop of dew gathering on broad maple leaves, and the distant, soothing murmur of the crystal brook, a lullaby woven from water and stone. Tonight, Pip felt a pull, a yearning he couldn't name. He peered out. The forest floor was alive with soft, ethereal light. Glowing mushrooms like scattered emeralds and sapphires pulsed gently beside the path. Tiny fireflies drifted like fallen stars, casting fleeting golden specks on the velvety moss covering every rock and root. The air itself shimmered with the scent of damp earth, crushed pine, and the sweet, cool fragrance of night-blooming moonflowers. It was beautiful, yet Pip's heart felt strangely heavy, like a pebble dropped into a still pond. Perhaps, Pip murmured to himself, his voice a soft puff in the quiet, perhaps the great oak knows why sleep hides from me. The great oak stood in the heart of the whispering woods, ancient beyond memory, its bark deeply furrowed like the wise face of time. It was said that in its highest branches lived Old Hoot, an owl whose feathers held the gray of twilight and whose eyes held the calm depth of a midnight lake. Gathering his courage, Pip stepped onto the moonlit path. The moss beneath his paws felt cool and yielding, like walking on a cloud. As he padded forward, the forest seemed to lean closer. A cluster of luminous bluebell flowers near a mossy stone chimed softly as he passed, a sound like tiny crystal bells carried on a breeze. "Tread lightly, little one," the chime seemed to whisper. Pip slowed his steps, his breath catching. He knew this was the secret language of the woods, a symphony only truly heard by those who listened with their hearts wide open. Further along, the path skirted the crystal brook. The water chuckled over smooth, dark stones, singing a song of journeys and destinations. Rest comes with the turning, the brook bubbled, its voice clear and cool. Like water finding its way, patience smooths the sharpest edges. Pip paused, dipping a paw into the icy flow. The water's gentle insistence against his skin felt reassuring, a reminder of constant, gentle movement. Suddenly, a soft rustle came from above. Pip looked up to see a sleek, dark shape glide silently between the trees. A fox, her coat the color of polished obsidian in the moonlight, landed gracefully on a nearby fallen log. Her eyes, bright and kind, met Pip's. "Late for wandering, little quill?" she asked, her voice a warm rasp like dry leaves skittering. "The night holds wisdom, but also calls for rest." "I can't find sleep, Mistress Vixen," Pip confessed, his voice small. "It feels like autumn inside me, all rustling and falling, but it's spring outside." The fox tilted her head, moonlight catching the silver tips of her fur. "Ah, the seasons within, they do not always match the world without, but watch." She gestured with her muzzle towards a patch of luminous fungi, glowing faintly violet under a hawthorn bush. A small, weary-looking moth fluttered down, its wings dusted with starlight. It landed on the soft moss beside the fungi, folding its wings. As Pip watched, the faint light from the mushroom seemed to gently pulse, bathing the moth in a soft, soothing radiance. Slowly the moth's frantic trembling ceased, and it settled into stillness. "See," the fox whispered. "Even the brightest lights know when to offer quiet glow, not fierce shine. Rest is not idleness, it is renewal. Like the forest itself sleeps beneath the winter snow, only to awaken stronger." The wisdom settled over Pip like a warm cloak. Mistress Vixen gave a soft yip of farewell, and melted back into the shadows as silently as she'd appeared. Pip continued, the fox's words echoing the brook's song. He passed through a starlit clearing where moonbeams painted the ground silver. Thousands of tiny dewdrops sparkled on the grass like scattered diamonds, reflecting the constellations above. The air hummed faintly with the deep, resonant vibration of crickets, a natural, soothing thrum that seemed to vibrate in Pip's very bones. Finally, Pip reached the base of the great oak. Its immense trunk rose like a pillar, supporting the star-strewn sky. High above, nestled where the thickest branches formed a cradle, two calm, luminous eyes blinked open. Old Hoot shifted silently, his feathers ruffling softly like pages of an old book turning. "Little traveler," Old Hoot's voice drifted down, deep and resonant, yet as gentle as the wind sighing through the oak's own leaves. It wasn't a question, it was an acknowledgement, warm and welcoming. The night wind carries whispers of restlessness. Pip craned his neck. "Old Hoot, the forest sings of rest, the brook speaks of patience, and Mistress Vixen showed me the quiet glow of renewal, but sleep still dances just out of reach. Why does my heart feel like a fluttering leaf when everything whispers stillness?" Old Hoot remained silent for a long moment. The only sounds were the rhythmic creak of ancient wood settling, the distant drip-drip of condensation falling from leaves onto the moss below, and the ever-present sigh of the wind. Then the owl spoke, his voice weaving into the night's own music. "Listen, little Pip," he murmured. "Not just with your ears, but with the soles of your paws upon the earth, with the quills upon your back that feel the night air." He paused. "Hear the great oak breathe, a slow, deep hoo-ah, like the earth itself sighing. It draws strength from the deep dark, from the quiet. It does not fight the stillness, it embraces it." A soft breeze rustled the oak's leaves, creating a sound like rain falling on a distant roof, shh, shh, shh. "Hear the stones, they remember the slow dance of glaciers, the patient wearing of water. They hold warmth from the sun long after it sets, whispering comfort to roots in the cold dark, steady, steady they hum. Pip closed his eyes, pressing his paws firmly into the cool moss. He focused. Beneath him he felt the immense slow pulse of the great oak, a deep, grounding vibration. He felt the solid, patient warmth radiating from the moss-covered stones nearby. He heard the brook's constant, reassuring murmur, the wind's gentle shushing in the leaves, the rhythmic cricket song. The bioluminescent glow around the clearing seemed to soften, becoming a gentle embrace rather than a spectacle. Your heart flutters, Old Hoot continued softly, like a new leaf unfurling in a spring breeze. It is not wrong, little one, it is simply adjusting. The forest doesn't demand you sleep like the bear in her deep den. It invites you to rest like the stream rests between its banks, flowing gently. To renew like the moonflower that gathers strength in darkness to bloom at dusk. Your autumn feeling is the falling away of the day's worries. Let them fall. Pip, let them drift down like those oak leaves. Trust the earth beneath you to hold them. Trust the quiet glow within you like those patient mushrooms. To warm and soothe. A profound sense of peace, deeper than any Pip had ever known, washed over him. It wasn't the absence of feeling, but a gentle settling, like silt finding its place in still water. The frantic flutter in his chest eased, replaced by a slow, steady rhythm that matched the oak's deep breathing. The whispers of the forest, the stones, the brook, the wind, the very earth weren't separate sounds anymore. They were a single, harmonious lullaby, a song of deep, abiding rest and gentle renewal. Thank you, Old Hoot, Pip whispered, the words barely a sigh. The owl blinked slowly, a gesture of deep understanding. The wisdom was always here, little Pip. You only needed to listen with your whole self. Go now. Let the moonlight guide you home. Rest is not an end. It is the quiet turning of the page, preparing the story for dawn. Pip turned, the path back bathed in soft, silver light. He walked slowly, feeling every cool blade of grass, every yielding patch of moss, every smooth pebble beneath his paws. He listened to the brook's chuckle, now sounding like laughter shared with an old friend. He saw the glowing fungi not as beacons demanding attention, but as gentle night lights guiding the way. The wind in the leaves was a soft lullaby, the distant cricket thrum a comforting heartbeat of the night. He reached his burrow beneath the gnarled roots of a friendly beech tree. The moss lining his nest felt incredibly soft and cool. He curled into a tight ball, his quills a comforting armor. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, a soft pitter-patter on the broad leaves above, a rhythmic counterpoint to the brook's song and the wind's sigh. It was the sound of the forest drinking deep, of renewal washing over the world. Pip closed his eyes. He didn't chase sleep. He simply let the symphony of the whispering woods, the stones humming steady, the brook singing patience, the wind breathing shhhh, the rain drumming rest flow through him. He felt the deep, slow pulse of the earth beneath his nest, a lullaby older than time. The fluttering leaf settled. The pebbles sank into calm water. The quiet glow within him brightened softly, warmly. And as the moon sailed high above the ancient trees, bathing the world in silver peace, Pip the hedgehog drifted into a deep, dreamless, and utterly renewing sleep, cradled by the gentle magic of the forest night. The story turned its page, ready for the soft light of dawn. Story 12. The nebula outside shimmered like spilled ink in liquid starlight, swirling amethyst and cobalt against the velvet black. Inside the hollowed-out asteroid known to a few drifters as the Whisper, a different kind of light pulsed softly. It came from a small garden, painstakingly nurtured within a naturally formed crystalline cave. Glowing moss carpeted the floor, casting a gentle emerald radiance. Strange, translucent flowers unfurled petals that chimed like tiny bells in the gentle, recycled air currents. Floating orbs of captured sunlight drifted lazily, bathing the space in warmth. Here, two figures rested. One was tall and slender, their skin like polished obsidian streaked with veins of shifting opal. They had long, multi-jointed limbs that ended in delicate, six-fingered hands. This was Xylar, from the crystalline world of Lyra. They communicated not with sounds from a throat, but with soft luminescent patterns that danced across their skin, shimmering blues for calm, warm golds for curiosity, gentle greens for contentment. Currently their surface pulsed a steady, serene lavender. Curled beside Xylar on a cushion woven from shimmering space vines was Pip. Pip was small, roughly spherical, and covered in a soft, downy fur that constantly shifted hues, reacting to their emotions and thoughts like a mood ring made of living cloud. From the gas-giant nursery clouds of Solara, Pip communicated through complex harmonies, soft whistles, deep hums, and melodic trills that resonated directly in the listener's mind. A low, contented thrum vibrated from Pip now, a sound like distant, happy thunder. They had found the whisper separately, both seeking refuge from the unpredictable ionic storms that swept through this sector. Xylar had been tending a cluster of fragile sonic crystals that resonated with the asteroid's own subtle vibrations. Pip had drifted in, drawn by the faint, mournful melody the crystals emitted when brushed by stray cosmic dust. Their first meeting had been confusing. Xylar, startled, had flashed a sharp, warning red across their torso. Pip, interpreting the sudden light as aggression, had puffed up to twice their size, fur blazing a startled indigo, emitting a high-pitched whistle of alarm. The sonic crystals, reacting to Pip's sudden sound, had shrieked discordantly, making both aliens flinch. For a moment, tension crackled in the small cave. Then Pip, deflating slightly, had noticed the delicate, almost frightened way Xylar was shielding the crystals. Understanding bloomed in Pip's large, liquid black eyes. Slowly, deliberately, Pip began to hum a low, soft, grounding note. The fur shifted to a tentative, hopeful yellow. Xylar, sensing the shift from alarm to something gentler, cautiously dimmed the red, letting a hesitant ripple of pale gold flow across their limbs. They pointed a long finger, not at Pip, but at the trembling crystals. Pip understood. Silence. Or rather, controlled sound. That was the beginning. They learned slowly. Xylar discovered Pip communicated emotion through harmonic frequencies and color shifts. Pip learned that Xylar's light patterns conveyed complex states and intentions. They began to build their shared shelter. Xylar used their knowledge of resonance to shape the crystals, creating wind chimes that amplified Pip's calming hums, turning the cave into a place of profound peace. Pip, with their innate understanding of atmospheric pressures and light refraction, cultivated the glowing moss and coaxed the chiming flowers to bloom, their melodies harmonizing with the chimes. They found floating spores that captured starlight, nurturing them into the gentle orbs that now illuminated their nebula nook. Misunderstandings became shared laughter. Once Pip, excited about a new nebula pattern outside, began bouncing vigorously, their fur a riot of joyful orange sparks. The vibrations disturbed a tray of Xylar's newly sprouted mineral seeds, scattering them. Xylar flashed a brief, frustrated crimson. Pip froze, fur paling to a worried gray, emitting a questioning, descending whistle. Xylar paused, then slowly traced a pattern in the air with a light-tipped finger, an image of the seeds flying, then a slow, deliberate pulse of deep blue regret mixed with a soft, wavy yellow amusement at the situation. Pip understood the apology and the shared humor. They responded with a series of soft, bubbling chirps, laughter, and helped meticulously gather every seed, their fur now a warm, cooperative amber. They dubbed the incident the Great Seed Scatter, a story told through light patterns and amused whistles whenever things went slightly awry. Their favorite ritual was star whispering. They would drift to the mouth of their crystalline cave, where the nebula stretched like a vast, luminous tapestry. Nestled together on a smooth, moss-covered ledge, they would simply watch. Pip's fur would soften to deep, velvety blues and purples, mirroring the nebula, emitting a low, continuous hum of pure, or sound that felt like the universe breathing. Xylar's skin would become a canvas for the cosmos outside, mimicking the swirls of gas and dust in shimmering light, patterns flowing slowly and silently. No words, no complex harmonies, just shared presence and wonder. In these quiet moments, the differences between solid crystal and gaseous cloud, between light and sound, dissolved into a profound, wordless understanding. They felt the vastness, but not the loneliness. They had found a companion in the silence between the stars. One cycle, their peace was disrupted. A small, frantic entity tumbled into the Nebula Nook's entrance, a creature like a living knot of iridescent seaweed, radiating panic in sharp, discordant clicks and flashes of distressed bioluminescence. It was injured, one trailing frond torn and flickering weakly. Xylar immediately projected calming, soothing waves of soft blue light. Pip enveloped the newcomer in a low, resonant hum designed to ease shock. The creature flinched, its clicks becoming erratic. They needed to help, but how? The creature's communication was alien, chaotic. Xylar cautiously extended a hand, light pulsing a gentle, questioning gold. The creature recoiled. Pip tried a different harmonic, a simpler, slower pulse. Still distress. Frustration flickered across Xylar's skin. Pip's fur dimmed. Then Pip remembered the sonic crystals. They drifted to a cluster Xylar had grown specifically to amplify Pip's most calming frequencies. Pip began to hum, not at the creature, but into the crystals. The cave filled with a deep, resonant, grounding vibration, pure and simple. The frantic clicking slowed. Xylar, inspired, focused. They didn't project light at the creature, but beside it. They created a small, soft pool of warm, golden light on the moss near the injured frond, a silent offering of warmth and safety. Then, very slowly, Xylar manifested a tiny, gentle replica of one of their healing moss patches in light beside the wound. The creature stilled. Its frantic bioluminescence softened. It looked at the pool of light, then at the projected image of the moss. Tentatively, it nudged its injured frond towards the warm light Xylar projected. Understanding bloomed. Xylar carefully gathered actual healing moss. Pip maintained the deep, resonant hum. Working together, Xylar applied the cool, glowing moss to the torn frond, while Pip's hum vibrated through the creature, easing its tremors. The creature emitted a soft, pulsing green light relief, gratitude. They named their guest Kelp for its appearance. Kelp stayed for several cycles, healing. Communication remained basic shared light, simple sounds, gestures understood through patience and observation. Kelp taught them how to weave stronger fronds from the space vines, leaving intricate patterns as thanks. They learned Kelp communicated complex ideas through intricate nodding and subtle shifts in internal light along its fronds. When Kelp was strong enough, they shared a final star-whispering vigil. Kelp pulsed a complex, beautiful pattern of farewell light, which Xylar mirrored in silent respect. Pip wove a farewell hum into the sonic crystals, a melody that carried well-being into the void. As Kelp drifted away, Xylar and Pip returned to their mossy ledge. The nebula seemed brighter, the silence deeper and more meaningful. Xylar's skin flowed with the nebula's colors, a silent reflection of the beauty and the farewell. Pip snuggled closer for a deep, contented indigo, humming a melody that wasn't just sound, but a feeling of connection, of a shelter built not just from crystal and moss, but from shared silence, patient light, resonant kindness, and the understanding that bloomed in the space between different hearts. They hadn't needed a common language spoken or written. They had the language of a gentle hum resonating through crystal, the language of light offered without demand, the language of shared wonder under the stars, and the universal, unwavering language of kindness that could mend a frond, build a home, and bridge the unimaginable distances between worlds. In their nebula nook, warmed by captured sunlight and friendship, the universe felt vast but wonderfully, comfortingly small. And as the captured sun orbs dimmed to a soft, sleeping glow, the only sounds were the gentle chime of the flowers and the deep, peaceful rhythm of two very different hearts, beating in quiet harmony beneath the swirling, starlit nebula. Story 13. The clock tower in Whispering Hollows chimed 10 times, each resonant bong echoing through the rain-slicked cobblestone streets like a deep, sleepy sigh. Inside his warm bakery, the scent of cinnamon and rising dough thick in the air, young Benji wiped flour from his brow and peered out the window. The rain had stopped, leaving the night sky washed clean. Or at least it should have been. Benji's heart gave a little lurch. Where were the 7 sisters? That familiar cluster of stars, usually shining brightly above Old Man Hemlock's crooked chimney, was simply gone. Not clouded over but vanished, leaving an unsettling patch of velvety blackness. The next morning the peculiarity deepened. Miss Posey, the florist, arrived at Benji's door clutching a basket of her prize-winning moon petals. Their usual silvery glow was utterly absent. "They're just gray, Benji," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. "Like all the starlight soaked right out of them overnight." Later, Old Man Hemlock shuffled in, muttering about his prized cuckoo clock. Chimed backwards it did, 7 times at 8 o'clock. Nonsense, utter nonsense. He tapped his temple significantly. Benji, whose mind worked best while kneading dough, pondered these strange events. He recalled a nursery rhyme his grandmother used to sing, her voice as soft as falling flour. When sisters hide and time runs shy, and petals lose their silver eye, seek the weaver's silent loom, underneath the harvest moon. Follow the thread the spider spun, to mend the tear before day's done. A clue. The sisters were the missing stars, the silver eye, the moon petals. The weaver. That could only be the legend of Arachne's Glade, a small, forgotten clearing deep in the Whispering Wood, said to be spun with the oldest, strongest spider silk. And the harvest moon was due in 3 nights. Benji packed a basket with warm oat cakes and a flask of spiced apple cider. As he stepped into the damp woods, the air hummed with the gentle plink-plonk of rainwater dripping from leaves and the soft chime of glass wind catchers hung by the village children in the lower branches. He followed a mossy path, his notebook in hand, sketching anything unusual, a patch of mushrooms glowing faintly blue, a squirrel burying an acorn with meticulous precision, a stream where bubbles seemed to float upwards unusually slowly. He noted it all. Near Arachne's Glade, he found his first red herring. A faint silvery shimmer caught his eye, tangled in a hawthorn bush. Not spider silk, but a length of discarded, glittery ribbon likely from young Lily's hair after her woodland adventure yesterday. Disappointed but still curious, Benji pocketed it. Further on he discovered deep, strange tracks like enormous badger prints, but too large and spaced too far apart. Following them led him not to a mythical beast, but to a delightful discovery, a hidden patch of the rarest, sweetest wild strawberries, glowing like tiny rubies in a sunbeam. He gathered some for the village. The glade itself was breathtaking. Sunlight filtered through the ancient canopy, illuminating strands of spider silk thicker than thread, woven into intricate, dew-jeweled tapestries between the trees. It hummed with a quiet energy, the air smelling of damp earth and green things. And there, high in a magnificent oak at the glade's heart, Benji saw it. Caught in a colossal, shimmering web was a large, dark shape. Not a monster, but a tangle of thick, dark velvet cloth, part of a traveling peddler's fallen canopy. And woven within the fabric, sparkling faintly, were tiny points of light. The missing stars. No closer inspection revealed they were hundreds of minute, perfectly spherical glass beads, reflecting the filtered sunlight like captured constellations. Nearby, caught on a thorny vine, was a single, perfectly preserved moon petal, its gray surface dull. Then Benji noticed something else. The large sundial stone at the glade's center, usually moss-covered, had been partially cleared. Moss grew thick on one side, but the other side was suspiciously bare and smooth. He touched it. It felt unnaturally warm. Remembering Old Man Hemlock's backwards clock, Benji poured a little cider onto the stone. The liquid didn't pool, it flowed upwards, defying gravity, tracing a faint groove towards the oak tree before vanishing into the roots. The nursery rhyme echoed. Mend the tear, the peddler's canopy wasn't just caught, it had torn the ancient web when it fell during a storm. The web, Benji realized with dawning wonder, wasn't just silk. It was woven with the subtle magic of the place, part of the delicate balance of whispering hollows. The tear was disrupting the natural flow, stealing starlight reflected in the moon petals, confusing the sundial, and consequently, any clock tuned to the sun's rhythm like Hemlock's cuckoo, and even affecting the perception of time locally. Mending the tear required gentleness. Benji carefully climbed the oak, not disturbing the industrious spider, a beautiful, iridescent creature the size of his palm, who was already attempting repairs. Using the discarded ribbon he'd found, and threads carefully gathered from the edges of the web, Benji worked alongside the spider. He didn't force it, he observed the pattern and helped reinforce it, whispering apologies for the disturbance. As he secured the last thread, a soft, warm pulse seemed to emanate from the sundial stone. The beads trapped in the velvet canopy flared brightly for a moment, mimicking starlight, before settling into a gentle glow. The lone moon petal on the vine regained its soft silver luminescence. Walking back through the woods as dusk painted the sky peach and lavender, Benji felt the subtle shift. The dripping water sounded crisper, the wind chimes clearer. That night the entire village gathered in the square, wrapped in blankets, mugs of Benji's hot chocolate in hand. A gentle breeze carried the scent of damp earth and distant rain. Above Old Man Hemlock's chimney, the seven sisters twinkled merrily, brighter than ever. Miss Posy passed around moon petals glowing softly in the dusk. Benji explained his adventure, the nursery rhyme clue, the red herring ribbon, the delightful strawberry discovery, the badger prince, likely just a very enthusiastic badger, and finally the torn web and the sundial stone. He spoke not of conquering, but of observing, understanding, and gently repairing. It weren't monsters or magic gone bad, Old Man Hemlock declared, his cuckoo clock chiming perfectly on the hour beside him. Just a bit of the world's tapestry snagged, needed a careful hand and a keen eye to set it right. He clapped Benji on the shoulder. The villagers didn't fear the glade now, they understood it. They decided to visit it respectfully, perhaps leaving small offerings of appreciation for the weaver of the glade. They shared Benji's wild strawberries and marveled at the rediscovered patch. Lily got her ribbon back, now a treasured souvenir. And as the harvest moon, huge and golden, rose over whispering hollows, bathing the village in its gentle light, the community felt closer than ever. The gentle tink-tink of wind chimes and the distant hoot of an owl were the only sounds beneath the restored, star-studded velvet sky. Benji leaned back, sipping his chocolate, watching the seven sisters wink. The mystery hadn't been frightening, just a gentle reminder that sometimes the world needs a little mending, and the best tools are always kindness, attention, and a warm oatcake shared with friends. The fireflies dancing over the village green seemed to agree, their tiny lights blinking in peaceful harmony with the stars above. Story 14. The village of Willowbrook nestled in the valley like a drowsy kitten curled beside a hearth. Chimney smoke wisped into the twilight, carrying the scent of wood smoke and cinnamon buns baking in Rosemary's oven. Above, the velvet sky usually pricked with 1,000 silver stars. Tonight, however, was different. A chill, sharper than the autumn air, prickled the necks of the villagers as they looked up. Whole patches of the heavens were bare. Not clouded, but empty. As if someone had snipped the stars right out of the fabric of the night. Rosemary, wiping flour from her apron onto her russet skirt, stepped outside her snug bakery, the kneaded nest. She tilted her head, her kind, hazel eyes scanning the gaping darkness between familiar constellations. Orion's belt was missing its central jewel. The Great Bear looked sadly diminished. A low murmur rippled through the clustered villagers in the cobbled square, punctuated by the soft drip-drip of melting frost from the ancient clock tower's eaves and the distant, melancholic cling-clong of wind chimes hanging from old Thistlewick's crooked cottage. "They're gone, my guiding stars," wailed Bramble the gentle weaver, clutching a half-finished shawl of sky-blue wool. "Nonsense, Bramble," boomed Mayor Hemslock, adjusting his spectacles nervously. He stood beneath the clock tower, its face glowing faintly in the lamplight. "Probably just atmospheric disturbances, or pigeons, very large celestial pigeons." His voice lacked its usual conviction. The rhythmic tick-tock from within the tower seemed unusually loud, almost hesitant. Rosemary didn't believe in celestial pigeons. She believed in patterns, in the quiet hum of the village, and in listening. As the anxious crowd dispersed, whispering theories of mischievous sky sprites or a hungry cosmic beast, Rosemary stayed. She watched the clock tower. Its hands, usually precise, seemed to stutter. At precisely 10 minutes past 7, the minute hand jerked backwards a fraction before resuming its forward march. She blinked. Had she imagined it? The steady tick-tock continued, a familiar heartbeat now laced with a subtle irregularity. The next morning, Willowbrook woke bleary-eyed and uneasy. The missing stars were the talk of every hearthside. Over a steaming mug of chamomile tea at the kneaded nest, old Thistlewick rasped, his voice like dry leaves. "Reminds me of the rhyme, it does. Me granny used to sing it when the mist rolled in thick." Rosemary leaned closer, the warm, yeasty smell of rising dough a comforting counterpoint to the mystery. "What rhyme, Mr. Thistlewick?" He cleared his throat, tapping a gnarled finger on the worn oak table. "When stars take flight from sight so high, look not to earth nor to the sky, but where the silver secrets sleep. Stars in water, safe and deep. Beware the backward stirring chime. It steals the moments, steals the time." Rosemary's mind word. Stars in water, safe and deep. And the backward stirring chime. The clock tower. She remembered its stutter. Could the missing stars and the faulty clock be connected? But how? Her investigation began with quiet observation. She noticed Bramble's windmill, perched on the hill overlooking the village, creaking gently in the breeze. Its sails, usually turning steadily with the west wind, occasionally spun backwards for a single, jarring revolution before correcting themselves. Creak, whoosh, pause, creak backwards, whoosh. It was another peculiar backwards motion, like the clock's hand. Were these red herrings or clues? Following the rhyme's first clue, Rosemary spent hours by the village pond, its surface usually mirroring the sky. Now it reflected only the empty black patches. Disappointed, she was about to leave when she noticed young Fern, the potter's daughter, filling her little watering can from the old stone well in the square. Fern hummed a tune, and as she lifted the dripping can, a single drop fell, landing squarely in a small puddle left by the well's overflow. Rosemary gasped. In that tiny, trembling puddle, reflected perfectly, was the missing cluster of Orion's belt. Not in the vast pond, but in a humble puddle. Stars in water, safe and deep. Deep, perhaps not in depth, but in small, overlooked places. She looked up. The sky remained barren. But in the puddle the stars shone. Hope fluttered in her chest, warm as the oven's heat. She revisited the rhyme. Beware the backwards turning chime, it steals the moments, steals the time. The clock tower and the windmill both had backwards motions. But what did that steal? Time. Stars. She sought out Bramble, busy untangling threads in her sunny workshop, filled with the soft shush-shush of the loom. Bramble, Rosemary asked gently, does the windmill ever affect your work, the odd turning? Bramble sighed. Oh, sometimes, when it spins backwards just for a second, it's like a tiny hiccup in the breeze, makes my threads tremble. And yesterday, when the stars vanished, I was just finishing this shawl. She held up the beautiful blue weave. See this patch? The thread knotted itself strangely right when the sails went backwards, almost like a snag in time itself. She chuckled nervously. A snag in time. Rosemary's thoughts raced. The clock tower stuttered backwards, the windmill sails reversed, both coincided with the stars vanishing. Could these mechanical quirks be causing tiny, localized rifts, snagging moments of time and somehow obscuring the starlight from their view? Not stealing the stars, but stealing the village's connection to them. The rhyme warned the backwards chime steals the moments, steals the time. Perhaps it stole their perception of the celestial moment. She needed proof. She recalled an old, dusty map of Willowbrook hanging in the mayor's office, charting ley lines and ancient springs. Borrowing it, she spread it out on her flower-dusted table. Tracing the lines, she saw the clock tower stood directly atop a minor convergence point, marked temporal echo. The windmill sat upon another, labeled Zephyr's Knot. Both were places where the village's inherent, gentle magic might be subtly influenced by mechanical rhythms. If those rhythms were disrupted backwards, perhaps it caused a tiny dissonance, a wrinkle in perception. The final piece came from the stars themselves, or rather, their reflection. Fern's puddle showed the stars because it was new, untouched by the localized temporal hiccup affecting the older, larger pond. The village's perception was snagged, but the stars were always there. Gathering the villagers that evening under the strangely empty sky, Rosemary stood beneath the clock tower. The air was crisp, carrying the scent of wood smoke and fallen leaves. The cling-clong of thistlewicks chimes a soft counterpoint to the nervous rustling of cloaks. Friends, Rosemary began, her voice calm and warm, cutting through the anxious whispers. The stars aren't gone, we just can't see them. She explained her findings, the old rhyme, the backwards motions of the clock and windmill linked to ancient magic points on the map, the reflection in the fresh puddle. These little backward snags, these hiccups in the normal flow, are like dust on a window pane. They're clouding our view of the heavens. Mayor Hemslock frowned. But how do we fix dust on the sky window, Rosemary? We mend the rhythm, she said simply. We remind these old places of the true flow of time. She proposed a plan. At precisely 7 o'clock, when the clock usually stuttered, everyone would focus on the steady rhythm of something constant, their own heartbeat, the soft shush of the breeze through the willows by the stream, the gentle plink of water dripping from the thawing icicles on the eaves. Bramble would ensure her windmill sails were securely braced, facing the correct way. As the clock tower's bell began to chime the hour bong, bong, a hush fell over Willowbrook. The villagers closed their eyes or looked down at the cobbles, concentrating. Rosemary focused on the warm, steady beat of her own heart, a counter-rhythm to the mechanical chime. She heard the soft shush of the willows, the delicate plink-plink of melting ice, Bramble's looms softly thumping in the distance. They became a tapestry of gentle, forward-moving sounds. The 7th chime sounded clear and true. No stutter. High on the hill, the windmill sails turned steadily westwards, without a single backwards creak. Then a collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Bramble pointed a trembling finger upwards, tears glistening in her eyes. Look. One by one, like shy friends returning, the stars winked back into existence. Orion's belt gleamed, the Great Bear stretched across the sky, and the familiar constellations filled the velvet darkness, brighter and more beautiful than ever. A wave of pure wonder and relief washed over the villagers. Cheers, soft at first, then joyful, erupted, mingling with the happy cling-clong of Thistlewick's chimes, now sounding like laughter. Mayor Hemslock clapped Rosemary on the shoulder, beaming. "Stars in water, safe and deep, you found them in our hearts and our rhythm, my dear." The mystery hadn't been frightening, but deeply intriguing. It wasn't solved by force, but by observation, empathy, listening to Bramble's thread, Fern's discovery, and understanding the village's own gentle magic. The red herrings, the backwards motions, had led to the delightful discovery of Willowbrook's hidden temporal flows on the old map. That night, no one hurried indoors. Blankets were brought out. Lanterns were lit, casting warm, dancing pools of light on the cobbles. They gathered in the square, sharing Rosemary's cinnamon buns and steaming mugs of spiced cider, the air filled with comfortable chatter and the soothing sounds of the village at peace. The steady tick-tock of the mended clock, the soft whoosh of the windmill, the drip-plink of melting frost, and the gentle sigh of the wind through the willows. They simply gazed upwards, united in silent awe at the restored tapestry of stars, a community woven closer by shared wonder and the quiet wisdom found in listening to the heartbeat of their home. And as eyelids grew heavy, the familiar constellations watched over Willowbrook, their gentle light a lullaby woven into the fabric of the peaceful night. Story 15. Story 16. Deep within the oldest part of the world, where the stars pressed close and the air hummed with forgotten songs, lay the whispering woods. Moonlight, thick as silver honey, dripped through the ancient canopy, painting patterns on moss-covered stones that felt like cool velvet beneath tiny paws. Here the forest never truly slept, it simply changed its breath. Night creatures stirred, badgers snuffled in the undergrowth, moths with wings like stained glass danced on silent breezes, and fireflies winked their tiny lanterns, weaving constellations among the ferns. In a snug burrow tucked beneath the gnarled roots of a grandfather oak, a small hedgehog named Bramble lay awake. Restlessness prickled his spines more sharply than the dried leaves lining his bed. Outside, the familiar lullaby of the woods felt different. The stream's babble sounded lower, slower. The wind's sigh through the pines carried a crispness that hadn't been there before. Even the deep, resonant hum from the heartwood stone, a great mossy boulder at the forest's center, seemed quieter, like a giant taking a deeper breath before slumber. "Something feels changed," Bramble whispered into the darkness of his burrow, his voice barely louder than the rustle of a beetle's wing. He missed the vibrant hum of high summer, the riot of green life, the constant chatter of the waking woods. Now a hush was falling, a gentle pulling in, and it unsettled him. Driven by this quiet unease, Bramble wriggled out into the moonlit night. The air was cool and sweet with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, a comforting scent, yet tinged with farewell. He made his way towards the heartwood stone, its familiar bulk a silhouette against the star-speckled sky. As he approached, the stone seemed to sigh, a deep vibration felt more than heard. "Rest, deep rest," it murmured in the silent language of stones, a language Bramble felt in the pads of his feet. Nearby, the stream, glinting like liquid obsidian, chuckled softly over smooth pebbles. Flow slows, water dreams, patience. But Bramble's worry remained a small, hard knot in his chest. He needed more than whispers. He needed understanding. He remembered the legends whispered by fireflies about Seelas, the great gray owl who roosted high in the everwood, the oldest part of the forest where time flowed differently. Seelas was said to understand the deepest rhythms of the world, the turning of the seasons not as endings, but as breaths. The journey to the everwood was not long, but it felt profound under the watchful moon. Bramble padded along a path paved with luminous moonstones, their soft, internal glow guiding his way. Bioluminescent fungi clung to decaying logs like scattered jewels, emerald caps, sapphire clusters, and amethyst shelves pulsing gently, casting an otherworldly light. He passed a grove of silver birches, their pale bark gleaming. As a soft breeze stirred their delicate leaves, it created a susurration like 1,000 tiny sighs, a natural lullaby that momentarily eased his heart. "We bend, we release, we trust the wind," the birches seemed to whisper. Deep within the everwood, the air grew warmer, thicker with the scent of ancient cedar and rich loam. Giant ferns unfurled like green feathers, and the very moss beneath Bramble's feet felt impossibly soft and deep. High above, nestled in the massive fork of a tree whose trunk was wider than a dozen badgers, 2 great golden eyes opened, reflecting the moonlight like polished coins. "Little Bramble," a voice rumbled, deep and resonant as distant thunder, yet gentle as falling snow. Silas shifted slightly, his feathers rustling with the sound of dry leaves skittering over stone. "The night air carries your unease like a small, lost leaf, what stirs beneath your spines." Bramble looked up, momentarily awestruck by the owl's immense, quiet presence. "Elder Silas," he began, his voice small. "The forest, it feels like it's fading. The stream talks of dreaming, the stones speak of deep rest, the wind sighs of letting go. Everything is slowing down, pulling away. Does it mean the end of the magic? The end of the songs?" Silas blinked slowly, his gaze encompassing the moonlit clearing below. Fireflies drifted like tiny living stars. A gentle rain began to fall, pattering softly on the broad leaves above, a soothing percussion to the night. Plink, plink, patter. "End," Silas murmured, his voice blending with the rainfall. "Listen, little one, truly listen. Not just with your ears, but with the soles of your feet, the tips of your spines, the quiet place behind your eyes." Bramble stilled, closing his eyes. He felt the cool rain kiss his snout. He felt the deep, slow heartbeat of the ancient tree Silas perched in, a steady thrum, thrum beneath the bark. He heard the rain's rhythm on the leaves plink, patter, shush. He heard the distant, contented gurgle of a hidden spring. And beneath it all, a deep, resonant hum not gone, but changed slower, richer, like the forest itself was breathing deeply. "What do you hear, Bramble?" Silas asked softly. I hear the rain singing," Bramble whispered. "I hear the tree dreaming, I hear the water humming. It's quieter, but not silent." "Exactly," Silas said, his voice a warm rumble. "The forest is not fading, little friend, it is turning inward. Like you curl into a ball for sleep, the world around you is gathering its strength, its stories, its magic deep within. The stream slows to dream of the mountains it came from and the sea it will reach. The trees release their leaves not as loss, but as a gift to the earth, a blanket for the roots, a promise of nourishment for the spring. The stones sink deeper into their cool thoughts. Holding the wisdom of ages, the hum you feel, that is the sound of the world resting. Not ending." He stretched one vast wing, the feathers whispering against each other. "Look around this everwood, see the glowworms weaving light in the moss, see the moonflowers unfurling their silver petals only for the night. This is the season of hidden wonders, of deep magic held close. The bright, bustling magic of summer is resting, gathering its strength. Rest," Silas emphasized gently, "is not an end. It is the quiet space between breaths, the darkness where seeds dream of becoming forests. It is necessary. It is wise." As Silas spoke, a shaft of moonlight broke through the canopy, illuminating a small pool at the base of the ancient tree. Bioluminescent algae swirled within it, casting an ethereal blue-green light. The gentle rainfall created perfect rings on its surface, each ring expanding and merging, a silent dance of water and light. Plink, plink, shimmer. Bramble watched the mesmerizing dance, feeling the truth of Silas's words seep into him, warm and comforting like sunlight on moss. The knot of worry loosened, replaced by a sense of profound peace. The slowing down wasn't loss, it was a different kind of beauty, a deeper song. forest wasn't dying, it was dreaming. You see, Silas continued, his voice softer now, almost blending with the wind sighing through the highest branches, creating a soft whoosh sigh. The magic doesn't vanish, it changes its cloak. The bright greens fold away, revealing the intricate lace of bare branches against the winter sky. The loud chorus of insects gives way to the pure, clean silence of snow or the comforting crackle of frost. The forest speaks a different dialect now. Ramble, one of quiet endurance, of secrets held close, of patience. Learn its language. Listen to the stones dreaming, the water resting, the wind carrying stories of the cold. Bright stars find comfort in the deep hum of the resting earth. Bramble looked up at the wise owl, his eyes reflecting the glowing pool and the distant stars. So the quiet isn't empty, it's full of resting magic. Full to bursting, Silas affirmed, a soft chuckle in his voice like pebbles tumbling in a gentle stream. And when the time is right, when the sun remembers its warmth, that magic will stretch, yawn, and burst forth anew, brighter and stronger for its deep sleep, just as you will feel stronger after a good night's rest. A profound sense of calm settled over Bramble, deeper than any sleep. He looked around the moon-drenched, rain-kissed Everwood with new eyes. The bioluminescent fungi weren't just pretty lights, they were tiny lanterns for the dreams of the forest. The sighing wind wasn't mournful, it was a lullaby. The slow stream was a thoughtful philosopher. The deep hum was the forest's heartbeat, steady and sure. "Thank you, Elder Silas," Bramble whispered, his voice thick with gratitude and sleepiness. "I understand now." Silas simply blinked, a slow, wise movement. "Go back to your burrow, little Bramble. Listen to the new songs of the resting woods. Dream deeply. The forest keeps watch." Bramble padded back through the whispering woods, the path glowing softly underfoot. He paused by the heartwood stone, placing a small paw on its cool, mossy surface. The deep hum vibrated up his leg, no longer a source of unease, but a comforting reassurance. "Deep rest safe, held," it murmured. The stream chuckled, "Dream well." The wind rustled the last stubborn oak leaves overhead, a sound like soft applause. "Let go, trust." He reached his burrow beneath the grandfather oak. The air was cool, the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, from some distant, unseen hearth comforting. He curled into his nest of dried ferns, the rustle a familiar, soothing sound. Outside, the gentle rain continued its soft percussion. Plink patter, shush, the wind sighed through the pines. Whoosh aside, the deep, resonant hum of the resting earth thrummed beneath him, a constant, grounding presence. He listened, truly listened, not for the absence of summer's noise, but for the presence of autumn's quiet magic, the language of stones dreaming, water resting, wind whispering secrets to the stars. It wasn't silence, it was a lullaby woven from the very soul of the world. A sense of profound peace, warm and heavy as a velvet cloak, settled over him. His worries about endings dissolved, replaced by the comforting rhythm of the cycle Silas had shown him. Rest was not an end, but a gathering, a dreaming, a necessary pause before renewal. The forest held its breath, and in that holding, Bramble found a deep, abiding comfort. His eyes grew heavy, lulled by the symphony of the resting woods, the rain's gentle drumming, the wind's soft sighs, the earth's deep hum, the distant, contented gurgle of the dreaming stream. He sank into sleep, not fearing the quiet, but embraced by it, knowing he was safe within the ancient, dreaming heart of the whispering woods, where moonlight and magic intertwined in the gentle, eternal dance of rest and renewal. And high above, unseen but felt, the golden eyes of Silas watched over the slumbering forest, a silent guardian of the deep, restorative night. Story 17. Story 17. The fire crackled softly, sending dancing amber shadows across the hearth rug. Outside, a crisp autumn wind sighed against the window panes, but within, warmth and stillness reigned. Tonight, the story drifts far beyond our familiar skies, out into the velvet expanse where stars are born and friendships bloom in the most unexpected places. In a quiet corner of the galaxy known as the Whispering Nebula, where cosmic dust shimmered like powdered amethyst and sapphire, drifted a small, unassuming space station. It wasn't a bustling hub or a gleaming citadel. It was more like a forgotten seed pod, gently tethered to an ancient, crystalline asteroid. This was Haven's Rest, a place where weary travelers, often the quiet, curious kind, found temporary refuge. Its heart was a large, domed observatory, its curved walls transparent to the starlight, filled not with complex machinery, but with softly glowing hydroponic gardens and clusters of comfortable, moss-covered seeding pods. It was here that two very different souls found themselves adrift. One was Kalin, a being from the water world of Thalassa. Kalin resembled a bipedal seal, covered in sleek silver-gray fur that shimmered with faint internal light, like moonlight on water. Kalin communicated not with sounds, but with rippling patterns of bioluminescence across their skin, swirls of calming azure for contentment, flickering gold for curiosity, deep indigo for contemplation. Their large, dark eyes held the quiet depth of an ocean trench. Kalin found the dry air of Haven's Rest a little harsh, often misting their fur from a small, ornate flask filled with ballast and brine. The other was Orla, a visitor from the high-gravity, mineral-rich world of Petra. Orla was sturdy and compact, her body covered in plates of iridescent, opalescent chitin that refracted the station's soft lights into rainbows. She moved with deliberate, careful steps, each footfall making a soft, crystalline chime against the station floor. Orla spoke in a language of resonant harmonics, pure, bell-like tones that vibrated in the air, conveying meaning through pitch, duration, and subtle overtones. A low, sustained hum meant peace. A quick, ascending chime signaled surprise or delight. Her large, multifaceted eyes saw spectrums of light invisible to most. They first encountered each other in the heart of the observatory garden. Kalin was carefully tending a cluster of luminous blue ferns that pulsed gently, their light syncing with the distant thrum of the nebula. Orla, fascinated by a cluster of quartz-like geodes that grew near the hydroponic tanks, accidentally brushed against the delicate sonic bloom, a flower that released fragrant chimes when touched. The sudden, discordant jangle startled Kalin, whose fur flashed a startled pattern of jagged crimson streaks. Orla froze, her chitin plates dimming slightly in what Kalin interpreted as alarm. She emitted a series of quick, apologetic ting-ting-ting sounds. Kalin, recovering, pulsed a slow, soothing wave of deep blue across their chest, like calm water settling. Orla responded with a soft, descending hum, like a sigh of relief. They stood there, two creatures from worlds unimaginably distant, sharing a moment of wordless understanding through light and sound. Their shared shelter became a project. Both felt the vast emptiness of space pressing in, amplified by their solitude on Haven's Rest. Kalin found the station's constant, low artificial gravity unsettlingly light, missing the comforting pressure of Thalassa's oceans. Orla, conversely, felt perpetually unmoored, yearning for the grounding solidity of Petra's dense crust. One evening, as they sat watching the nebula paint the dome in swirling violet and emerald hues, Kalin pulsed a complex pattern, an image of a deep, safe pool surrounded by smooth stones. Orla chimed a series of notes picturing a low, sturdy alcove carved into warm rock. An idea sparked. Using discarded materials found in the station's recycling bay, flexible polymer sheets, insulating foam, and bundles of soft, woven fibers from the hydroponic gardens, they began to build. Kalin shaped a deep, padded basin, filling it with warmed, lightly salted water that mimicked their home ocean's embrace. Orla, with surprising delicacy, constructed a sturdy, low-walled alcove nearby, embedding smooth, heavy stones from the asteroid into its base and lining it with thick, sound-absorbing moss. They placed it near a large viewport, creating a shared nook within the garden half-watery haven, half-earthy burrow. They called it simply the Cradle. Misunderstandings, born of their vast differences, were inevitable and often humorous. Kalen once pulsed a complex, swirling pattern of excited turquoise, trying to share the joy of witnessing a pod of glowing space whales drift past the viewport. Orla, interpreting the rapid, swirling lights as distress, responded with loud, clanging alarm chimes that startled the whales away, leaving Kalen flickering in confused disappointment. It took gentle pulses of calming indigo and Orla's softest, questioning hum to unravel the confusion, ending with shared chimes of laughter. Orla's a series of bright tinkles, Kalen's fur rippling with shimmering gold bubbles. Another time, Orla brought Kalen a gift, a smooth, fist-sized chunk of Petra's signature crystal, humming with a deep, resonant frequency. To Orla, it was a token of profound friendship, its vibration a constant song of connection. To Kalen, submerged in their basin, the constant, low thrumming against the water was deeply unsettling, like an itch they couldn't scratch. Their fur pulsed with agitated streaks of orange. Orla, crestfallen, dimmed her plates. The solution came quietly. Kalen carefully placed the crystal knot in the water, but on the sturdy rim of Orla's alcove, where its resonance could be appreciated without causing discomfort. Orla understood, chiming a melody of acceptance and gratitude. The crystal became a boundary marker, a symbol of respect for their differing needs. Their most profound communication happened in the quiet hours. They would settle into the cradle, Kalen half submerged in their warm pool, Orla nestled in her mossy alcove, their shoulders almost touching. Silently, they would gaze out at the infinite tapestry of stars. Kalen's fur would glow with slow, deep indigo waves, mirroring the vast, quiet depths of space. Orla would resonate with a soft, continuous hum, a grounding counterpoint to the silence, like the bedrock hum of a planet. They didn't need patterns or chimes then. The shared presence, the shared wonder, the gentle press of Kalen's damp fur against Orla's cool chitin, created a wordless dialogue of companionship. They felt the echo of each other's awe in the stillness, Kalen sensing the vastness, Orla feeling the intricate, interconnected dance of celestial bodies. One such evening, a minor crisis arose. A tiny micrometeoroid strike, common in the nebula, breached a small conduit near their garden. Not dangerous, but it caused a localized gravity fluctuation and a high-pitched whine from a damaged environmental sensor. Kalen, sensitive to the sudden shift and the piercing sound, thrashed in their basin, fur flashing chaotic, panicked reds and whites. Orla, disturbed by the instability and the discordant noise, chimed sharp, distressed notes, her plates clattering. For a moment, fear threatened to overwhelm their quiet haven. Then, Kalen remembered Orla's grounding stones. With effort, they pulsed a single, focused beam of deep blue light towards the heavy stones embedded in Orla's alcove. Solid. Grounded. Orla, seeing the light anchor on the stones, understood. She took a deep breath, focusing her resonance not on panic, but on the deepest, calmest hum she could muster, the hum of Petra's bedrock core. It vibrated through the floor, through the stones, a tangible wave of stability. Kalen felt it, a deep, soothing thrum cutting through the chaos. They pressed their glowing chest against the cool stone rim of the alcove, syncing their own internal light to pulse slowly, calmly, in time with Orla's grounding hum. Together, their combined calm light and sound, water and stone, created a pocket of peace within the minor chaos. The station's automated systems quickly sealed the breach and silenced the whine. As the artificial gravity steadied, Kalen's fur settled into gentle, rhythmic waves of serene blue. Orla's hum softened into a contented, warm thrum. They looked at each other, not needing patterns or chimes. The shared effort, the instinctive reaching out with their unique forms of comfort, spoke volumes. The universal language of kindness had bridged the gap once more, turning fear into profound connection. As time passed, Haven's Rest became more than a refuge. It became a home woven from shared light, shared sound, and shared silences. The cradle was their sanctuary, a testament to their friendship. Travelers who passed through would often pause, drawn by the unusual harmony. They'd see the seal-like being glowing softly beside the sturdy, chiming creature, both gazing out at the stars and feel an inexplicable sense of peace. Some would leave small tokens near the cradle, a featherlight seed from a zero-G plant, a smooth pebble from a distant moon, a scrap of iridescent fabric adding to the tapestry of their shared space. One evening, bathed in the ethereal glow of a nearby star cluster blooming like a celestial flower, Kaelin pulsed a complex pattern across their chest. Swirling galaxies, entwined streams of light, two figures side by side. It was a story of loneliness, then discovery, then deep, anchoring friendship. Orla listened, her multifaceted eyes capturing every shimmering detail. When the pattern faded, she didn't chime. Instead, she reached out one crystalline hand and gently rested it on Kaelin's damp, glowing shoulder. She resonated a single pure, sustained note deep, warm, and resonant as Petra's heart. It wasn't just a sound, it was a feeling of belonging, a feeling of us. Kaelin leaned into the touch, their fur glowing a deep, contented sapphire that slowly bled into soft, warm gold at the edges. They both turned back to the viewport. The whispering nebula swirled in its eternal dance, stars glittering like scattered diamonds on velvet. Out there were countless worlds, countless beings, countless ways of being. But right here, in their crystalline cave nestled within a forgotten seed pod station, warmed by hydroponic gardens and the quiet pulse of companionship, they had found something rare and precious. They had built a bridge not of words, but of light and song, of water and stone, of shared wonder and unwavering kindness. And as the nebula painted their sanctuary in ever-shifting hues, Kaelin and Orla, side by side in their cradle, knew that no matter how vast the cosmos, the truest shelter was found in the quiet resonance of a friend's presence, watching the stars together. The silence between them wasn't empty. It was filled with the profound, comforting language of understanding, a lullaby sung in the heart of the infinite dark. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers toward a sky veined with starlight, lived a world unseen by human eyes. Here the mossy earth breathed secrets, and the boundary between earth and enchantment shimmered like heat haze. Young Pip, a hedgehog whose quills still held the softness of youth, burrowed beneath the frost-kissed roots of Grandmother Willow. Her trunk, wide as a cottage, pulsed with the slow heartbeat of the forest. "Listen, little thorn," murmured Fern, an elderly badger whose silver-streaked fur mirrored moonlit snow. Her claws traced patterns in the loam, a map of seasons. When winter overstays its welcome, the heartstone slumbers too deeply. She pointed toward the glimmering glade, where the first crocuses should have pierced the snow weeks ago. Instead, an unnatural chill clung, silencing brooks and frosting spiderwebs into crystal lace. The seasonal dance was faltering. Pip shivered not from cold but from the forest's unease. He felt it in his paws, the stifled hum of roots craving thaw, the drowsy frustration of squirrels whose nut caches dwindled. But why, Fern, the frostfire moths always wake the heartstone? Each winter's end, these iridescent insects emerged, their wings shedding ember-bright dust to melt the glacial seal guarding the forest's magical core. This year their cocoons remained frozen in ice-locked birches. Fern's nose twitched, catching the metallic tang of lingering frost. The balance is askew, old tales whisper of this. When snow drowns spring's song, courage must thaw what magic cannot. She nudged a withered acorn toward Pip. Seek Thistle the hare, her ears hear the wind's oldest stories. Thus began Pip's pilgrimage beneath a sky bruised purple with unseasonable cold. Crunching through snow like shattered quartz, he passed ice-encased ferns that tinkled like wind chimes. He inhaled the crisp scent of pine sap bleeding from frozen bark and touched hoarfrost that melted into dew on his paw pads. Near Mistfall Creek, now a ribbon of black ice, he found Thistle, her fur puffed against the chill. The north wind gossips, she whispered, ears pivoting toward distant mountains. A rockslide buried the sunstone caves. No dawn warmth reaches the frostfire cocoons. Her eyes, liquid amber in the gloom, held generations of weather wisdom. Only warmth born within the woods can rouse them now. Pip's heart sank. How could tiny creatures stir such cold? Yet Thistle nudged him onward. Find Bramble the bear, his den holds the emberblooms. In a honeycomb cave veiled by icicles, Bramble snored amidst dried herbs. Pip hesitated before the mountain of fur, then sneezed from the dust of crushed petals, imbursant smelling of cinnamon and sunlight. Bramble's rumble shook the earth. Emberblooms. He yawned, revealing teeth like ancient standing stones. Aye, they store summer's fire, but their glow fades without. He lumbered to a clay pot brimming with luminous orange petals. Song the frostfires hatch to cricket choruses, silence starves them. Threefold wisdom now braided in Pip's mind, thaw the cocoons with inner warmth, revive them with song, guide them with emberbloom light. But who could sing in this frozen hush? Pip remembered the fireflies, minstrels of the midsummer nights, dormant in their root-cellar haven. Digging through snowdrifts with Bramble's help, Pip reached the firefly grotto. Inside, 1,000 tiny bodies glittered like captive stars. Wake, Pip pleaded, placing emberblooms among them. The petals pulsed, casting coppery light on translucent wings. One firefly, Zelda, flickered awake. The long dark, she buzzed weakly. Pip explained, his breath fogging the air. Sing spring back, for the crickets sleep too deeply. Zelda rallied her kin. Soon the cavern shimmered with bioluminescent music, a chorus of clicks and hums that vibrated through stone, up roots into the frozen birches. Pip led them out, carrying emberbloom bouquets in Bramble's woven grass satchel. Their combined light painted the snow in molten gold. At the cocoon grove, Pip pressed his small body against the ice-clad trunks. He thought of fern stories, sun-dappled ferns, the kiss of rain on petals. Warmth bloomed in his chest, radiating through his quills. Ice wept. Cocoons split like ripe fruit. Frostfire moths struggled free, wings crumpled and damp. Zelda's choir swelled. The moths trembled, antennae lifting to the sound. Pip scattered emberbloom dust over them. It fused with their wings, igniting veins of liquid topaz. With a collective sigh, they took flight, a constellation ascending toward the Heartstone glade. Pip followed their comet trails. In the glade, the Heartstone, a monolith of mossy quartz, lay entombed in glacial blue ice. The moth circled it, shedding glowing dust that hissed where it touched frost. Pip joined them, pressing his paws to the ice, pouring every memory of warm earth and wildflower perfume into the stone. Cracks spiderwebbed. Light erupted, not blinding, but a gentle effulgence like dawn breaking underwater. Ice melted into rivulets that sang as they flowed. Snowdrifts sighed into moss. Crocuses erupted like violet applause. Fern arrived with thistle and bramble, their eyes reflecting the rekindled heartstone. "Well done, little thorn," Fern rumbled, nuzzling Pip's head. "You wove many threads into one tapestry." As spring unfurled, crickets chirping, brooks babbling, leaves unfurling like shy green hands, the creatures gathered beneath Grandmother Willow. Pip nestled against Fern's flank, watching fireflies paint the dusk. "Balance isn't stillness," Fern murmured to all, "but the courage to mend what's broken. Remember, the forest's song needs every voice, the moth's glow, the firefly's tune, the hedgehog's warmth, even an old badger's tales." Stars blossomed overhead, their light filtered through newborn leaves. Pip closed his eyes, lulled by the symphony of peepers and rustling ferns. The heartstone pulsed softly, its rhythm syncing with his breaths, a promise that in the whispering woods, harmony would always find its way home, season after season, as long as kindness kept watch beneath the ancient trees. And in that certainty, deeper than roots, sweeter than wild honey, every creature drifted into dreams woven with the quiet magic of renewal. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The first frost of autumn had just begun to paint silver edges on the maple leaves outside Finn's window when the feeling settled deep in his bones, a restless ache like a half-remembered melody. In the village of Oakhaven, where cobblestones knew every footfall and chimneys sighed familiar smoke, 12-year-old Finn moved through days feeling slightly out of step. While others mended fishing nets or kneaded dough with sturdy, certain hands, Finn's gaze drifted to the shadowed line of the Glimmerwood, where ancient trees whispered secrets on the wind. His grandmother used to say he had moss in his veins and starlight in his pockets, a gentle tease for a boy who'd rather sketch lichen patterns than mend fences. One evening, as amber light bled through the westward hills, Old Man Hemlock summoned Finn to his cluttered cottage. Hemlock wasn't truly old, but wisdom had etched lines around his eyes like river deltas. "Your grandmother left you this," he murmured, placing a small object in Finn's palm. It was a compass, but unlike any Finn had seen. Its casing was warm, living wood, and where a needle should be, a slender crystal shard glowed with inner moonlight. "The whispering compass," Hemlock said. "It points not to north, but to where you're needed most. Guard it well. Some callings choose us, not the other way round." That night, beneath a quilt stitched with constellations, the compass hummed against Finn's chest. Not a sound, but a vibration that traveled up his ribs and into his dreams. He saw roots diving deep into jeweled caverns, stones with eyes like molten gold, and a great, cracked crystal weeping light. He woke to Dawn's gray fingers at the window, and the compass crystal blazing azure, pointing unwaveringly toward the forbidden Glimmerwood. Oakhaven's elders spoke of the woods in hushed tones. Where shadows walk, they'd say, or where the earth remembers too much. But the compass pulsed like a second heartbeat, insistent as tide. Gathering his worn satchel, a wedge of cheese, his sketching charcoal, a water flask, Finn slipped past sleeping cottages. At the forest's edge, ancient oaks arched like cathedral ribs, their bark shimmering with trapped dew. The air thickened with the scent of pine resin and damp earth, and the compass's glow intensified, casting dancing sapphire motes on ferns unfurling like green scrolls. Hours blurred into a tapestry of dappled light and bird call. Finn followed deer trails carpeted with velvet moss, where mushrooms glowed with foxfire luminescence. Yet beneath the beauty, unease prickled. The forest floor trembled faintly, as if the earth itself sighed in discomfort. And the deeper he went, the stranger the woods became. Trees bore fruits like faceted amethysts, streams ran silver over singing stones, and once a thicket rustled to reveal a stag with antlers woven from living ivy in twilight. It regarded Finn with ancient eyes before melting into the green. As dusk painted the canopy in bruised purples, Finn stumbled into a clearing where the trembling intensified. There, hunched beside a toppled menhir, was a creature straight from his dream. It stood no taller than his knee, its body formed of smooth, slate-gray stone articulated like polished pebbles stacked by a careful child. Two eyes, like chips of warm topaz, blinked rapidly. It clutched a cracked arm close, and where its rocky skin had fractured, faint golden light seeped out like liquid honey. Finn froze. Stonekin. Village tales painted them as earth giants, guardians who'd turned wrathful. But this being radiated only pain and fear. "Hello," Finn whispered, the words swallowed by the vast quiet. The creature flinched, scrambling backward. A low, grinding whimper escaped it. Finn knelt slowly, hands open. "I won't hurt you." He gestured to his satchel. "Are you hungry?" Breaking off a crumb of cheese, he placed it on a leaf and slid it forward. The stonekin eyed him, then the cheese. With surprising delicacy, it picked up the morsel. A sound like pebbles tumbling in a brook emerged, a hesitant, gravelly chirp. Finn smiled. "I'm Finn, what's your name?" More chirps and clicks, like geology given voice. The creature tapped its chest. "Pebble." Then it pointed urgently at the fractured arm, then deep into the woods, whimpering again. Finn understood. "You're hurt and lost." Pebble nodded, Topaz eyes wide with distress. The compass at Finn's neck flared brilliantly, its crystal beam now arrow straight toward the direction Pebble pointed, deeper into the Glimmerwood's heart. "I'm supposed to help you," Finn realized aloud. "The compass brought me here." Using strips torn from his shirt, Finn bound Pebble's arm, careful not to touch the weeping light. As he worked, Pebble chirped a story in fragmented sounds and gestures. Stonekin lived deep below, in caverns lit by a great crystal that sang the earth to sleep. But the crystal was sick, cracking, making the world tremble. Pebble had been sent to find sky tears, moonlit dew said to hold healing power, but got injured by a falling rock during a tremor. "Can you take me to the crystal?" Finn asked. "Maybe I can help." Pebble hesitated, then nodded, gesturing toward a mossy outcrop. With surprising strength, the little stonekin pushed aside a boulder, revealing a hidden passage smelling of cool stone and deep thyme. Finn took a steadying breath. The compass hummed, warm against his skin. Together, they descended into the earth. The underground realm was a revelation. Bioluminescent fungi-painted tunnels in ethereal blues and greens, their light reflecting in pools where blind fish flickered like liquid opal. They passed galleries where massive, elder stonekins stood sentinel, their stony faces etched with worry. Pebble chirped greetings, and Finn felt countless topaz eyes watching him, not hostile but wary, heavy with sorrow. The air thrummed with a discordant vibration, the sick crystal's song gone painfully sharp. Finally they emerged into a cavern so vast Finn gasped. Its ceiling glittered with embedded stars, crystals catching the light from below. And at the center, rising like a frozen geyser, stood the great crystal. It should have been magnificent, radiating harmonious light. Instead, a jagged fissure split its heart, pulsing erratically. Sickly yellow light bled from the crack, and with each pulse the ground shivered. Stonekin elders, larger, their bodies striated with mineral veins, stood in a circle, chanting in deep, resonant tones that momentarily soothed the crystal's anguished flicker, but couldn't heal the fracture. An elder with quartz-veined shoulders turned. Pebble. The relief in the grinding voice was palpable. Then, seeing Finn, the elder stiffened. Surface child. The word rumbled like distant rockfall, edged with centuries of mistrust. Pebble chirped rapidly, gesturing at Finn's compass and his bandaged arm. I came because the compass led me, Finn explained, his voice echoing strangely. It points where I'm needed, and I think I know why the crystal is sick. He remembered Oakhaven's oldest tale, sung during the Harvest Moon Festival, a song of alliance between root and sky, when Stonekin and villagers tended the land together. Long ago, Finn said slowly, people above sang with the crystal, didn't they? A harmony. The quartz-veined elder, bolder, nodded heavily. The sky song, it wove with the deep song, balance, then fear grew, sky people stopped singing, stopped listening, the harmony broke, the crystal remembers the silence, it grieves, weakens. The ground shuddered violently, and the crystal's crack widened, spilling more tainted light. Pebble whimpered, pressing close to Finn. Finn touched the whispering compass. It wasn't just pointing to a place, it was pointing to a failure, a broken bond between worlds. Healing the crystal needed more than sky tears, it needed the lost sky song restored. I have to go back, Finn declared. To Oakhaven, I have to make them remember the song. Boulder's gaze was skeptical. Sky people fear us. They call us shadow walkers. They will not listen. But Pebble chirped insistently, tapping Finn's hand, then the compass. Trust. The journey back through the tunnels felt heavier. The compass's glow was steady, but Finn's heart wrestled with doubt. How could he, the boy with moss in his veins, convince practical Oakhaven of singing to stones? Reaching the surface near dawn, Finn saw the village bathed in rose-gold light. Home. Yet it felt different now, smaller, yet infinitely more precious. He had to succeed. Returning caused a stir. Glimmerwood, gasped Widow Maybell, clutching her shawl. Have the shadows addled your wits, boy? Finn stood before the gathered villagers at the well square, Pebble half hidden behind his legs. He spoke of the trembling earth, the dying crystal, the Stonekin's grief and guardianship. He showed them Pebble not a monster, but a lost child of the earth, eyes wide with hope and pain. He told of the ancient alliance, the sky song forgotten. Silence followed, thick with disbelief. Old man Hemlock stepped forward. He knelt slowly, his old bones creaking, and met Pebble's topaz gaze. My grandfather, Hemlock murmured, his voice rough with emotion, spoke of the deep friends. He said they taught us where the sweetest berries grew, and how to sing the frost away from seedlings. He touched a worn amulet at his throat, a tiny, smooth stone. We called it superstition. Fear is a weed that chokes memory. Finn's heart leaped. The song Hemlock, do you remember it? Hemlock frowned, humming fragments. Aye, bits, like roots embrace the starlight deep, but the heart of it. He shook his head. Lost. despair threatened. But Finn remembered the whispering compass, its warmth against his skin. It hadn't led him astray. Closing his eyes, he recalled the crystal's fractured song, its discordance. He thought of Pebble's trusting chirp, the deep chants of the Stonekin elders, the sigh of the Glimmerwood leaves. And he felt the missing piece, not just notes, but connection. Opening his eyes, Finn began to hum. Not the harvest moon tune, but a new melody, born of moss and moonlight, of friendship found in the dark. It was hesitant at first, a thread of sound. But as he sang, weaving hemlock's fragments with the crystal's remembered resonance and Pebble's hopeful chirp translated into sound, something shifted. The villagers stirred. Widow Maybelle, her voice surprisingly clear, joined in, finding an old harmony. The blacksmith added a deep, grounding note. Children, curious, added lighter threads. Slowly, falteringly, the sky song rose again over Oakhaven, not a relic, but a living thing, reborn from understanding. Pebble tugged Finn's sleeve, chirping excitedly, pointing back to the woods. The trembling had stopped. The compass glowed pure, steady white. Finn led the villagers, singing as they walked, back to the hidden entrance. Down they went into the earth, their song growing stronger, braided with courage and newfound trust. In the great cavern, the Stonekin elders stood stunned as the sky song washed over them, then swelled with their own resonant deep song. The two melodies wove together, human voices and stone-born chants, surface and depth, filling the cavern with a harmony unseen for generations. Finn stepped forward, still singing, and placed his hand upon the great crystal, right beside the jagged crack. Pebble placed his good stone hand beside it. Boulder joined, then Hemlock, then others, Stonekin and Villager, hand upon hand, voice upon voice. The discordant pulse softened. The sickly yellow light receded, replaced by a pure white-gold radiance that flowed from the point of contact. With a sound like mountains sighing in relief, the crack in the crystal sealed, leaving only a faint, glowing seam, a scar of remembrance, not sickness. Light, harmonious and warm, flooded the cavern, reflecting in countless topaz eyes shining with joy and relief. The earth's sigh became a contented hum. Above, in Oakhaven, apple blossoms unfurled out of season, and the Glimmerwood's leaves shimmered with renewed vigor. Finn stood between worlds, no longer out of step, but a living bridge. He spent days below, learning the Stonekins' ways, teaching them village songs, sketching their luminous caverns. Pebble became his constant shadow, chirping tales Finn translated for the fascinated children of Oakhaven. Boulder and Hemlock, now fast friends, planned shared harvests, mushrooms from the deep for wool from the hills. One evening, weeks later, Finn sat with Pebble on a hill, overlooking both Oakhaven and the Glimmerwood entrance. The whispering compass lay in his palm. Its crystal no longer blazed or pointed wildly. It glowed with a soft, constant light, warm as hearth fire, pointing steadily towards the village below, towards the hidden caverns, towards the intertwined lives he now cherished. It pointed simply and surely to home, not a single place, but a tapestry woven of trust, song, and the quiet courage found when a dreamer follows a whisper into the unknown. As the first stars pricked the violet sky, Finn felt the moss in his veins settle, the starlight in his pockets warm him. The earth, once trembling with grief, now hummed a lullaby of balance restored. And in that peaceful resonance, under the watchful eyes of both root and sky, Finn knew the truest magic wasn't in compasses or crystals, but in the quiet, unbreakable bond of friendship that had healed a world, one shared song at a time. The compass's gentle light pulsed once, a silent heartbeat of belonging, as the moon rose, bathing the healed land in silver, and all was still. The firelight dances on the hearthstones, casting long, flickering shadows that seem to sway in time with the gentle tick-tock of the old grandfather clock in the corner. Outside the snug cottage window, nestled deep within the whispering woods of Willowbrook, a soft rain patters against the glass like tiny tapping fingers. Somewhere in the distance, the deep, resonant chime of the village clock tower sounds the hour, its melody mingling with the delicate ting-ailing of wind chimes hanging from Mrs. Maple's porch. Tonight, dear listener, we journey to Willowbrook, where a peculiar mystery has unfurled like a strange new blossom. For 3 nights running, the stars over Willowbrook Meadow have begun to vanish. Not all at once, mind you, and not permanently. But as twilight deepened into true night, certain stars, always the brightest ones clustered near the constellation known as the Silver Teapot, would simply wink out. By dawn they'd be back, sparkling innocently as if nothing had happened. The villagers whispered, not with fear, but with a deep, shared curiosity. Old Man Hemlock swore his prize-winning moonflowers, usually a pale, luminous silver, had started shimmering with flecks of deep blue where the starlight touched them. Young Pip reported hearing faint, melancholic humming just before the stars disappeared, a sound like wind through distant, hollow reeds. Our protagonist is Fern, a quiet girl with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a remarkable talent for noticing things others overlooked. She spent her days sketching wildflowers in her notebook or listening to the stories spun by the village elders, especially the nursery rhymes Granny Willow hummed while knitting by the fire. Fern felt a tug in her heart at the thought of the missing stars. It felt less like a theft and more like a sadness hanging over the meadow. On the 4th evening, as the first brave stars pricked the velvet sky, Fern settled on her favorite mossy rock at the meadow's edge. She had her notebook, a small jar of fireflies, released at dawn, of course, and Granny Willow's rhymes circling in her mind. Starlight, star bright, first star I see tonight. Wish I may, wish I might, guide the lost back to the light. Silver teapot pouring grace. Find the path to time and space. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. As Fern watched, the familiar cluster near the silver teapot began to dim, one by one. And there it was, that faint, sorrowful humming, drifting on the cool night breeze that carried the scent of damp earth and night-blooming jasmine. It seemed to come not from the sky, but from within the meadow itself, near the ancient, gnarled sentinel oak. The next morning, Fern sought out the village's oldest map, kept in the dusty archives beneath the clock tower. It showed Willowbrook as it was centuries ago, marked with symbols long forgotten. Near the sentinel oak, the map depicted not just the tree, but a swirling symbol like a spiral galaxy, labeled in faint ink. Luminous pool reflecting sky. Fern had always known the small, clear spring beneath the oak, but never heard it called that. Excitement bubbled within her. Could the pool be reflecting the stars? And if the reflection vanished, did the real stars follow? But why? She shared her discovery with her best friend, Rowan, a boy whose pockets were always full of interesting pebbles, and whose laughter was as bright as sunshine. Maybe something's blocking the reflection, Rowan suggested. Like a giant frog. Their first investigation led them to the spring. The water was crystal clear, reflecting the sky perfectly. But nestled amongst the roots of the sentinel oak, Fern found something odd, a single, perfect feather, shimmering with iridescent blues and purples, unlike any bird in Willowbrook. A red herring. Or a clue. They took it to the village's resident tinkerer, Miss Thimble, who lived in the windmill atop Breezy Hill. Miss Thimble, surrounded by whirring gears and singing clockwork birds, examined the feather under a magnifying glass. Oh-ho, moon moth silk woven right in, rare indeed, but, she frowned, moon moths are solitary creatures, night flyers, they don't hum. The windmill visit, while a delightful detour watching Miss Thimble's miniature clockwork orchestra play a waltz, seemed a dead end. The feather was beautiful, but not the source of the humming or the vanishing stars. Disappointed but not deterred, Fern and Rowan returned to the meadow that night. Fern focused on the humming, closing her eyes and letting it guide her. It seemed strongest near the sentinel oak, but lower, closer to the ground, near the roots where the spring bubbled forth. Then Fern remembered the second part of Granny Willow's rhyme. Follow where the weaver's thread leads you from your lonely bed. She looked down. In the soft light of her firefly jar, she saw it fine, almost invisible strands of silvery thread, glistening with dew, leading from the base of the oak and disappearing into a small crevice between two large roots, right beside the spring. It looked like cobwebs but felt strangely warm to the touch, and hummed faintly with the same melody. "Rowan," Fern whispered, her voice filled with awe, "I think the weaver isn't a person. It's something making this thread." Carefully, gently, Fern cleared away some moss and loose earth from the crevice. Peering inside, her firefly light revealed not an insect, but a small, luminous creature curled up. It resembled a plump, furry badger, but its coat was the deep blue of the midnight sky, dusted with tiny, glowing points of light like captured stars. Large, liquid eyes blinked slowly, filled with profound sadness. From its paws trailed the shimmering silver threads, stretching up towards the pool's surface. The creature gave a soft, melancholic hum. "It's weaving starlight," Fern breathed. "It's pulling the starlight down into its threads, and that's why the reflection vanishes, and maybe the real stars too, for a little while." She recalled the map's label, Lumina's pool reflecting sky. The pool wasn't just reflecting, it was connected. But why was the little star badger, whom Fern instinctively called a Lumina, so sad? Why weave the starlight away? Fern remembered the rhyme again. "Leads you from your lonely bed," empathy washed over her. "You're lonely, aren't you?" she murmured softly, not reaching in, but simply sitting beside the crevice. "Is that why you weave the stars, to have some light down here, to call for company?" The Lumina blinked, its luminous eyes fixed on Fern. It gave a soft, questioning warble. Fern had an idea. She explained it to Rowan, and together they raced back to the village, just as dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender. They gathered the villagers not with alarm, but with quiet excitement. They told them about the lonely Lumina, the weaver of starlight, who lived beneath the sentinel oak, and whose sadness dimmed the stars. They spoke not of a problem, but of a shy neighbor needing friendship. That evening, as twilight fell and the gentle rain returned, whispering secrets to the leaves, the entire village of Willowbrook quietly gathered around the sentinel oak. They didn't crowd the crevice, they sat a respectful distance away on blankets. Granny Willow began humming the old nursery rhyme softly. Miss Thimble brought a tiny, wind-up music box that played a gentle lullaby. Old Man Hemlock brought a basket of his now blue-flecked moonflower petals, scattering them softly near the spring. Pip held a lantern covered in blue glass, casting a soft, star-like glow. Others brought warm cider and honey cakes, sharing them quietly. Fern sat closest to the crevice. "See," she whispered to the Lumina. "You're not alone, Willowbrook is here." Slowly, tentatively, the Lumina emerged. Its star-dusted fur shimmered in the combined light of the fireflies, the blue lantern, and the moonflowers. It looked around at the circle of kind, expectant faces, illuminated by the soft, warm glow of lanterns and friendship. The sorrowful humming ceased. Instead, a soft, contented purr vibrated from its tiny chest. It looked up at the sky. The silver teapot constellation shone brightly, every star present and accounted for, reflecting perfectly in Lumina's pool, clear and undisturbed. The Lumina didn't weave the stars away that night. Instead, it sat by the pool, its luminous fur blending with the reflected starlight, seemingly content just to be near the gentle murmur of voices, the soft chime of the music box, the comforting tick-tock of the distant clock tower echoing through the damp air, and the rhythmic patter of rain on the broad oak leaves above. The villagers stayed, sharing stories under the restored canopy of stars, the meadow filled with a warm, shared silence punctuated by soft laughter and the crackle of a small, contained bonfire. From then on, the stars over Willowbrook shone, uninterrupted. But every full moon, the villagers gather by the sentinel oak. They bring lanterns, share stories, sing softly, and simply be present. The lumina often joins them, sitting peacefully by its pool, its fur glowing with contentment. Sometimes it weaves delicate patterns of light on the water's surface, not pulling stars down, but creating new, tiny constellations of its own, fleeting gifts of beauty for its friends. The moonflowers bloom brighter than ever, now streaked with vibrant blues and silvers, and the faint humming that sometimes drifts on the night breeze is no longer melancholic, but a gentle, happy thrum, harmonizing with the wind chimes and the ever-present tick-tock of the old clock, a soothing lullaby for a village that learned that even the smallest light and the loneliest heart flourishes in the warmth of community. And as the firelight here softly dims, may you too feel the gentle glow of friendship and the comforting presence of all your own stars, shining brightly overhead. Sleep peacefully. Deep in the heart of the whispering woods, where ancient oaks stretched gnarled fingers towards a sky perpetually dappled with twilight, lived a world unseen by hurried human eyes. Here, beneath a canopy woven from centuries of leaves, the boundaries between reality and magic were as thin and shimmering as a spider's web at dawn. Moss, thick and velvety emerald, carpeted the ground, muffling footsteps, and holding the damp, earthy scent of life and decay in perfect balance. Sunlight filtered through the high leaves, fell in shifting golden pools, illuminating dust motes dancing like tiny, joyful spirits. This was the domain of Fern, a young squirrel with fur the color of sun-baked acorns and eyes that held the curiosity of the first spring bud. Fern's home was a cozy hollow high in the grandmother oak, a tree so old its bark resembled a map of forgotten mountains. From her doorway, Fern watched the intricate dance of the hidden folk. Glimmerwing moths, their wings dusted with moonlight, tended luminous night blooms that perfumed the air with vanilla and starlight. Tiny moss beetle, no taller than a pine cone, meticulously repaired dewdrop bridges strung between fern fronds. Old Bramble the badger, his fur striped with silver wisdom, would shuffle along well-worn paths, his low rumble a comforting counterpoint to the high, sweet songs of the sky-blue finches. Everything moved with a rhythm as old as the hills, a rhythm dictated by the turning wheel, the gentle, powerful cycle of seasons, woven with threads of subtle magic. One crisp autumn morning, as the air turned sharp with the scent of fallen leaves and ripe blackberries, Fern noticed something amiss. The crystal brook, a ribbon of water that usually sang with a pure, musical voice and shimmered with an inner light like captured moonlight, seemed dull. Its song was muted, a mere whisper, and its luminous glow had faded to a weary gray. The water plants lining its banks, usually vibrant with underwater rainbows, looked listless. A tremor of unease, cold as the first frost, prickled down Fern's spine. She scampered down the grandmother oak, her paws sinking into the soft moss. "Elder Bark," she called, her voice small against the vastness of the woods. She found the ancient tortoise basking in a rare shaft of sunlight near the brook, his shell etched with patterns like the rings of time itself. His eyes, deep and dark as forest pools, opened slowly. "Little Fern," he rasped, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "Your steps carry worry. What troubles the green heart?" "The brook, Elder," Fern said, her whiskers twitching anxiously. "It's lost its song. Its light is fading. It feels sad." Elder Bark shifted ponderously, his heavy head turning towards the water. He studied it for a long moment, the silence filled only by the diminished gurgle and the distant cry of a hawk. "Ah," he sighed, a sound like wind through ancient pines. The turning wheel wobbles, the balance tilts. The crystal brook draws its life from the heart song of the whispering woods itself, from the roots deep in the earth, the sigh of the leaves, the laughter of the rain. When that harmony falters, so does the brook's magic. "But why?" Fern asked, her bushy tail flicking. "What's wrong?" "The story is old, little one," Elder Bark murmured, his gaze distant. Older than my shell, it is whispered that the brook's light dims when the natural order is strained, when the deep roots thirst too deeply because the rains forget their path, when the leaves fall too soon because the wind grows harsh and restless, when the creatures forget to listen, truly listen, to the woods. He nudged a small, perfectly smooth river stone with his nose. See this? Once stones like these glowed softly in the brook, guiding the night fish. Now they sleep. Fern felt a profound sense of responsibility settle upon her small shoulders. The magic wasn't just a pretty shimmer, it was the lifeblood of her home. What can we do, Elder? How do we mend the wheel? The old tortoise blinked slowly. The answer lies not in grand gestures, but in understanding the whispers. Seek the keeper of the veil. She watches the threads where weather and seasons meet magic. The keeper of the veil was Willow, a creature rarely sane but deeply felt. She was said to dwell where the mist clung longest, near the singing stones, ancient, moss-covered monoliths that hummed when the wind swept through them just right. Fern set off, her heart pounding like a woodpecker's drum. The journey took her deeper into the woods than she'd ever ventured. She passed through groves where autumn had painted the maples in fiery hues of crimson and gold, the leaves crunching softly underfoot, releasing a scent like spiced apples. She crossed meadows where late-blooming asters held up purple faces to the weakening sun, and butterflies, wings edged in frost, danced their final waltzes. The air grew cooler, damper, carrying the clean, sharp smell of impending rain and the distant ozone tang of magic. Finally, she reached the Valley of Mists. Gray tendrils curled around the bases of colossal ancient firs, their tops lost in the perpetual twilight haze. In the center stood the Singing Stones, 5 towering pillars of gray rock, veined with silver and draped in emerald moss. As Fern approached, a gentle breeze sighed through the valley. It touched the stones, and they began to hum a deep, resonant sound that vibrated in Fern's bones, a sound like the earth itself singing a lullaby. The mist swirled, coalescing near the largest stone. From the shifting vapor emerged a figure both strange and beautiful. Willow was tall and slender, seemingly woven from the mist itself, and the pale green light filtering through the canopy. Her hair flowed like liquid silver, catching the dim light, and her eyes were the shifting color of storm clouds, gray, blue, and sometimes touched with violet. She wore a cloak that seemed spun from spider silk and starlight, shimmering with every movement. She didn't speak aloud, but her voice resonated directly in Fern's mind, soft as falling snow and clear as mountain water. Little guardian, the voice echoed. You feel the discord. You seek the harmony. Images flashed in Fern's mind, parched earth cracking beneath thirsty roots, a nestling shivering under an unnaturally early frost, leaves shriveling before their time. The wheel turns heavy. The deep springs sleep too deeply. The sky forgets its gentle tears. The wind whispers harshly, not softly. The heart song weakens. What can be done? Fern thought back, pouring all her worry and hope into the silent question. Willow extended a hand that seemed made of condensed mist. A single perfect dewdrop balanced on her fingertip, catching the light and refracting it into a tiny rainbow. Harmony is a chorus, not a solo. The magic flows where life flows truly. Listen to the wind's true song. Feel the earth's deep thirst. Remember the old ways. Gather the voices. Rekindle the connection. She gestured towards the singing stones. The stones remember the ancient rains. Let them sing the sky back. Understanding, fragile but bright, blossomed in Fern. It wasn't about one grand spell, but about restoring the natural flow, the connection everyone had neglected. She needed to rally the creatures, remind them to truly be with the forest, to listen and respond to its needs. Fern raised back, her small form a blur of russet fur against the autumn tapestry. She found Bramble the badger, diligently turning the soil near his set. "Bramble, the earth is thirsty. We must remember to dig the channels towards the deep roots after the rains, like the old stories say." Bramble paused, his dark eyes thoughtful, then gave a gruff nod, immediately starting to clear an old, silted channel leading towards the grandmother oak's roots. She found the sky-blue finches flitting nervously. "Finches," the wind whispers harshly, "we need your songs, the gentlest ones, to soothe it, to remind it of soft breezes." The finches, understanding the urgency in her chitter, gathered on the highest branches and began to sing not their usual territorial calls, but the soft, fluting melodies used to calm fledglings, a sound like liquid silver pouring through the leaves. She sought the moss people. The deep springs sleep, the stones need singing. The tiny folk, understanding the gravity, swarmed towards the valley of mists, carrying droplets of dew and fragments of luminous lichen. They climbed the singing stones, anointing them with moisture and light, their tiny voices adding a high, sweet counterpoint to the stone's deep hum. Fern herself climbed to the very top of the grandmother oak. She closed her eyes, feeling the rough bark beneath her paws, the cool autumn air ruffling her fur, the faint vibration of the distant singing stones through the ancient wood. She listened, truly listened. She heard the rasp of a beetle under bark, the distant gurgle of the sad brook, the sigh of the wind moving through countless leaves. She poured her own small heart song into the listening, a song of love for the moss, the acorns, the dappled light, the scent of damp earth. A song of hope for the brook's light. All across the whispering woods, the hidden folk focused. The badgers dug, remembering forgotten water paths. The finches sang lullabies to the wind. The moths tended their glowing blooms with extra care, their light a beacon in the gathering dusk. The moss people sang upon the stones. And high in the grandmother oak, Fern listened and sang with her whole being. As dusk deepened, painting the sky in lavender and rose, a change began. The wind, carrying the finches' gentle songs and the scent of turned earth, softened. It no longer snatched leaves harshly, but cradled them as they drifted down. It carried a new scent, the clean, wet promise of rain. High above, the first stars winked into existence. Then it came. Not a storm, but a gentle, soaking rain. Soft, silver threads fell from the darkening sky, kissing the parched earth, pattering on the broad leaves, filling the air with the most beautiful scent petrichor, the breath of the earth sighing in relief. The rain fell upon the singing stones. The deep hum grew louder, richer, resonating through the valley and beyond, vibrating through the roots of the trees, pulsing through the very air. Fern watched, breathless, as the raindrops hit the crystal brook. Where each drop landed, a tiny point of light sparked silver, blue, then gold. The gray dullness dissolved like mist under the sun. The brook began to shimmer, faintly at first, then with growing intensity, its inner light rekindled. Its song returned, no longer a whisper, but a clear, musical chuckle, harmonizing perfectly with the rain's gentle percussion and the stone's deep resonance. The water plants perked up, their colors deepening, tiny underwater lights flickering back to life along their stems. The stones in the brook began to glow with a soft, steady light, guiding the way once more. Downstream, the creatures gathered at the water's edge. Bramble dipped his snout, drinking deeply, a rumble of contentment in his chest. The finches bathed in the shallows, their feathers sparkling with droplets and reflected light. The moss people danced on lily pads, their tiny forms illuminated by the brook's renewed radiance. Elderbark watched from the bank, a profound peace in his ancient eyes. Fern scampered down and joined them, the cool, luminous water soothing her paws. The air hummed with restored magic, a tangible warmth like sunlight held in water. The turning wheel had righted itself not by force, but by the combined, conscious effort of every creature listening, remembering, and acting in harmony with the deep, natural rhythms. Willow watched from the edge of the mist, a faint smile touching her ephemeral lips. The threads of weather and season, life and magic were realigning, woven back together by the gentle strength of friendship, wisdom, and shared purpose. As the last raindrops fell and the full moon rose, casting the whispering woods in a silvery blue glow, the crystal brook flowed stronger and brighter than ever. Its light reflected in the eyes of the gathered creatures, a constellation of peaceful stars mirrored on earth. The ancient stones hummed their deep, satisfied song, the finches offered soft nighttime carols, and the gentle gurgle of the brook wove through it all, a lullaby of perfect balance. Fern curled up on a smooth, sun-warmed rock by the water's edge, lulled by the symphony of her restored home. She knew the stories Elder Bark told were true. Magic lived in the listening, in the caring, in the harmony of countless small hearts beating in time with the great, green heart of the world. And with that comforting knowledge, wrapped in the soft light of the brook and the gentle sounds of the harmonious night, she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep, safe within the ancient, whispering embrace of the woods. The fireflies, drawn by the renewed magic, danced above the water like living embers, completing the perfect, peaceful picture under the watchful, star-strewn sky. In the cozy village of Willowbrook, nestled between amber hills and a forest where leaves whispered secrets, autumn painted the world in cinnamon and gold. Young Lily, with her patchwork cloak and wide, curious eyes, lived in a cottage with a mossy roof. For days, small, puzzling things vanished, her grandmother's silver thimble, the baker's favorite wooden spoon, and even the tiny copper bell from the village notice board. No one felt frightened. Willowbrook was too kind for that, but a gentle mystery settled over the chimneys like morning fog. Lily decided to unravel it. She began by observing. Kneeling in the damp earth near her garden fence, she noticed tiny, glittering footprints no larger than acorn caps, leading toward the whispering woods. The prints shimmered like crushed starlight, vanishing at the roots of ancient trees whose leaves rustled soft warnings. Follow, but listen closely, they seemed to sigh. Lily remembered old Mr. Thistledown, who lived in a crooked tower of stacked teacups and knew the forest's oldest tales. With a basket of honey oat cakes, she visited him. Mr. Thistledown, his beard braided with dried lavender, welcomed her warmly. "Ah, little seeker," he chuckled, stirring a pot of chamomile tea that smelled of sunshine. "When small things disappear, smaller friends are often near. Look for what remains, not what's lost." He gifted her a magnifying glass made of dew-frosted crystal. "And when dusk falls, ask the glimmerbats, they see what moonlight hides." That evening, Lily waited by the forest's edge, as twilight painted the sky plum and apricot. Soon glimmerbats emerged, tiny creatures with wings like stained glass, casting soft pools of blue and violet light. They fluttered around her, drawn to her calm presence. "Have you seen who takes our things?" she whispered. One bat, its wings shimmering like sapphires, nudged her toward a hollow oak. Inside, Lily's crystal glass revealed a clue, a single iridescent scale, softer than a moth's wing, clinging to the bark. Following the glimmerbat's luminous path, Lily crept deeper into the woods. The air grew cooler, filled with the scent of pine and damp soil. Under a canopy of moonlit branches, she heard faint, frantic chirping. Peering through ferns, she gasped. A family of moss fairies, no taller than her thumb, with wings like spun moonlight, were struggling to build a nest. They'd gathered the missing treasures. The thimble gleamed as a rain catcher, the spoon balanced as a bridge over a tiny stream, and the copper bell hung above their nest, chiming softly in the breeze. But their scales, shed during nesting season, lay scattered, leaving them shivering in the cold. The eldest fairy fluttered forward, wringing her hands. "Forgive us," she piped, her voice like wind chimes. "The frost comes early, we needed warmth, and your things were so bright and strong." Lily's heart swelled. The thievery was an act of desperate love. Remembering Mr. Thistledown's wisdom, she offered her basket of oat cakes. Keep what helps you, she said softly. But let's find something better than scales for warmth. Together they gathered tufts of thistledown and cobweb-soft milkweed floss. Lily sang a lullaby her grandmother taught her, her voice blending with the glimmerbat's gentle hums. As she worked, the fairies wove the down into cloaks as warm as sunbeams. By dawn, the nest glowed with comfort, and the fairies returned every missing item with shy gratitude. The bell, they insisted, should stay, a symbol of new friendship. Back in Willowbrook, Lily explained the tale. The baker chuckled, carving a new spoon from cedar. Lily's grandmother smiled, her thimble now holding a sprig of fairy-given heather. That night, as the village slept, the copper bell chimed in the woods, a sweet, soothing sound carried on the breeze. Lily curled under her quilt, the scent of honey and milkweed lingering in the air. The mystery had ended not with scolding, but with shared kindness, reminding everyone that even the smallest voices deserve to be heard. And in the gentle silence, Willowbrook felt cozier than ever, wrapped in the quiet magic of understanding. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. The whispering locket and the moonlit grove. Beneath a sky quilted with stars, where the village of Bramble Hollow nestled between rolling hills, there lived a quiet girl named Lyra with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart that listened to things others couldn't hear. Her hands were always stained with charcoal from sketching the world as she saw it, not just trees and streams, but the shimmering edges where reality blurred into something older, wilder. On the eve of her 12th birthday, as fireflies winked secret messages in the meadow, she found a silver locket half buried in the roots of an ancient oak. Its surface was etched with constellations that shifted when touched, and when she pressed it to her ear, it hummed like a seashell full of distant winds. "That," said a voice like rustling parchment, "belongs to the keeper of Between." Layla turned to find an owl perched on a fence post, its feathers dappled moonlight. Larger than any owl ought to be, with eyes like liquid amber, it tilted its head. "You've been chosen, little listener. The grove beyond the thorned gate needs you." The thorned gate revealed itself only at twilight, a tangled archway of briars that glowed faintly blue where the locket's light touched it. Beyond lay the moonlit grove, a forest where trees grew upside down, their roots cradling tiny galaxies of bioluminescent moss, and rivers flowed upward to vanish into mist. Here the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten dreams, and every shadow had weight. The owl, who introduced himself as Corwin, explained that the grove was a bridge between worlds, tended for centuries by keepers who maintained its balance. But the last keeper had vanished, and now the grove was fraying. Flowers bloomed black at their cores, streams hiccuped mid-flow, the very light seemed to curdle. "The locket lets you hear the grove's heart," Corwin said, preening a feather back into place. "But mending it will require more than listening. You must find the 3 tears stolen from the weeping pool, moonstone droplets that hold the grove's memories of joy, sorrow, and hope. Without them, this place will unravel, and your world will follow." Their first clue came from a river spirit with hair of frosted glass, who sang in a language of ice cracking and pebbles turning. The locket translated her mournful warble. The first tear sleeps where laughter drowned, in the belly of the hollowed mountain. The mountain loomed at the grove's edge, its peak gnawed open like a bitten apple. Inside, tunnels pulsed with veins of glowing fungi, and the walls whispered riddles that made Leela's temples ache. "I am eaten by the dark, but never full. I follow winter's sigh, yet never pull. What am I?" "A shadow," Leela murmured, tracing the answer on the wall with her finger. The stone rippled, revealing a chamber where the first tear floated above a pedestal, except the pedestal was a slumbering rockworm the size of a cart, its maw bristling with crystal teeth. Corwin hooted a warning, but Leela stepped forward, humming a lullaby her mother used to sing. The rockworm's eyelids fluttered, its growl softening to a purr as the song unspooled. When she plucked the tear from the air, it warmed her palm, filling her mind with visions of the grove's birthday. Saplings bursting from stardust, deer with antlers of living smoke, the first keeper planting songs in the soil. The second tear hid in the court of mirrors, a palace inhabited by reflections who'd forgotten their true forms. They flitted through halls of silver glass, mimicking Leela's movements until she doubted which way was real. They'll trap you here, Corwin said, talons clicking nervously. Reflections crave substance. But when a mirror Leela reached out to grab her wrist, the real Leela did something unexpected. She sketched the reflection's face in charcoal, giving it freckles, a chipped tooth, a scar like a crescent moon. There, she said. Now you're more than an echo. The reflection blinked, tears of quicksilver pooling as it handed her the second tear. This one tasted of salt and apologies, showing the grove's first loss, a keeper dissolving into wind after centuries of service. By the time they reached the weeping pool, a basin of liquid mercury encircled by weeping willows, Leela's boots were full of sand from the hourglass desert, and her braid twined with feathers from bargaining with crow folk. The third tier was guarded by the thief of whispers, a creature woven from smoke and old regrets. It hissed, "Why should I return what I've rightfully stolen? This world abandoned me long ago." Lyla hesitated. The locket showed her the thief's true form, a former keeper, warped by loneliness after the grove forgot him. "You're right," she said, lowering the locket. "It's not fair, but I'm here now. Let me remember you." She drew his story in the sand, his years of service, his slow fading, the moment the stars stopped saying his name. As the sketch deepened, the thief's smoke solidified into a man with kind eyes and leaves in his hair. With a sigh, he dropped the third tear into her palm. "Thank you," he said, vanishing into a shower of fireflies. Returning the tears to the weeping pool was like dropping snowflakes into a storm. The grove shuddered, then bloomed, trees straightened, rivers danced, and the sky peeled back to reveal a dawn made of opals. But as the magic settled, Leela felt the locket grow heavy. "It's binding you to the grove," Corwin said quietly. "To stay, you must become its new keeper, immortal but alone, to live." He nodded at the locket, now dull as tarnished tin. Leela thought of her mother's voice, of charcoal sketches tucked under her pillow, of the way sunlight caught the village bakery's frosting each morning. She placed the locket on the pool's edge. "The grove deserves someone who can give it everything, but that's not me, not yet." The grove sighed, not in anger but understanding. The locket dissolved into stardust, sprinkling her hair with silver. "You'll always hear its whispers," Corwin said, nudging her shoulder. "Keeper or not." Back in Bramble Hollow, dawn gilded the hills. Leela's mother found her asleep under the oak, clutching a charcoal sketch of an owl and a silver locket. "Just a dream," her mother murmured, tucking the blanket closer. But Layla knew better. That night, she left a bowl of milk by the window. When she woke, it was empty, and a single amber feather lay on the sill. Outside, the meadow grass swayed in patterns too deliberate to be wind, and the shadows beneath the thorned gate hummed a familiar lullaby. Years later, when townsfolk asked why Leela's paintings seemed to breathe, why lost children always found their way home near her cottage, she'd simply smile. "The world's fuller than it looks," she'd say. And if you pressed your ear to her garden wall at midnight, you might hear it too, the soft, sweet sigh of a grove remembering its friend. The old oak tree at the edge of Rowan's garden had always felt like a friend. Its gnarled roots cradled mossy stones, and its canopy, dense with summer green, sighed secrets to the wind. Rowan, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds and a heart full of gentle curiosity, often sat beneath it, sketching the intricate patterns of leaves or listening to the rustling chorus above. He felt a peculiar stillness there, a sense of something ancient and watchful, especially as dusk painted the sky in lavender and peach. One such evening, as fireflies began their first hesitant dances in the gathering gloom, Rowan noticed something different. Nestled between two particularly large roots, where shadows pooled deepest, shimmered a faint, silvery light. It wasn't the glow of a firefly, it was steadier, cooler, like captured moonlight. Intrigued, he crawled closer. The light seemed to emanate from a small, perfectly smooth stone, almost hidden beneath a curtain of emerald moss. It felt warm against his palm, humming with a soft, resonant energy that vibrated up his arm. He tucked it carefully into his pocket, a secret treasure, unaware that its touch had already begun to weave a subtle change within him. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone pulsed gently on his bedside table, casting shifting moonbeams across the ceiling. As the grandfather clock in the hall chimed midnight, a peculiar melody drifted through his slightly open window, not the wind, but a high, sweet piping, like a bird song woven with starlight. Drawn by an irresistible pull, Rowan slipped from his bed, the warm stone clasped tightly. He padded silently downstairs and out into the moon-washed garden. The piping led him unerringly back to the old oak. To his astonishment, the space between the roots where he'd found the stone was no longer dark earth. Instead, shimmering like heat haze, stood an archway woven from living willow branches and threaded with strands of pure, cool light. The piping seemed to beckon from within. Taking a deep breath of the night air, heavy with the scent of honeysuckle and damp earth, Rowan stepped through the shimmering portal. He emerged not into darkness, but into a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Above, unfamiliar constellations glittered in a deep indigo sky, larger and brighter than any he'd seen. Giant luminous mushrooms dotted the forest floor, casting soft glows of blue, violet, and gold. Trees, unlike any in his world, soared with trunks like polished obsidian or shimmering mother-of-pearl, their leaves whispering in colors that seemed to shift with every breath of the gentle, fragrant breeze. This was the Glimmerwood, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of ordinary sight. The source of the piping stood before him. Perched on a glowing toadstool was a creature no taller than Rowan's knee. Her skin was the deep brown of polished walnut, her hair a cascade of vibrant green vines woven with tiny, star-like white flowers. Large, luminous eyes, the color of new spring leaves, regarded him with wary curiosity. Delicate, iridescent wings, like a dragonfly's but more graceful, hummed faintly at her back. In her hands she held a flute carved from a single, pale reed. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound quiet. "Did you call me?" The tiny being tilted her head. "The moonstone called," she replied, her voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "It sensed your quiet heart. I am Fern, guardian of the whispering stream." She gestured towards the stone in his hand. "That is a heartstone. It resonates with the lifeblood of the Glimmerwood. Few humans feel its call. Fewer still answer." Rowan looked down at the stone, now pulsing in time with the gentle light emanating from the mushrooms. "It feels alive," he murmured. "It is," Fern confirmed. "And it has chosen you because the Glimmerwood is sickening." Her luminous eyes dimmed with sorrow. "The whispering stream, source of all harmony here, flows slow and thick. Its song is fading. Without its music, the light dims, the colors mute, and the very essence of this place withers. We need its song restored." Rowan felt a pang of empathy. The Glimmerwood, though alien, felt deeply precious, its gentle magic resonating with the stillness he cherished under his oak tree. How can I help? I'm just a boy." Fern fluttered closer, landing lightly on his shoulder. Her wings brushed his cheek, cool and soft. "The Heartstone connects you now. It lets you see, hear, and feel the Glimmerwood truly. And you are quiet, Rowan, you listen, that is the key. The source of the stream's sickness lies deep within the whispering caverns, beyond the shimmering falls. We must journey there, listen to the silence, and understand what has stolen the song. Will you come?" The request was immense, terrifying. Yet looking into Fern's earnest, leaf-green eyes, and feeling the steady pulse of the Heartstone against his skin, Rowan found his fear mingled with a burgeoning sense of purpose. He nodded. "I will." Their journey began beneath the luminous canopy. Fern guided Rowan along paths of soft, glowing moss. They passed towering crystal flowers that chimed softly when the breeze touched them, and groves where trees with bark like silver lace hummed ancient melodies. Rowan's senses were overwhelmed. The air tasted sweet and clean, like rain on stone. The colors were so vivid they seemed to vibrate. The quiet was profound, yet filled with subtle sounds. The rustle of unseen creatures, the drip of luminous dew, the distant murmur of the ailing stream. They encountered other denizens of the Glimmerwood. Grumble, a moss-covered rock spirit with eyes like polished river pebbles, grumbled about the dullness seeping into his favorite sunning spot, but offered them directions towards the falls. Pip, a skittish sprite made of swirling autumn leaves, chattered nervously about shadows deepening near the caverns, but gifted them a handful of glowing berries that tasted of sunshine and starlight, renewing their energy. Fern was patient, explaining the delicate balance of the Glimmerwood, how the stream's song nurtured the plants, which in turn fed the light sprites, whose dance kept the air pure. Rowan listened, absorbing it all, his quiet nature proving an asset. He noticed things Fern, in her worry, sometimes missed. A patch of unusually gray moss, the way certain luminous beetles avoided a specific path, the faint, discordant note beneath the stream's weakening murmur. The path grew steeper, the air cooler and damper. The vibrant colors of the forest began to leach away, replaced by muted grays and blues. The cheerful chirps and hums grew scarce. The sound of rushing water grew louder, but it was a harsh, grating roar, not the harmonious melody Fern described. Soon they stood before the shimmering falls, or what should have been shimmering. Instead of cascading liquid light, a thick, sluggish, obsidian-black torrent poured over the cliff edge, crashing into a pool below that reflected no starlight, only a depthless void. The air here tasted stale and metallic. "The falls, they're poisoned," Fern whispered, her voice trembling, her wings drooping. "The sickness comes from the caverns beyond." The entrance to the whispering caverns loomed like a dark maw behind the curtain of black water. An unnatural chill emanated from it. Rowan felt the heartstone grow cold against his skin, its pulse erratic. Fear, cold and sharp, pricked at him. He thought of his warm bed, the familiar creak of the old oak. But then he looked at Fern, her small form radiating determination despite her fear, and felt the heartstone's insistent, though weakened, call. He squeezed the stone, drawing warmth from his own resolve. "We have to go in." Inside the cavern, the darkness was absolute, oppressive. Only the heartstone's faint silvery glow and the soft luminescence of Fern's wings pierced the gloom, revealing walls slick with a cold, viscous substance that smelled faintly of decay. The roar of the poisoned falls echoed strangely, morphing into unsettling whispers that seemed to coil around them, speaking of despair and forgetting. "Listen," Fern urged, her voice barely a breath. "Not just with your ears. Feel the stone, feel the cavern." Rowan closed his eyes, shutting out the terrifying darkness. He focused on the heartstone in his palm, feeling its cool surface, its faltering pulse. He remembered the quiet under his oak tree, the deep listening he practiced when sketching leaves. He breathed deeply, ignoring the stale air, and listened with his whole being. Beneath the roar and the whispers, he felt a profound silence. But it wasn't empty. It was heavy, thick with sorrow. And within that sorrow he sensed a presence. Not malicious, but deeply wounded, trapped. "There's something, hurting," he murmured, opening his eyes. Deep inside, it's scared, and its fear is poisoning the water. Fern's eyes widened. The heartstone, it lets you feel the source, but what could it be? Nothing dark has ever lived in these sacred caverns. Guided by Rowan's newfound sensitivity, they pressed deeper, navigating treacherous slopes and pools of stagnant black water. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, trying to seep into their thoughts, urging them to turn back, to forget. Rowan focused on the heartstone's pulse, a tiny anchor of light and warmth, and on the quiet place within himself. Fern clung to his collar, her tiny light a beacon. Finally, they reached a vast inner chamber. At its center lay a pool, the origin point of the whispering stream. But instead of pure, singing water bubbling from the earth, a thick, black sludge oozed forth. And chained to the bedrock beside the pool, radiating waves of palpable grief and fear, was a creature that stole Rowan's breath. It resembled a great, sleek otter, but woven from pure, liquid moonlight. Or it should have been. Now its luminous form was dulled, streaked with oily black tendrils that seemed to root it to the stone. Heavy, dark chains, seemingly made of solidified shadow, bound its limbs. Its large, intelligent eyes, once perhaps like molten silver, were clouded with pain and despair. A low, mournful keening emanated from it, the sound that had twisted into the poisoned roar of the falls and the discordant whispers. The Naiad. Fern gasped, her voice thick with horror and recognition. The spirit of the stream, but who could have done this? Why? Rowan felt the creature's anguish wash over him through the heartstone, a wave of desolation so deep it brought tears to his eyes. He understood instantly. This wasn't an act of malice from outside. The chains were formed from the Naiad's own despair. The heartstone showed him flashes, a cataclysm long ago, a fracture deep within the earth that had severed the Naiad's connection to the deeper, purer sources of life, leaving it isolated and terrified. Its fear had festered, manifesting as the physical chains and the poison seeping into its essence. "It's trapped by its own fear," Rowan said softly, stepping closer, the heartstone's light flaring slightly as it resonated with the Naiad's pain. "It's lost, Fern. It doesn't know how to sing anymore." Fern fluttered down, landing near the Naiad's massive, sorrowful head. "Oh, bright one," she whispered, her voice filled with compassion. "You are not forgotten. You are not alone." She raised her reed flute and began to play. Not a complex melody, but a simple, pure note, clear and unwavering, a sound of pure presence and empathy. Rowan felt the heartstone grow warm again. He understood. It wasn't about breaking physical chains. It was about reminding the Naiad of its true nature, of the connection it had lost. He knelt beside the Great Spirit, placing his hand, still clutching the heartstone, gently on its cool, damp flank. He closed his eyes and did the only thing he knew. He listened. He listened past the keening, past the fear, deep into the core of the being before him. He felt the echo of the pure, singing water it once was, the memory of the sunlight dancing on its surface, the joy of nurturing life. He poured that feeling of recognition, of remembered light and song, through the heartstone and into the Naiad. He didn't speak. He simply was there, present, acknowledging the spirit's pain and holding the memory of its wholeness. Fern's pure note wove around Rowan's quiet presence, a gentle counterpoint to the Naiad's sorrow. The heartstone pulsed brighter, its silvery light mingling with Fern's soft glow, bathing the chained spirit. A tremor ran through the Naiad. The keening faltered. The oily black tendrils seemed to recoil from the combined light. The chains of shadow flickered, becoming less substantial. The creature lifted its head slightly, its clouded eyes turning towards Rowan. In them, for a fleeting moment, a spark of its former luminescence ignited a spark of recognition, of connection. Rowan smiled gently, pouring every ounce of his quiet reassurance, his newfound understanding, through the heartstone. "You are part of the Glimmerwood," he whispered, his voice barely audible yet filled with conviction. "We remember your song." It was like the sun breaking through storm clouds. The Naiad drew a deep, shuddering breath. A pure, clear note, like a single drop of crystalline water falling into a still pool, echoed through the cavern, silencing the discordant whispers. The chains of shadow dissolved into wisps of harmless smoke. The oily black tendrils receded, drawn back into the earth as if repelled by the returning light. The sludge bubbling from the pool began to clear, transforming into shimmering, pure water that sparkled with inner light. The mournful keening shifted, transforming into a tentative, hopeful hum. The transformation was swift and breathtaking. The naiad's form blazed with restored moonlight, its fur rippling like liquid silver. It rose free, shaking itself, sending droplets of pure light scattering like diamonds. It dipped its head, nuzzling Rowan's hand with cool, damp gratitude, then touched Fern gently with its nose. A wave of pure, harmonious energy pulsed outwards from it, washing through the cavern. The walls shed their slime, revealing veins of glowing crystal. The oppressive darkness retreated, replaced by a soft, ambient light. The whispering stream began to sing again. Not a roar, but a joyous, bubbling melody that echoed through the caverns, growing stronger and clearer with every passing second. The sound was pure life, pure harmony. Fern danced in the air, her laughter like chimes. You did it, Rowan, you listened. As they emerged from the caverns, the change in the Glimmerwood was immediate and profound. The shimmering falls now lived up to their name, cascading in a torrent of liquid light and music. Color flooded back into the forest with breathtaking speed. The gray moss turned vibrant green, the luminous mushrooms blazed with renewed intensity, the obsidian trees gleamed, and the mother-of-pearl trunks shimmered with rainbows. The air hummed with the restored songs of unseen creatures, a symphony of pure joy. Pip the leaf sprite whirled past in a joyful gust of color, and Grumble the rock spirit basked in a patch of newly restored warm light, emitting a contented rumble that sounded almost like a purr. The journey back through the Glimmerwood was a celebration. The path was easier, bathed in the gentle light of the restored realm. Creatures emerged to greet them, shy wood sprites peeking from behind glowing toadstools, luminescent butterflies dancing around Fern's head, even a great stag with antlers like spun crystal who bowed its head solemnly as they passed. The heartstone in Rowan's hand pulsed warmly, no longer just a connection, but a symbol of a bond forged. They reached the willow light archway beneath the giant, now radiantly healthy, Glimmerwood oak equivalent. Fern hovered before Rowan, her eyes bright. The Glimmerwood owes you a debt, Rowan. Your quiet heart, your willingness to listen deeply. That was the key the Heartstone knew we needed. She touched the stone in his hand. Keep this. It will always connect you here. You are a friend of the Glimmerwood now. Visit whenever the moon is high and the night is still. Rowan looked back at the vibrant, singing world, then at the small, fierce guardian who had become his unlikely friend. I will, Fern, thank you. He stepped through the shimmering archway. He found himself back beneath his own familiar oak tree, just as the first pale streaks of dawn touched the eastern sky. The heartstone in his hand was cool and smooth, its internal light dimmed but still present. The garden was quiet, bathed in the soft, gray light of pre-dawn. It felt different, though. Richer. He could hear the individual songs of waking birds with startling clarity, smell the damp earth, and the scent of the oak leaves with new intensity. He felt the thrum of life in the roots beneath his feet. He hadn't just saved the Glimmerwood had awakened something within him, a deeper connection, a profound understanding of listening beyond words, of the quiet strength found in empathy. Days turned into weeks. Rowan kept the heartstone safe, a secret warmth in his pocket. He spent even more time beneath the old oak, sketching not just the leaves, but the intricate dance of light and shadow, the hidden patterns he now knew existed just beneath the surface. He found he could sense the health of the plants in his garden, feel the subtle shift in the wind before a storm. He truly listened to the world around him, the rustle of the leaves, the murmur of the nearby brook, the quiet conversations of squirrels. He found patience where there was frustration, understanding where there was confusion. One crisp autumn evening, as the moon rose full and silver, casting long shadows, Rowan sat beneath his oak tree, the heartstone cool in his hand. he closed his eyes, listening to the night. Beyond the chirping crickets and the sighing wind, he could just faintly perceive it, the distant, harmonious melody of the whispering stream, flowing strong and pure. He smiled. He knew Fern was out there, tending her realm. He knew the naiad sang its joyful song. He knew that sometimes the greatest adventures and the most profound changes begin with quiet curiosity, a step into the unknown guided by a gentle heart and the courage to truly listen. And as the cool night air wrapped around him like a familiar blanket, the scent of wood smoke drifting from distant chimneys, Rowan felt a deep sense of peace, a quiet joy humming in tune with the secret song of the hidden world and the gentle pulse of the stone in his hand, a reminder that magic, friendship, and transformation are always closer than they seem, waiting just beyond the veil of the everyday for those who know how to listen. The old oak creaked softly above him, a comforting sound, an old friend keeping watch as the moon climbed higher, painting the world in silver, and Rowan, his heart full of quiet wonder and newfound wisdom, drifted towards sleep, cradled by the enduring magic of listening. The air in Oliver's small attic bedroom held the crisp, clean scent of laundered sheets mingled with the faint, comforting aroma of old paper from the books stacked precariously on his shelves. Rain tapped a gentle rhythm against the window pane, blurring the view of the sleepy village below, its lanterns glowing like captured fireflies in the damp twilight. Oliver, a boy with thoughtful eyes the color of storm clouds and hair perpetually escaping its neat combing, traced the raindrops with his finger. He felt a familiar restlessness, a yearning for something beyond the quiet predictability of his days. He turned from the window, his gaze falling upon the forgotten corner of his room, where a dusty wooden chest sat beneath a worn tapestry depicting a swirling nebula. His grandmother, a woman whose laughter had sounded like wind chimes and whose stories had painted galaxies on the ceiling, had left him the chest. "For when your heart seeks a different kind of map, Oliver," she'd whispered on her last visit. He hadn't opened it since her passing, the memory too tender. But tonight the rain's whisper and the quiet ache in his chest nudged him forward. Kneeling, he brushed away the dust. The chest opened with a soft sigh, releasing a scent of cedarwood and dried lavender. Inside, nestled in folds of faded velvet, lay an object that made his breath catch. It was a compass, but unlike any he'd ever seen. Its casing was crafted from a deep, warm wood, polished smooth by time, inlaid with swirling patterns of mother-of-pearl that seemed to shift in the dim light. The glass covering the face was thick, slightly convex, and beneath it lay not a simple north-seeking needle, but a complex arrangement of delicate, interlocking golden rings. At its very center, instead of a pivot, rested a single, perfect pearl that glowed with a soft, internal light, like captured moonlight. The cardinal points were marked not with letters, but with tiny, intricate symbols: a budding leaf, a snowflake, a sunburst, and a crescent moon. And around the edge, etched in a flowing script, were the words, "Seek the heartwood, find the light." Oliver's fingers trembled as he lifted it. The compass felt warm, alive almost, humming with a subtle vibration against his palm. As he held it, the central pearl pulsed brighter, and the golden rings began a slow, graceful dance, independent of each other, aligning and realigning in complex patterns. It wasn't pointing north, it seemed to be pointing inward towards the dense, ancient whisperwood forest that bordered the village, a place adults spoke of with hushed tones and warnings. A thrill, part fear and part irresistible excitement, shot through him. The restlessness coalesced into a single, clear impulse. He needed to follow it. Quietly he pulled on his sturdiest boots, a thick, knitted jumper the color of moss, and a waterproof cloak. He slipped the compass into his deepest pocket, its warmth a constant, reassuring presence against his leg. Creeping past the slumbering forms of his parents, he eased open the back door, stepping into the rain-kissed night. The whisperwood at night was a different world. Raindrops pattered on the canopy high above, creating a constant, soothing murmur. The air was cool and damp, thick with the scent of wet earth, decaying leaves, and the sharp, clean tang of pine. Moonlight, fractured by the dense foliage, painted shifting silver patterns on the forest floor. Guided solely by the warm pulse in his pocket and the soft, guiding glow he saw when he occasionally checked the compass, Oliver moved deeper than he ever had. The golden rings spun and settled, pointing unerringly towards a massive, ancient oak tree, its gnarled roots forming arches like the entrance to a cathedral. The compass pulsed strongly now, the pearl blazing like a tiny star. As Oliver approached the oak, he noticed something strange. Between two enormous roots where the earth should have been dark, there shimmered a faint, silvery light, like water reflecting moonlight, but it wasn't water. It was an opening, a tear in the very fabric of the forest. The compass hummed, urging him forward. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped through the shimmering veil. The sensation was like walking through a curtain of cool silk. On the other side, the world changed utterly. The rain stopped. The air was warm and still, filled with a fragrance that was both floral and deeply earthy, unlike anything Oliver had ever smelled. He stood in a valley bathed in perpetual twilight, but a twilight alive with its own luminescence. Giant mushrooms taller than him glowed with soft blues, greens, and purples. Flowers with petals like spun glass shimmered, casting prismatic light. Trees with bark that looked like polished silver and leaves, like beaten copper, rustled gently. Overhead, instead of stars, thousands of tiny bioluminescent insects drifted like living constellations, their light a soft, continuous pulse. This was the Heartwood Vale, the place the compass had named. He stood mesmerized, the compass warm and quiet in his hand now, its journey seemingly complete. But his wonder was short-lived. A sharp, irritated voice shattered the serene silence. "Oi, what's this then, trampling my night-blooming moon moss, clumsy great oaf?" Oliver jumped, nearly dropping the compass. From beneath a cluster of luminous blue ferns, a creature emerged. It was about the size of a large cat, covered in spines that shimmered like polished obsidian. It had bright, intelligent eyes like chips of amber, and walked upright on surprisingly delicate hind legs. Its tiny front paws were planted firmly on its hips in a posture of profound indignation. A small, woven reed satchel was slung over one shoulder. I'm sorry," Oliver stammered, instinctively stepping back. "I didn't see any moss. Didn't see." The creature huffed, puffing out its chest, which made its spines rattle faintly. "Too busy gawping at the scenery, I suppose, typical outsider. No respect for the delicate ecosystems of the Vale. That moss takes decades to cultivate. Do you know how many phases of the glow moths it takes just for one patch?" It gestured dramatically with a tiny paw at the patch of ground Oliver had stepped on, where velvety moss emitted a faint, pearly light. "I truly didn't mean to," Oliver said earnestly, kneeling down to get closer to the creature's level. "My name's Oliver. I followed this compass." He held out the strange device. The creature's eyes widened, its bristling stance softening slightly as it peered at the compass. "The Heartwood Seeker," it breathed, its voice losing some of its sharpness. "Haven't seen one of those in, well, longer than your little legs have walked. Name's Quill." It gave a small, grudging nod. "Keeper of the moon moss and, apparently, reluctant guide to clumsy outsiders." It sighed dramatically, but Oliver saw a flicker of curiosity in its amber eyes. Quill proved to be prickly, pessimistic, and obsessed with the precise care of the Vale's luminous flora. Yet beneath the spines and grumbling, Oliver sensed a deep love for his home and a surprising loneliness. He learned that Quill was a thornkin, one of the few guardians of the Heartwood Vale, a hidden sanctuary sustained by the natural magic of the world, a magic anchored in the legendary Heartwood tree deep within the valley. The Vale was a refuge for gentle, often overlooked creatures, glowing moths the size of butterflies, shy rock sprites that hummed melodies, and silent, moss-covered guardians that watched over ancient groves. But things aren't right, Quill confided later, as they sat sharing a meal of sweet, glowing berries Oliver had found under Quill's strict supervision. The glow moths are dimming, the starlight lilies aren't blooming as brightly, even the silverwood leaves are losing their shine. It's as if the veil's light is draining away. Quill's small face was etched with worry. The heartwood tree must be weakening if it fails. He shuddered, unable to finish the thought. The living constellations above seemed to dim momentarily, as if echoing his fear. Oliver felt a pang of deep concern. This place, so wondrous and fragile, was in peril. He pulled out the compass. It felt warm, but the pearl's light was steady, not pulsing. The intricate rings were still. "Their inscription says seek the heartwood, find the light," he said slowly. Maybe it brought me here to help." Quill snorted, but it lacked its usual bite. "Help? What can an outsider do against a fading of ancient magic? The heartwood is deep within the crystal caves, dangerous place, full of echo wraiths that feed on doubt and lost memories. Even Thorn can avoid it." But Oliver remembered his grandmother's words, for when your heart seeks a different kind of map, he looked at Quill, small and spiny, burdened with worry for his home. He looked at the fading light of the veil. His own restlessness had found purpose. "I have to try, Quill," he said, his voice quiet but firm. "The compass led me here for a reason. Will you show me the way?" Quill stared at him for a long moment, his amber eyes searching Oliver's storm-gray ones. He saw not just clumsy feet, but a determined heart. He sighed again, a softer sound this time. "Oh, botheration, fine, but step lightly, and for the love of luminescence, watch where you put those oversized feet." Their journey deeper into the veil was a revelation. Quill, despite his grumbling, was a knowledgeable guide. He showed Oliver how to listen to the whispering stones that told of ancient paths, how to avoid the patches of dreamvine whose scent induced deep sleep, and how to navigate the luminous canals where boats made of solidified light ferried silent, glowing fish. Oliver learned the delicate art of tending the moon moss under constant critique, and even managed to soothe a frightened rock sprite with a gentle hum, mimicking the sounds Quill taught him. He discovered a quiet courage within himself, facing the strange beauty and subtle dangers of the veil without flinching, his initial fear replaced by a profound respect and a growing desire to protect it. The crystal caves loomed ahead, their entrance a jagged maw in the side of a shimmering quartz mountain. As they approached, the air grew colder, and the comforting glow of the veil dimmed. An unnerving silence fell, broken only by the faint, discordant echo of dripping water. The compass in Oliver's pocket grew cold, then abruptly hot, the ring spinning wildly before locking, pointing straight into the darkness. The pearl pulsed erratically. "Echo wraiths," Quill whispered, his spines rattling nervously. "They sense strong emotions, fear, sadness, doubt. They'll try to amplify it, feed on it until you're lost in your own shadows. Stay calm, Oliver. Focus on the compass. Focus on why you're here." Stepping into the caves was like entering a frozen geode. Walls, floor, and ceiling were encrusted with crystals in every conceivable color, but their light was weak, flickering erratically. Strange, distorted reflections moved in the facets. The air hummed with a low, unsettling vibration that seemed to seep into Oliver's bones. Shapes flitted at the edge of his vision, insubstantial, smoky figures that whispered fragments of thought directly into his mind. "Lost, always lost," hissed one voice, echoing his childhood fear of getting separated in the market. "Pointless, you can't help," murmured another, mirroring Quill's initial doubt. "Cold, so cold, alone," a third voice sighed, touching the deep loneliness he'd felt since his grandmother died. Oliver faltered. The voices felt true, scratching at old wounds. Doubt, cold and heavy, began to coil around his heart. He saw fleeting images in the crystals, himself wandering lost in the dark, Quill turning away in disappointment, the veil fading into utter blackness. The compass grew icy in his hand. Quill nudged his leg. "Don't listen, Oliver, they're lies, thieves of light. Remember the veil, remember the glow moths, remember the heartwood." Oliver squeezed his eyes shut, gripping the freezing compass. He focused not on the fear, but on the warmth he'd felt holding it the first time. He thought of the wonder in Quill's eyes when he saw the seeker, the gentle hum of the rock sprite, the sweet taste of the glowing berries, the breathtaking beauty of the living constellations. He thought of his grandmother's kind eyes and her belief in magic. He thought of his own determination to help. "Seek the heartwood, find the light," he repeated silently, like a mantra. "I am here to help." The warmth began to seep back into the compass. Its light strengthened, pushing back the oppressive gloom immediately around them. The whispering voices receded, becoming faint, frustrated hisses. "That's it." Quill encouraged, his own voice stronger. "Your light drives them back, keep going." Pressing forward, guided by the compass's steady glow and Quill's sharp directions, "Left, no, your other left, you great lump," they navigated the treacherous, echoing caverns. The compass led them through narrow fissures, across bridges of pure crystal spanning fathomless dark chasms, and finally into a vast, central chamber that took Oliver's breath away. In the center stood the heartwood tree. It wasn't a tree of wood and leaves, but a magnificent, intricate structure woven from pure, solidified light roots of deep gold, a trunk of swirling silver and emerald energy, branches like frozen lightning reaching towards the cavern roof, where points of light mimicked stars. But its radiance was sickly, flickering. Great sections seemed dim, almost translucent. Tendrils of thick, viscous shadow snaked up from cracks in the crystal floor, clinging to the trunk and branches, draining its light. The source of the veil's fading magic was painfully clear. As they approached, the shadows writhed, coalescing into larger, more defined forms, not just echo wraiths, but something stronger, darker. They pulsed with cold malice, sensing the intruders. The air crackled with hostile energy. "What do we do?" Oliver whispered, awed and terrified by the corrupted majesty before them. The compass in his hand blazed. The pearl shone like a tiny sun, and the golden rings spun faster than ever before, aligning with the symbols, the leaf, the snowflake, the sunburst, the moon. It grew almost too hot to hold. Oliver understood. The seeker wasn't just for finding, it was for mending. Its magic resonated with the heartwood, but it needed a conduit, a focus for its power to push back the shadows. But the dark forms were detaching from the tree, gliding towards them with chilling speed. Oliver's courage wavered. He was just a boy. How could he fight this? "Oliver." Quill's voice was sharp, urgent, but not afraid. "The compass, it needs your light, your heart's light. Remember why you came. Remember the veil." Quill's words cut through the fear. Oliver thought not of the darkness, but of the luminous moss, the shimmering fish, the worried thornkin beside him, the fading constellations. He thought of the kindness he'd found here, the friendship forged with the prickly guardian. He poured all his hope, his determination, his newfound love for this hidden world into the compass. He held it aloft towards the ailing heartwood tree. "Find the light," he cried out, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. The compass erupted, not with destructive force, but with pure, brilliant, life-giving radiance. A beam of warm, golden-white light shot from the pearl, striking the heartwood tree. Where the light touched, the clinging shadows hissed and recoiled, dissolving like smoke in a strong wind. The beam intensified, fed by Oliver's unwavering focus and the compass's ancient magic. It washed over the heartwood, seeping into the dim areas, reigniting the silver and emerald energy within the trunk, making the branches blaze like captured sunbeams. The dark forms shrieked, a sound of pure negation, as the light consumed them, banishing them back to the cracks from which they'd oozed. The oppressive cold lifted. The erratic flickering of the crystals in the chamber walls steadied into a soft, harmonious glow. The heartwood tree pulsed once, powerfully, sending a wave of warm energy radiating outwards through the stone, through the veil, unseen but deeply felt. The beam from the compass softened, then faded. The pearl still glowed, but softly, steadily. The golden rings settled into a peaceful alignment. The heartwood tree stood restored, its light strong, pure, and vital, bathing the chamber in serene luminescence. The tendrils of shadow were gone. Only peace remained. Oliver lowered the compass, trembling with exhaustion and awe. It was warm again, humming contentedly. Quill stared, his amber eyes wide with disbelief and burgeoning joy. You did it, he breathed, his voice thick with emotion. The heartwood, it's singing again, can you feel it? Oliver could. It was a gentle thrum in the air, a vibration in the stone beneath his feet, a sense of profound well-being washing over him. The veil was saved. Their journey back through the crystal caves was different. The echo wraiths were silent, the path illuminated by the heartwood's renewed energy reflecting brilliantly in the crystals. When they emerged into the veil, the change was immediate and breathtaking. The glow moths blazed with renewed vigor, their light painting vibrant patterns in the air. The starlight lilies had unfurled enormous, luminous blooms, filling the air with their sweet, heady perfume. The silverwood trees shimmered like molten metal. The very air seemed brighter, warmer, humming with restored magic. Creatures emerged, blinking in the renewed light. Rock sprites hummed joyous melodies, luminous fish leaped higher in the canals, and the moss-covered guardians seemed to stand taller. News of the outsider who had reignited the heartwood spread through the veil like wildfire. Oliver and Quill were welcomed as heroes. Shy creatures Oliver had only glimpsed before approached, offering gifts of glowing nectar, polished river stones that held captured light, and woven garlands of luminous flowers. A celebration, quiet and profound, unfolded under the newly vibrant constellations. Sitting beside Quill on a bed of radiant moon moss, carefully chosen, Quill assured him, sharing sweet fruits, Oliver felt a deep sense of peace and belonging he'd never known. You know, Quill said, uncharacteristically quiet, poking at a glowing berry, I thought all outsiders were clumsy oafs with big feet. Turns out, some have rather large hearts to match. He offered Oliver a berry with a gruff gesture that couldn't hide his affection. Oliver smiled, the compass warm and quiet in his pocket. He knew his place was not permanently in the veil, wonderful as it was. His family, his world, awaited him. But he also knew he carried the veil within him now, and a friend in the most unexpected form. Will you be okay, Quill, now that the light is back? Quill puffed out his chest. Of course, the moon moss needs vigilant tending, the starlight lilies require precise pruning schedules, and someone has to keep an eye on those frivolous glow moths. Busy, but he hesitated, then added softly, the seeker found its purpose, and perhaps you could visit, through the old oak, if you promise not to step on the moss. Oliver grinned. I promise. When it was time to leave, the veil creatures gathered near the ancient oak. The heartwood seeker, its purpose fulfilled for now, glowed softly in Oliver's hand. He knew it would guide him back. Quill stood beside him, trying to look stern but failing miserably. Remember, Quill instructed, tapping Oliver's boot, left at the whispering stone that sounds like a sigh, right at the twin glow fungi, and watch your step. I will, Quill, Oliver said, crouching down. Thank you for everything. Quill shuffled his feet. Yes, well. Just don't be a stranger, clumsy oaf. And take this. He pulled a small, perfectly round stone from his satchel. It was cool and smooth, and within its depths tiny points of light pulsed gently, a piece of the veil's starlight. To remind you. Oliver clasped the stone, feeling its gentle pulse. I'll treasure it. He pocketed the stone beside the warm compass. With a final wave to the gathered creatures, their lights blinking like friendly fireflies, Oliver stepped back through the shimmering veil in the oak roots. He emerged into the whisperwood just as dawn was breaking. The rain had stopped. Birdsong filled the air, and the rising sun painted the sky in streaks of pink and gold. The forest looked ordinary, beautiful, but no longer holding a hidden secret he was excluded from. He knew the secret now. He touched the smooth stone in his pocket and felt the compass, now dormant but still warm, resting beside it. Walking home, the scent of damp earth and pine was familiar, yet infused with a new layer of meaning. He felt different. The restlessness was gone, replaced by a quiet confidence and a heart full of wonder. He had faced darkness, not with force, but with the light of kindness and courage. He had found a friend in the unlikeliest of places, and saved a world of fragile, beautiful magic. He slipped back into his house as quietly as he'd left. Up in his attic room, he placed the heartwood seeker back in its velvet nest within the cedarwood chest. He set the glowing stone on his windowsill, where it caught the first rays of the morning sun, pulsing softly. It was a beacon, a promise. As he crawled back into bed, the familiar scent of clean sheets and old books wrapped around him. The village below was waking up, the ordinary world beginning its day. Oliver closed his eyes, the images of the luminous valley, the brave little thornkin, and the radiant heartwood tree filling his mind. He had journeyed to a hidden world, faced a mystery, forged an unexpected friendship, and found his own light. The adventure was over, but the warmth of it, the gentle pulse of the veil's starlight on his sill, and the quiet hum of the compass in its chest promised that magic was never truly far away. It lived just beyond the veil, in the kindness of friends, and most of all within his own, newly discovered brave heart. Sleep, deep and peaceful and filled with shimmering dreams, claimed him as the sun rose fully, bathing his room in golden light. Once, in a small village cradled between emerald hills and a golden sea of daisies, there lived a curious young girl named Lyra. Her eyes, sparkling like the morning dew on a spider's web, often wandered far beyond the horizon, where she imagined lands of untold wonders. Her favorite place was the edge of the whispering woods, where trees stood so tall and thick that their tops seemed to tickle the heavens. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was filled with the scent of ripe apples and the sky was painted in hues of orange and pink, Lyra felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was as if the woods themselves were calling out to her, whispering secrets through the rustling leaves. With a deep breath of courage and a heart full of wonder, she decided to venture into the unknown. As she stepped past the familiar boundary of the village, the forest enveloped her in a cool embrace. The path was lined with moss that felt like the softest velvet beneath her feet. Sunlight streamed through the branches in playful patterns, and Lyra felt as though she was walking through a living cathedral of nature. The air was alive with the symphony of chirping birds and the gentle babble of a hidden brook nearby. A little way into her journey, Lyra stumbled upon a clearing where the ground was carpeted with mushrooms of all shapes and colors. Sitting atop one of the largest mushrooms was a peculiar creature with fur the color of twilight and eyes that sparkled with the light of 1,000 stars. It was a wisp fox, a creature as rare as it was wise, known for guiding lost travelers. "Welcome, dear Lyra," the wisp fox greeted, its voice as soft as a lullaby. "I see you have a heart full of questions. Would you like some answers?" Lyra, though surprised that the creature knew her name, nodded eagerly. "Yes, please. I wish to learn about the wonders of these woods." The wisp fox flicked its bushy tail and smiled. "Then follow me, for this forest holds more magic than you can imagine." As they ventured deeper, the forest unfolded like a storybook. They passed trees with bark that shimmered like silver and leaves that sang gentle tunes when the wind caressed them. They walked alongside streams that flowed with water as clear as crystal, reflecting the sky's ever-changing moods. At one point, they came across a glen where luminous butterflies danced in the air, their wings casting rainbows with every flutter. Lyra reached out, and one alighted on her finger, its tiny heart beating in rhythm with her own. It was in that moment she realized the importance of gentle curiosity and respect for the wonders of the world around her. Suddenly, the path divided into three. Lyra hesitated, unsure which way to go. The wisp fox looked at her kindly. Sometimes, the right path is the one that calls to your heart, not your mind. Remembering the gentle tug she felt that morning, Lyra chose the path to the right, which was lined with glowing fungi that lit up under her steps like warm, welcoming lights. The path led them to a serene pond, its surface like a mirror reflecting the sky. By the water's edge sat an elderly turtle, wise with the weight of centuries. The turtle looked up and spoke slowly. "Every journey brings new lessons, young one. It's the courage to take the first step that shapes who we become." Lyra pondered the turtle's words, feeling a warmth spread through her. She realized that it was her curiosity and bravery that had brought her here, and that sometimes simply daring to explore could be the most rewarding adventure of all. As the sun began to dip behind the trees, painting the sky with strokes of lavender and gold, Lyra knew it was time to return home. The wisp fox led her back to the edge of the forest, where the village lay in the gentle embrace of twilight. "Thank you for guiding me," Lyra said, her heart full of gratitude and newfound wisdom. The wisp fox nodded, its eyes twinkling. "Remember, Lyra, the world is full of wonders waiting to be discovered. Keep your heart open and your spirit curious." With one last look at the enchanting forest, Lyra stepped back into the familiar world of her village. The evening air was cool and comforting, and the first stars began to appear in the sky. She felt a peaceful contentment, knowing that the magic of the whispering woods would always be with her, in her heart and in her dreams. And so, with a smile and a heart full of dreams, Lyra returned home, ready to share tales of her wondrous journey, to inspire others to listen to the whispers of the world and explore the magic waiting just beyond the horizon. Silas tended his moon-petal garden with trembling fingers. Each morning he checked the exact height of the silvery blooms, the precise angle of their glowing faces towards the east, the moisture level of the deep violet soil. Change was Silas's quiet dread. It whispered in the shifting wind and lurked in unexpected clouds. He preferred the gentle predictability of his walled garden, where everything stayed exactly as he nurtured it to be. Beyond the weathered stone walls, the whispering woods pulsed with wild magic and untamed growth, a thought that tightened Silas's chest. One crisp autumn morning, Silas found his prized moon petals drooping. Their usual radiant silver glow had dimmed to a dull pewter, and the soft chime they made at dawn was silent. Panic fluttered in his throat like a trapped moth. He checked the soil, the sunlight, the alignment of the protective crystals. Everything was exactly as it should be. Yet the plants were fading, their magic waning. The fear of losing them, the fear of this unwanted change, felt like a cold stone in his stomach. His friend Bryn, whose cottage nestled at the very edge of the whispering woods, found him staring helplessly at the wilting flowers. Bryn's hair was perpetually tangled with leaves, and her eyes held the deep green wisdom of the forest. "They feel your fear, Silas," she said softly, her voice like rustling parchment. "Moon petals thrive on gentle acceptance, not rigid control. They sense the storm inside you." "But I haven't changed anything," Silas protested, his voice tight. "Everything is perfect." Bryn knelt, brushing a fingertip against a drooping petal. It shivered faintly. "Perhaps perfect isn't what they need anymore. Perhaps they need to change, and you need to let them. The woods might hold an answer. The Heartstone Glade is stirring." The Heartstone Glade. Silas had heard whispers of it, a place deep within the whispering woods, where the oldest magic pooled, reflecting the inner state of those who entered. Legend said it could show your true self in its crystalline waters. The thought of venturing so deep into the unknown, where paths shifted and shadows danced, filled him with icy dread. Yet the sight of his beloved moon petals, their light flickering like a dying candle, pushed him. He couldn't lose them. With a deep, shuddering breath, he agreed. Bryn led the way, her steps sure and silent on the mossy path. Silas followed, his heart pounding against his ribs like a trapped bird. The air in the woods smelled rich and ancient damp earth, decaying leaves, and the sweet tang of unseen berries. Sunlight dappled through the canopy in shifting patterns, illuminating vibrant emerald ferns and clusters of luminous blue mushrooms. Every rustle, every creak of a branch felt amplified. Silas flinched when a squirrel chattered overhead, scattering acorns. "Breathe, Silas," Bryn murmured, pausing by a stream where water chuckled over smooth, gray stones. The woods sense tension, they respond to openness. She dipped her hand into the cool water, and tiny, phosphorescent fish darted around her fingers, leaving trails of soft light. See, no harm, only curiosity. As they walked deeper, the path became less defined. Silas stumbled over a hidden root, catching himself on the rough bark of an ancient oak. He felt a gentle thrum beneath his palm, a slow, steady pulse that echoed the beat of his own heart, calming him slightly. He looked up. High in the branches, a figure made of woven twigs and autumn leaves watched him with eyes like polished amber. Kalen, the forest guardian, rarely seen but always present. "You carry winter in your spring," Kalen's voice whispered, not from the figure but from the rustling leaves all around. "The garden fears the wild, yet the wild nourishes the garden. Let the walls down, little caretaker. Let the light find its new shape." Silas shivered, the words resonating deep within his fear. Was his own rigidity, his terror of change, what was truly harming the moon petals? Was he the wall stifling their light? Finally, they reached the Heartstone glade. It was a small clearing bathed in ethereal light that seemed to emanate from the very air. In its center lay a pool of water so clear it was almost invisible, reflecting the vibrant canopy above like a perfect mirror. Ringing the pool were smooth, milky white stones that pulsed with a soft, internal light. The air hummed with a deep, resonant energy, peaceful yet profoundly alive. "Look into the waters, Silas," Bryn said, her voice barely a breath. "See what the Heartstone shows you." Trembling, Silas stepped to the edge of the pool. He saw his own reflection first, pale face etched with worry lines, eyes wide with apprehension. But as he focused, the image shimmered. He saw his walled garden, but the walls were impossibly high, thick with thorns, casting deep shadows over the moon petals within. He saw himself frantically measuring, pruning, trying to force the plants into unchanging forms, while their light dimmed under his anxious touch. The reflection shifted again, showing the whispering woods vibrant, chaotic, teeming with life in constant, beautiful flux. Vines embraced trees, flowers bloomed in unexpected bursts of color, streams changed course, and everything felt interconnected, pulsing with healthy, dynamic magic. He saw the fear in his own mirrored eyes, fear of the wildness, fear of losing control, fear of becoming something different. Tears welled in Silas's eyes, blurring the vision. The truth was undeniable. His fear wasn't protecting the garden, it was suffocating it. He had built walls not just of stone, but of rigid expectation, shutting out the very elements of growth and renewal. He sank to his knees beside the pool, the cool moss soft beneath him. "I'm afraid," he whispered, the admission carried away by the glade's gentle hum. "I'm afraid of what happens when things change, when I might need to change." As he spoke his fear aloud, something remarkable happened. A single tear fell from his cheek into the crystalline water. Where it landed, a tiny, perfect silver flower bloomed instantly on the surface, a miniature moon petal, glowing with pure, soft light. It floated for a moment, then dissolved into shimmering motes that drifted upwards like fireflies. The water rippled. Silas's reflection shimmered once more. This time he saw the garden walls crumble gently, not into ruin, but into low, moss-covered borders. Sunlight streamed freely onto the moon petals. He saw himself not rigidly measuring, but sitting peacefully among the plants, observing them with wonder as they stretched towards the light, their shapes slightly different, uniquely beautiful. He saw vines from the whispering woods curling over the low walls, bearing unfamiliar, star-shaped blossoms that complemented the moon petals' silver glow. He saw himself smiling, a quiet joy replacing the anxious lines on his face. He saw Bryn and Kaelin nearby, their presence a steady, supportive warmth. The reflection radiated peace and acceptance. A profound sense of calm washed over Silas, deeper than any he had ever known. It wasn't the absence of fear, but the understanding that change wasn't an enemy. It was the rhythm of life itself, the very force that allowed growth and beauty. He felt the rigid knot inside his chest loosen and dissolve, replaced by a gentle warmth, like the first rays of dawn after a long night. He looked up at Bryn, his eyes clear. "They need to grow," he said, his voice steady now, filled with a quiet wonder. "And so do I." Bryn smiled, a sunrise spreading across her face. "Then let's go home." The journey back felt different. The shifting shadows no longer seemed threatening, but playful. The rustling leaves sounded like welcoming whispers. Silas noticed details he'd missed before: the intricate pattern of frost on a spiderweb, the vibrant red flash of a cardinal's wing, the sweet scent of decaying wood nurturing new fungi. He felt connected, part of the vast, changing tapestry, not separate from it. Kaelin's twig and leaf figure watched them pass from a high branch, its amber eyes gleaming with quiet approval. When they reached the walled garden, Silas didn't rush to the moon petals. He stood before the heavy wooden gate, placing his palm flat against the weathered wood. He closed his eyes, remembering the vision in the heartstone glade. He thought not of control but of trust, not of rigidity but of flow, not of fear but of possibility. He pushed the gate open. The change was immediate, magical. As Silas stepped inside, a gentle wave of silver light pulsed from the center of the garden, washing over the drooping moon petals. They shuddered, then slowly, gracefully, lifted their faces. Their glow intensified, not back to its old state, but into a richer, deeper silver, shimmering with hints of blue and violet. New buds swelled on stems that had seemed barren, unfurling into larger, more intricate blooms that chimed softly, a melody more complex and beautiful than before. The air hummed with their renewed magic, smelling like cool moonlight and fresh rain. Silas didn't measure. He walked slowly among them, feeling the cool, velvety petals brush his fingertips, listening to their gentle song. He saw that some stems leaned slightly, others curved uniquely, each bloom a distinct expression of moon petal beauty. He noticed tendrils of Bryn's wild honeysuckle, which she'd planted long ago outside the wall, now finding tiny cracks in the stone and curling inward, their golden flowers adding warm counterpoints to the silver light. It wasn't the sterile perfection he'd clung to. It was vibrant, diverse, harmonious chaos. It was alive. He spent the afternoon simply being with his garden. He watered with a light touch, not a strict measure. He hummed along with the moon petals' chime. He welcomed the buzzing bees drawn to the honeysuckle. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, deeper than the quiet of routine. It was the peace of acceptance, of trusting the process of growth, both in his garden and within himself. That evening Bryn joined him, carrying 2 steaming mugs of spiced cider that smelled of cinnamon and cloves. They sat on a low stone bench Silas hadn't used in years, watching as the moon petals' glow intensified under the twilight sky, casting dancing silver shadows on the mossy ground. The low walls, now softened by vines and moss, felt welcoming, not confining. "They're more beautiful than ever," Bryn observed, her voice warm. Silas sipped the sweet, warm cider, feeling its comforting heat spread through him. "They needed to change," he said softly, watching a particularly large bloom slowly rotate to follow the rising moon. And I needed to learn that change isn't loss, it's transformation. It's how we grow into who we're meant to be. Like the garden needed the wildness, I needed to let go of the walls I built. He looked at Bryn, his eyes reflecting the moon petals' gentle light. Thank you for showing me the way. Bryn simply smiled and nudged his shoulder gently. Above them, in the branches of the old oak just outside the garden, Kalen's amber eyes glowed softly, a silent guardian witnessing the quiet, magical bloom of courage and acceptance. The air was filled with the soft chime of moon petals, the hum of night insects, the comforting crackle of Bryn's small fire pit nearby, and the deep, peaceful sigh of the forest beyond the walls. Silas leaned back, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, no longer afraid of the changing seasons, the shifting winds, or the wild magic that flowed through everything. He had discovered the greatest magic of all, the courage to grow, held safe in the gentle embrace of friendship and the enduring beauty of a world forever renewing itself. The moon rose higher, bathing the transformed garden and the quiet watchers in its serene, silver light, a perfect lullaby for a heart finally at peace. Silas tended his moonpetal garden with trembling hands, the silver blossoms shimmering like captured starlight under the twin moons. For years, these flowers had bloomed in perfect, unchanging harmony, their steady glow a comfort against life's uncertainties. But tonight, whispers rustled through the valley, the great bloom was coming. A rare event where all magic surged and shifted, transforming the land overnight. Silas's chest tightened. Change felt like uprooting delicate roots, leaving tender things exposed. Steady as stone, he murmured, repeating his father's old adage, though the petals quivered at his touch as if disagreeing. Near the garden's edge stood Grand Willow, an ancient tree whose bark held constellations of soft amber light. Your fear trembles the soil, little gardener, rumbled the tree, voice like wind through autumn leaves. The earth knows when we cling too tightly. Silas sighed, brushing dirt from his knees. What if the bloom ruins everything, my moon petals? Ah, hummed Grand Willow. But what if they become something new? Before Silas could reply, a chime-like giggle danced through the air. Pip, a firefly with wings like liquid sunshine, zipped toward him. Silas, the crystal frogs are singing by Mistfall Pond. They say the bloom's magic is bubbling up already. Pip's light pulsed with excitement, casting warm dapples on Silas's worried face. Come see. Reluctantly, Silas followed. At Mistfall Pond, the water glowed cobalt, and crystalline frogs chorused in harmonies that made the reeds sway. But as Silas knelt, his reflection rippled, not with his familiar frown, but with vines curling through his hair like living emerald threads. He stumbled back. The magic's touching me already. Not touching, corrected Grand Willow gently. Responding. Over the next days, Silas's resistance painted the garden in melancholy hues. Moon petals drooped, their light dimming. Where he walked, moss grayed beneath his boots. Even Pip's glow flickered when Silas sighed, which was often. Change is a storm, Silas fretted, patting a wilted bloom. It breaks things. Pip landed on his shoulder, light warm as a candle's kiss. Remember when my wings were dull brown? I hated it, but Grand Willow said, be patient. Your light needs time to find its song. The firefly whirled joyfully. Now I weave sunbeams, storms water new beginnings, Silas. That night, the first wave of the great bloom arrived. Not with chaos, but a soft sigh. Moon petals dissolved into shimmering mist, and from the soil sprang slender stalks crowned with buds like spun opal. Silas cried out, but Pip nudged him toward Grand Willow. Trust, whispered the tree. As Silas hesitantly touched a bud, magic hummed up his fingers. Vines spiraled around his wrists, blooming into tiny star-shaped flowers that pulsed with his heartbeat. Terrified, he tried to shake them off. They're part of you now, Grand Willow murmured. Breathe. Silas closed his eyes. Instead of fighting, he imagined the garden not as loss, but possibility. Slowly, warmth spread through him. The vines glowed brighter, and the opal buds unfurled into luminous bells that chimed in the breeze. Where his feet touched the earth, violets and lavender sprang up, weaving through the silver grass. Pip danced above them, scattering light like golden pollen. You're growing with it, she chimed. By the bloom's peak, Silas stood transformed. Living flowers cascaded from his hair, roots curled lovingly around his ankles, and his hands glowed with gentle bioluminescence. The garden flourished in radiant layers, no longer just moon petals, but a tapestry of singing irises, floating dandelion clocks, and trees with leaves like stained glass. Where fear had grayed the moss, now emerald pathways shimmered with dewdrop fairies. Grand Willow's branches lowered, brushing Silas's cheek. You tended sameness like a fortress. Now see, you've built a bridge instead. Silas laughed, the sound making nearby petals flutter. I thought change was an ending, but it's a conversation. He cupped a chiming bellflower, its melody harmonizing with Pip's hum. The magic didn't force me. It waited for me to say yes. As the twin moons set, painting the sky in peach and lilac, Silas sat with Pip beneath Grand Willow's luminous canopy. The tree's roots cradled them like old friends sharing stories. Courage isn't fearing the storm, Silas realized aloud, stroking a vine that now curled contentedly around his wrist. It's learning to dance in the rain. Pip nestled in his flower-crowned hair. And what beautiful music your dancing makes. The garden sighed happily, a living symphony of growth and light. Where Silas's tears fell, tears not of sorrow but wonder, tiny glowing mushrooms bloomed, guiding fireflies through the gentle night. He'd arrived not at an ending, but a tender beginning. And as sleep beckoned, the magic whispered back, rest now, gardener. Tomorrow's blooms will be even sweeter. In the velvet hush of twilight, when the last honey-colored rays of sun cling to the horizon like shy children reluctant to bed, there exists a cobblestone path behind old misses. Willowby's rhododendron bushes that wasn't there yesterday. This is where we find our protagonist, a girl with a lantern of curiosity, always lit behind her eyes, standing at the edge of what sensible folk called the ordinary woods. But the stones beneath her boots shimmered like dragonfly wings, and the air carried the faintest whisper of a melody no earthly instrument could play. The girl, let's call her Mira, stepped onto the path. At once, the world softened around the edges. Trees stretched taller, their bark patterned with silvery spirals that pulsed gently, as if breathing. The ground became springy with moss the color of limes dipped in moonlight, and fireflies the size of apricots bobbed lazily, their light shifting between gold and violet. It was the Glimmerwood, though Mira didn't know its name yet. All she knew was the scent of cinnamon and rain, and the feeling that the very air was welcoming her. Her first companion appeared as she crossed a bridge made of interwoven roots, arching over a stream where the water sang in glassy notes. A creature no taller than her knee perched on the rail, its fur a cascade of autumn leaves, crimson maple, amber oak, russet elm, all rustling softly even without wind. It had eyes like twin hearth fires, and a tail that flickered like a candle flame. You're the leaf ox, Mira breathed, recalling a half-forgotten tale her grandmother once told. The creature inclined its head, leaves chiming like distant bells. And you're the girl who's forgotten her mittens, it replied, voice crackling pleasantly. Mira looked down at her hands, suddenly aware of the evening chill. Before she could speak, the leaf ox shook itself, sending a single golden leaf spinning into her palms. It grew warm, soft as rabbit fur, and shaped itself into perfect mittens. Every wanderer needs protection, said the leaf ox. Even from small discomforts, Follow the singing stones when the path forks, and mind the ink-bloom flowers, their dreadful gossips. With that it dissolved into a swirl of leaves, scattering into the darkening wood. Mira walked on, the mittens humming with gentle warmth. Soon the path split around a hillock crowned with flowers whose petals were deepest indigo, their centers glowing like bottled starlight. As she approached, they began to quiver. "She's wearing fox gifts," one bloom trilled. "No hat, though," sighed another. "Her ears must be chilly." "Do you think she knows about the thistle key?" piped a third. Mira knelt. "What's a thistle key?" The flowers stilled. Then in unison they turned toward a nearby oak, where a single silver thistle hung from a low branch, its surface etched with tiny, swirling symbols. "Opens the chamber of whispers," the largest flower confided. "But it's ever so tricky to reach. The ivy argues with strangers." True enough, the oak's trunk was wrapped in thick ivy, each leaf edged in copper. As Mira reached for the thistle, the vines shifted like a nest of snakes, hissing, "No admittance, no bare ears." Remembering the flower's chatter, Mira untied her scarf, patterned with embroidered owls, and fashioned it into a makeshift hat. The ivy rustled approvingly and parted. The thistle key fit snugly in her palm. At the hill's peak, she found a door carved into the side of an ancient stump, no taller than her shoulder. The key slid into a knot-hole, and with a sound like a sighing cello, the door opened. Inside, the chamber of whispers was neither large nor small, but exactly the size of a held breath. Floating orbs of light drifted like dandelion seeds, each containing a voice, some laughing, some murmuring, one reciting a recipe for mushroom pie. In the center sat a stone basin filled with liquid moonlight. "Look inward," the chamber seemed to whisper. Mira gazed into the basin. The moonlight rippled, showing not her reflection, but a winding path through a valley of crystalline trees, their branches chiming in an unfelt breeze. At the valley's heart stood a tower woven from living vines where something glimmered, a figurine of a fox, a thistle, and a flower, all forged in gleaming silver. The vision faded, leaving the taste of peppermint on her tongue. A map, she realized. The basin's moonlight had imprinted the route onto her mind, crisp as ink on parchment. The journey through the crystal valley tested her in gentle ways. Narrow bridges of frozen mist required careful steps. A river of liquid amber demanded she trade a story. She told of the time she'd helped a baby crow learn to fly for passage on a lily pad boat. She met a hedgehog knitting socks from spider silk, who gifted her a pair for the stones ahead. They're fond of ticklish toes, and a family of moths who mended a tear in her coat with threads pulled from dawn's first light. At the vine tower, Mira found the figurine, but also a surprise. The leaf ox waited beside it, along with the ink-bloom flowers, now tucked into tiny flower pots carried by chipmunks and the moth family. "Every guardian of the Glimmerwood comes to greet those who pass the valley," the leaf ox explained. "The silver totem is yours, but it asks a question first. Will you keep our secrets?" Mira hesitated. "I'll share the wonder, but not the paths. Some magic needs quiet to grow." The totem glowed, warm in her hands. As it did, the Glimmerwood itself seemed to hum in approval. The leaf ox nudged her elbow. "Come, dawn's approaching, time for wanderers to return." They walked back together, the creatures sharing tales of the wood, how the stars dip down to drink from the singing stream, how the northern lights are actually the ghosts of forgotten songs. At the cobblestone path's end, the leaf ox pressed a paw to Mira's chest. "Carry the glimmer here, and when the world feels too heavy." It plucked a maple seed from its tail, now a perfect, tiny whirligig. "Plant this where shadows gather. It'll remember the light." Mira stepped back into her world as the first birds began their morning chorus. In her pocket, the silver totem nestled close, and in her heart, the certainty that wonder never truly leaves us. It waits in the corners of our gaze, patient as moonlight. That night, she planted the seed by her window box. It grew into a sapling with leaves that glowed softly when she hummed, and though no one else ever found the cobblestone path again, Mira knew it was there. And sometimes, on the edge of sleep, she'd hear a familiar crackle of autumn leaves, and know her friends in the Glimmerwood were wishing her sweet dreams. The little town of Bramblewood nestled in a valley where mist curled like sleepy cats around the chimneys each morning. In this quiet place lived a boy named Leo, whose greatest joy was exploring the dusty corners of his grandmother's sprawling, cluttered attic. While others saw only old furniture and forgotten things, Leo saw possibilities. He believed quite firmly that every object held a whisper of a story, a secret waiting to be discovered. One rainy afternoon, while searching for a missing jigsaw puzzle piece, Leo pushed aside a heavy trunk draped with a faded tapestry. Behind it, tucked into a shadowy nook, sat a small, unassuming object. It was a wooden music box, no larger than Leo's hand. Its dark wood was smooth with age, inlaid with mother-of-pearl that shimmered like captured moonlight, even in the dim attic light. There was no key, no visible winding mechanism, just a simple latch. Intrigued, Leo lifted it gently. It felt surprisingly warm. He carried it to the dormer window, where gray light filtered through the rain-streaked glass. With a soft click, he opened the lid. Inside, instead of a metal cylinder with pins, lay a bed of smooth, deep blue velvet, like a tiny night sky. And nestled within that velvet was a single, perfect, iridescent feather, shimmering with colors Leo couldn't quite name: blues, purples, and hints of gold. It looked impossibly soft. Leo frowned. No music. He touched the feather lightly. As his fingertip brushed against the impossibly soft barbs, a sound filled the air. But it wasn't music from the box itself. It was music inside Leo. A melody sweet and clear as a mountain stream sprang unbidden into his mind. It was a tune he'd never heard before, yet it felt instantly familiar, warm, and comforting, like sunlight on his face. He gasped, pulling his hand away. The melody stopped. He touched the feather again, and the song resumed, weaving through his thoughts like a silken thread. This, Leo realized with a thrill that chased away the rainy day gloom, was no ordinary music box. It played the music of feeling, of pure, unspoken joy. He named it the Heart Song Box. For days, Leo experimented. The feather played different melodies depending on what he felt. Happiness brought bright, dancing tunes. Quiet contentment summoned gentle, flowing harmonies. Even a flicker of frustration produced a low, rumbling counterpoint before resolving into something calmer. The box didn't amplify his feelings, it translated them into beautiful sound. It was a secret he treasured, a private symphony. But one evening, as Leo held the box after a particularly happy day spent building a model ship, the melody shifted unexpectedly. A single pure high note pierced the joyful tune, sharp and clear, like a bird's call. Then another, lower, mournful note followed. It wasn't Leo's feeling, it felt like a message from the box. The feather itself seemed to glow faintly. A wave of longing washed over him, a deep, resonant ache that wasn't his own. It was the box's longing. It wanted to go home. This began Leo's journey. He knew the box was special, and its home couldn't be the dusty attic. He showed it to his grandmother, who peered at it with her kind, faded eyes. She murmured, tracing the mother-of-pearl. That pattern reminds me of the Starwood Glade, deep in the Whispering Hills. Folks say things there are different. Old Mrs. Thimblewick, who lives near the edge of the woods, knows more about such things than anyone. Her eyes twinkled. But mind the roots, Leo, they trip the unwary. So, with the Heart Song Box tucked safely in his worn satchel, Leo set off towards the Whispering Hills. His first helper appeared almost immediately. As he crossed the old stone bridge marking the town's edge, a small, scruffy terrier with one floppy ear trotted up to him. He had bright, intelligent eyes and smelled faintly of damp earth and biscuits. Lost, the dog asked, his voice a cheerful rasp. Leo jumped. Talking dogs weren't common in Bramblewood. Going to the Starwood Glade, Leo stammered. Ah, excellent choice, name's Digby, the dog announced, tail wagging furiously. I know every sniff and snuffle path through those hills. Also excellent at digging up interesting things and avoiding nettles, mostly. Digby became Leo's cheerful guide, his keen nose leading them along hidden animal trails, his boundless optimism a counterpoint to Leo's growing nervousness as the woods grew thicker and the light dimmed. Deep within the hills, where the trees grew tall and moss hung like ancient beards, they met their second helper. Perched on a gnarled branch was a tiny owl, no bigger than Leo's fist. Her feathers were the color of dusk, and her large, round eyes gleamed with startling wisdom. You carry a song that seeks its source, young one, she hooted softly, her voice like wind through dry leaves. She introduced herself as Lumina. The glade is near, but its heart is guarded by silence. Listen not just with your ears, but with your spirit. Lumina flitted silently ahead, her dark eyes seeing paths invisible to Leo and Digby, guiding them around treacherous sinkholes disguised by ferns, and warning them with a soft hoot when the air grew too still. Finally, after a day of walking guided by Digby's nose and Lumina's sight, they reached the edge of the Starwood Glade. It was unlike any place Leo had ever seen. Ancient trees, their bark silvered and smooth, formed a wide circle. The air shimmered faintly, smelling of ozone and crushed pine needles. Sunlight, dappled and golden, streamed through the canopy, illuminating motes of dust dancing like tiny stars. In the very center stood a pedestal of pure, polished moonstone, waiting. But between Leo and the pedestal stood the challenge. The glade wasn't empty. Standing sentinel around the moonstone pedestal were three figures carved from living wood tall, elegant guardians with faces like wise, ancient masks. They didn't move, but the air around them hummed with a palpable energy. It wasn't hostility, Leo sensed through the heart song box, which now played a complex, questioning melody. It was vigilance. Deep, unwavering protection. Digby growled low in his throat. Guardians, look fierce, Leo, show 'em your teeth. He bared his own small, sharp ones. Lumina landed softly on Leo's shoulder. Force will only make them roots you to the spot, young one. Remember the silence, remember the song. Leo looked at the silent wooden figures, then down at the heart song box in his hands. It was playing a melody of yearning now, pure and strong, directed towards the pedestal. The guardians remained impassive. How to reach them? Wisdom, not force. Leo closed his eyes, shutting out Digby's nervous panting and the shimmering light. He focused on the box. Not just on the melody it played for his feelings, but on the song within it, the song of the feather itself, the pure note of longing he'd first heard. He poured his understanding into that feeling, his recognition of its purpose, his desire to help it find its home. He didn't just listen, he felt the feather's story, its separation, its deep connection to this sacred place. Slowly, he opened the box. He didn't try to approach the pedestal. Instead, he simply held the open box towards the silent guardians. The feather glowed softly. The melody that flowed out wasn't just in Leo's mind this time. It resonated in the very air of the glade, a pure, wordless song of homecoming, of belonging, woven with Leo's own empathy and respect. The air hummed louder. One of the wooden guardians shifted, its head turning slowly towards the sound. Its eyes, deep knots in the wood, seemed to soften. The rigid posture relaxed. A low, harmonious hum, like the deepest note of a cello, emanated from the guardian, harmonizing with the heart song box's melody. The other two guardians followed suit, their wooden forms seeming less rigid, more fluid. The humming grew, filling the glade with a sound that vibrated in Leo's bones, a sound of ancient approval and welcome. The path to the moonstone pedestal was clear. Leo walked forward slowly, reverently, Digby quiet at his heels, Lumina watching from his shoulder. The air felt warm and welcoming now. He placed the open heart song box gently onto the smooth moonstone. The iridescent feather seemed to pulse with light. The melody swelled, triumphant and achingly beautiful, filling the glade completely. Then the feather detached itself, lifted gently by an unseen breeze. It floated upwards, spinning slowly, shedding tiny motes of iridescent light like falling stars, before dissolving into the shimmering air above the pedestal. The music faded, leaving a profound, peaceful silence. The box remained, the blue velvet empty. But Leo felt no sadness. He felt a deep, resonant peace. The box had fulfilled its purpose. The song was home. As he looked at the empty box, a new, gentle warmth spread through him, the warmth of gratitude, of connection, of having helped something precious find its place. The wooden guardians bowed their heads slightly towards Leo. A sense of ancient blessing settled over him. He picked up the now ordinary, yet still beautiful, wooden box. It felt lighter. Lumina hooted softly. A song returned, a balance restored. Well done, listener. Digby nudged Leo's hand. Right mission accomplished. Now, about those biscuits I smell back in Bramblewood. The journey back felt different. The wood seemed friendlier, the sunlight warmer. Leo carried the empty box, but his heart felt fuller than ever. He understood now that the real magic wasn't just in the feather, but in the connection. It fostered the connection to his own feelings, to the ancient magic of the glade, and to the helpers who had guided him. He had learned to listen deeply, not just to music, but to the silent language of longing and the wisdom found in stillness and empathy. That night back in his room, Leo placed the empty heart song box on his windowsill. Moonlight streamed in, catching the mother of pearl. It was just a box now, beautifully made. But when Leo touched the smooth wood, a faint warmth remained. And sometimes in the quietest moments just before sleep, he thought he could hear the faintest echo of pure, joyful melody, not in his mind, but carried on the night air, a lullaby from the starwood glade, a reminder that kindness and listening unlock the deepest magic, and that even an empty vessel can hold the profound comfort of a journey completed and a song finally home. He drifted to sleep, wrapped in the peaceful resonance of understanding, knowing that wonder often hides in the quietest corners, waiting for a gentle heart to discover it. The village of Willow Hollow nestled between whispering pines and a chuckling brook, where chimney smoke curled like sleepy cats into the twilight sky. Here cobblestone paths wound past cottages with mossy roofs, and the air always smelled of baking bread and damp earth. Young Finn, with eyes like polished river stones, loved his home's quiet rhythm, until the day the ordinary began behaving extraordinarily. It started subtly. Mrs. Bramble's prize-winning teapot, usually content to whistle a cheerful tune, began pouring lavender-scented tea instead of Earl Grey. Then old Mr. Thistle's garden rake danced a jig among the carrots when no one was looking. By week's end, woolen mittens knitted themselves into curious star shapes overnight, and the bakery's sourdough loaves emerged from the oven speckled with edible silver glitter. Whispers fluttered through Willow Hollow like autumn leaves. The quiet fidgets, folks called it, a gentle, puzzling unrest among everyday things. Finn, ever observant, noticed patterns others missed. The oddities always happened near dusk, and only around objects touched by many hands, a well-loved teapot, a shared rake, community knitting wool. Determined to help, he visited the village's wisest soul, Lyra, who lived in a cottage shaped like a toadstool, its walls woven with living honeysuckle. Her eyes, deep as forest pools, crinkled kindly. Ah, Finn, she murmured, stirring a pot of moonflower syrup that smelled of cinnamon and starlight. The world whispers when it's unsettled. We must listen with more than our ears. That evening, as fireflies blinked like tiny lanterns, Finn and Lyra sat on her porch. She handed him a magnifying glass framed in willow wood. Look closely, child. Magic leaves traces softer than cobwebs. Finn peered at a fidgeting knitting needle. There, glimmering faintly on its surface, were minuscule, iridescent footprints, like those of a tiny, nervous bird. Pixie tracks, breathed Lyra. But pixies are merry tricksters. These prints tremble. Something troubles them. Their investigation led them to the heartwood tree, an ancient oak at the village center, its bark etched with generations of wishes. Beneath its roots lay the pixie post, a hollow where villagers left offerings of honey or shiny pebbles for good luck. That night they found the post in disarray. The usual gifts were scattered, and the air hummed with a faint, anxious buzz. Hiding behind a clover leaf was Pip, a thumb-sized pixie with moth-wing sleeves, wringing her hands. "It's the grumble stone," she piped, voice like a shaken bell. "It rolled into our nest beneath the post. It mutters such sad, heavy thoughts, and its grumbles make everything jittery." Pip led them down a root tunnel into a cavern glittering with crystal dew. There, wedged among pixie feather beds, was a smooth, gray stone, ordinary except for the low, rhythmic murmur it emitted. "No one notices, too plain," forgotten Lyra knelt, her palm hovering above it. "This isn't just a stone, Finn, feel its energy." Finn placed his hand near it. A deep loneliness pulsed from it, cold as forgotten cellar air. "It's not magic," realized Finn softly. "It's unhappy. It came from the brook, maybe tumbled down in the last storm, and all the village shared warmth above made it feel left out." The solution came not through spells, but empathy. "Every heart needs to belong," said Lyra. With Pip's help, they gently carried the grumble stone to the brook's sunniest bend, where dragonflies skimmed the water. Finn placed it among friendly, chattering river stones. Then, inspired, he fetched the village's polishing cloth, used by everyone to buff the wishing bell, and gave the stone a gentle rub. As the cloth passed over it, the stone's murmur softened into a contented sigh. Shiny, warm home. The next morning, Willow Hollow awoke to restored peace. Teapots whistled familiar tunes, rakes stood quietly, and bread baked golden brown. But something new graced the brook's edge. The stone, now gleaming like quartz, sat amidst its kin, radiating a soft, happy hum that harmonized with the water's song. Villagers, noticing its newfound glow, began leaving smooth pebbles beside it, a tiny, welcoming council. That evening, Finn joined Lyra by her crackling hearth, sipping lavender tea that tasted perfectly of lavender. "The greatest magic," she said, her firelight casting dancing shadows, "is often kindness. Even stones remember how it feels to be seen." Outside, the brook chuckled, the wind sighed through pines, and the heartwood tree stood guardian over a village where every belonging, large, small, or even stony, had found its place. And as Finn walked home beneath a sky dusted with stars, he knew the deepest mysteries were solved not with wands, but with watching eyes and a willing heart, ready to mend what was quietly broken. Sleep wrapped around him like a soft quilt, filled with the comforting certainty that in Willow Hollow all was well, and all would ever be well. In a quaint village nestled between the lush, rolling hills and a gentle stream that sang softly as it wound its way through the countryside, there lived a young woman named Linnea. Her home was a modest cottage, its roof adorned with moss and ivy, and its windows framed by cheerful boxes bursting with lavender and daisies. Linnea was known for her kind heart and gentle spirit, yet she was often troubled by the winds of change that seemed to blow ever stronger in her life. Each morning she would awaken to the sweet melody of birdsong, the air alive with the scent of dew-kissed grass and blooming wildflowers. But beneath this serene surface, Linnea felt an unease growing within her, like a vine creeping through her soul. She feared the unknown changes that loomed in the distance, much like the approaching autumn wind that rustled through the trees, turning their leaves to gold. Her life had been simple and predictable, revolving around the village and its gentle rhythms. She tended her garden, baked bread, and often helped her neighbors with their daily tasks. However, as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a yearning for something beyond what she knew, yet she was hesitant to embrace it, fearing what it might bring. One crisp, clear morning, as Linnea wandered through the village square, she noticed an unfamiliar figure setting up a colorful stall draped with vibrant silks and shimmering trinkets. This was Marisol, a traveling enchantress known for her wisdom and the magical wonders she carried in her caravan. Intrigued yet apprehensive, Linnea approached, her curiosity piqued by the mystical aura that surrounded Marisol. Marisol welcomed her with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling like stars. "Ah, dear Linnea," she said, her voice like a gentle breeze, "I see in you a heart that longs for growth and transformation, yet fears the journey it may require." Linnea nodded, her voice barely a whisper. "I feel something inside me changing, but I don't know what to do. How can I embrace what I don't understand?" With a knowing look, Marisol reached beneath her counter and retrieved a small, intricately carved box. "This," she said, presenting it to Linnea, "is a seed of transformation. Plant it under the full moon, and it will guide you on your path to discovery." Clutching the box to her chest, Linnea thanked Marisol and returned home, her heart alight with a mix of hope and uncertainty. That evening, as the silver moon hung like a lantern in the sky, she ventured into her garden, the cool earth soft beneath her feet. With a deep breath, she planted the seed, feeling a strange warmth spread through her fingers as she covered it with soil. In the days that followed, Linnea tended the spot with care, watering it with love and anticipation. Slowly, a delicate sprout emerged, its leaves unfurling like tiny green hands reaching for the sky. As it grew, Linnea found herself drawn into a world of wonder, for the plant was unlike any she had ever seen, its petals shimmering with colors that danced in the sunlight. With each passing day, Linnea noticed changes within herself, mirroring the plant's growth. She became more attuned to the whispers of the wind, the rustle of leaves, and the songs of the birds. Her heart, once heavy with doubt, began to lighten, filled with a newfound sense of purpose and connection to the world around her. The villagers, too, noticed the change in Linnea. Her eyes sparkled with a vitality that seemed to brighten even the cloudiest days. Encouraged by her transformation, they sought her advice, drawn to her warmth and wisdom. Linnea, in turn, found joy in sharing her journey, realizing that by helping others, she was also nurturing her own spirit. One afternoon, as she sat beneath the shade of an ancient oak, her friend Tomas joined her. Tomas was a gentle soul with a love for stories and a knack for seeing the world in hues of wonder. "Linnea," he said, his voice soft and thoughtful, "the changes in you are like the seasons, inevitable and beautiful. You've learned to dance with them, and that is the true magic." Linnea smiled, her heart swelling with gratitude. "The seed Marisol gave me was just the beginning," she replied. "It taught me that change is not something to fear, but to embrace. Every leaf that falls, every blossom that blooms, carries a lesson if we're willing to listen." As the seasons continued to turn, Linnea's garden flourished, a testament to her journey of growth and self-discovery. She had learned that change, like the gentle flow of the stream, could lead to new and wondrous places. Her fears had dissolved like morning mist, replaced by a deep-seated belief in the beauty of life's ever-unfolding path. And so, in the heart of the village where magic and wisdom mingled beneath the starlit sky, Linnea found her place. She had become a beacon of hope, reminding all those around her that the most profound transformations often begin with a single, daring step into the unknown. As the sun set over the hills, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Linnea stood in her garden, surrounded by the soft hum of twilight. She whispered a silent thank you to Marisol and the seed that had set her on this path of discovery, for in the gentle embrace of nature and the kindness of others, she had found the courage to grow, to change, and to truly become herself. And so, dear reader, as you drift into the gentle embrace of sleep, Remember that, like Linnea, you too can find magic in the changes life brings. For every challenge holds the promise of growth, and every ending is but the beginning of a new and wondrous journey. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley cradled by whispering hills, a place where cobblestone paths wound between houses with thatched roofs that glowed softly under the moon. Magic here wasn't loud or flashy. It was the warm scent of cinnamon buns drifting from Mistress Gable's bakery at dawn, the way fireflies pulsed in perfect harmony with the village clock tower's chime, and the gentle hum of contentment that seemed to rise from the very earth. Young Theo, whose freckles looked like scattered cinnamon dust, loved Willowbrook most of all for its quiet magic, especially the nightly dance of the fireflies that painted the dusk with streaks of warm gold. But one cool autumn evening, as Theo sat on his doorstep watching the sky deepen from lavender to indigo, he noticed something unsettling. What could be dampening magic? That, Silas said, standing up and brushing cedar shavings from his worn trousers, is the heart of our little mystery. An observation, young Theo, is the key to any puzzle. Are you ready for a moonlit walk? Together, with Fern flitting ahead like a shadow, they followed the path alongside the brook. The water, usually chuckling merrily, seemed to flow more sluggishly. As they neared the crystal springs, the air grew cooler still, and Theo felt a strange hush fall, like the woods were holding their breath. The familiar, comforting hum of magic was faint, muffled. The springs were a small, clear pool fed by water trickling down a mossy rock face. Moonlight should have fractured into 1,000 dancing diamonds on its surface. Instead, the pool looked dull, lifeless. And clustered on the rocks surrounding the pool, Theo saw them, hundreds of fireflies. But they weren't flying. They sat huddled together, their lights flickering weakly, like distant stars obscured by cloud. They're here. Theo breathed, his heart aching at their dim glow. But why won't they fly? Silas knelt by the water's edge, his brow furrowed. Look closely, Theo, not just at the fireflies. Look at the water, look at the rocks. Listen. Theo knelt beside him. He looked. The water wasn't just sluggish, it seemed thicker, almost syrupy near the edges. He saw patches of a strange, dark, slimy substance clinging to the rocks below the waterline. It looked like thick, wet ash. He sniffed the air. Underneath the clean scent of pine and damp earth was a faint, unpleasant odor, sour and metallic, like old pennies left in the rain. He listened. The gentle trickle of the spring was almost silent, choked. What is that slime? Theo whispered, pointing. And that smell, it's wrong. Fern, the moss spriggan, chittered anxiously from Theo's shoulder, pointing a tiny finger emphatically at the dark patches. Ah, Silas murmured, a spark of understanding in his eyes. That, Theo, is bogrot sludge, very rare, very troublesome. It seeps up from deep underground where minerals clash poorly. It's like a heavy blanket thrown over magic. It dampens sound, dims light, and makes the water heavy and lifeless. It explains everything. The fireflies need the pure, lively water and the bright magic of the springs to power their flight and light, Theo realized, the pieces clicking together. The sludge is smothering it, but how do we get rid of it? It looks stuck fast. Silas smiled gently. Bogrot sludge is stubborn, but it has a weakness. It fears pure vibration, clear sound, like laughter or music, especially music played with true heart, which carries its own kind of magic, but it needs to be focused right at the source. Theo thought hard. He wasn't much of a musician. He patted his pocket, his fingers closing around his smooth, worry stone. Then he remembered something. Silas, the village bell, the harmony bell in the clock tower. It rings pure and clear every hour. Could its sound reach here? Silas's smile widened. An excellent thought, Theo. The harmony bell's sound carries far on the night air, but it needs a little encouragement to reach this deeply into the woods with enough strength. We need an amplifier, a conductor for its pure note. Fern suddenly leapt from Theo's shoulder and scurried towards a cluster of tall, slender reeds growing near the spring. Moonlight glinted off their smooth stalks. Fern tapped one reed, then another, making a soft, hollow talk sound. "The whisper reeds," Silas exclaimed. "Of course, they channel sound, make it travel farther and clearer. Fern, you clever sprout, if we can get the sound of the harmony bell to resonate through these reeds aimed right at the sludge." The plan formed quickly. Silas knew the woods and could move silently. He would hurry back to the village square, timing his arrival just before the next hour. He would explain the plan to Old Man Hemlock, who tended the clock tower. When the bell struck, Silas would focus all his quiet intention, his deep connection to Willowbrook's magic, on sending that clear, resonant bong towards the crystal springs. Theo's job was to stay with Fern. As the bell's sound approached, Silas assured him he would feel it coming. Theo needed to gently stroke the whisper reeds in sequence, starting from the tallest, guiding the sound wave towards the pool, just like directing water down a channel. Fern would help him know which reed to touch next. Theo waited nervously by the silent pool, the huddled fireflies casting only the faintest glow. Fern perched on his knee, a comforting, velvety weight. The woods felt vast and quiet. Then, just as the moon reached its highest point, Theo felt it. A faint tremor in the air, a deep, pure feeling rather than a sound, vibrating through the ground and up his legs. It was the distant echo of the harmony bell, carrying Silas's focused hope. "Now, Theo." Silas's voice seemed to whisper on the vibration itself. Theo took a deep breath, remembering his grandmother's calm wisdom. He focused on the pure note resonating within him, the sound of home and harmony. Gently guided by Fern's tiny nudges, he began to stroke the whisper reeds. Tallest first, with a soft, steady sweep of his hand. Swoosh. Then the next tallest. Swoosh. Then the next. Swoosh. As Theo touched each reed, it seemed to hum, capturing the distant bell note and sending it onwards, clearer and stronger. The focused wave of pure sound, amplified and directed by the reeds, swept over the crystal springs pool. It hit the dark bogrot sludge clinging to the rocks. A remarkable thing happened. The sludge didn't melt or vanish in a puff of smoke. Instead, it shivered, like a ripple moving through thick jelly. Then it began to contract, pulling away from the rocks, retreating from the clear water. It shriveled slightly, losing its oily sheen, turning drier, grayer. As it shrank back, the clear spring water bubbled up more vigorously, pushing the retreating sludge aside. The sour, metallic smell lifted, replaced by the clean, mineral scent of fresh water and damp moss. The hush dissolved, replaced by the joyful gurgle of the spring and the rustling of leaves in a suddenly fresher breeze. The effect on the fireflies was instant and magical. As the sludge retreated and the pure magic of the springs surged back, their dim lights brightened. One by one, then in joyful clusters, they lifted from the rocks. Their wings, no longer heavy with stifled magic, buzzed with renewed energy. Their lights pulsed first tentatively, then stronger, brighter, warmer, until the clearing was filled with a swirling constellation of gold. They danced above the now sparkling, diamond-dusted pool, their light reflecting brilliantly in the pure water. Theo laughed, pure relief and wonder bubbling up inside him. Fern chittered happily, doing a little jig on the moss. The fireflies swirled around them in a silent, luminous thank you. Silas appeared at the edge of the clearing, a broad smile on his face. "Well done, young observer, well done indeed. You listened, you looked, you thought, and you acted with a calm heart. That's the best kind of magic." Walking back towards Willowbrook, Theo, Silas, and Fern were accompanied by a glorious escort. The fireflies flew ahead and alongside, a river of golden light flowing back towards the village. As they emerged from the woods, the villagers, drawn outside by the returning glow, gasped in delight. The golden light washed over the meadow, touching the tightly closed buds of the night-blooming glories. As the fireflies pulsed in their familiar, comforting rhythm, the beautiful white flowers began to slowly, gracefully unfurl, releasing their sweet, calming perfume into the night air. A collective sigh of peace settled over Willowbrook. Restless dreams were soothed away. Later, sitting again on his doorstep with a cup of warm milk, Theo watched the fireflies dance. He held his worry stone, now warm not from worry, but from contentment. The mystery had been solved not with force, but with careful watching, kind help from friends like Fern and Silas, and the pure, shared magic of their home amplified by a bell and some clever reeds. He learned that sometimes the quietest things, a strange smell, a dim light, a hush in the woods, hold the biggest clues. And that solutions often lie in connection, connecting observations, connecting with wise friends, and connecting with the gentle, resilient magic all around. The air was sweet with night-blooming glory, the fireflies painted golden paths on the velvet dark, and the soft chime of the harmony bell echoed faintly, a reminder of the pure note that had cleared the shadows. Theo smiled, the cozy magic of Willowbrook wrapping around him like a soft blanket, and knew that all was well. The gentle hum of the sleeping village was the most comforting sound of all. Deep within the whispering woods, where ancient oaks wore cloaks of emerald moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived creatures unseen by ordinary eyes. Here the air hummed with a quiet magic, woven from the turning seasons and the deep, harmonious breath of the earth itself. Among the gnarled roots and beneath the velvet ferns thrived Thistle, a young hedgehog whose spines shimmered with dewdrops in the dawn light, and his dearest friend, Fern, a quick-witted squirrel with eyes like polished acorns. Their world was one of intricate balance. The fireflies painted constellations on warm summer nights, their light fueled by the fragrance of blooming night-blooming jasmine. The brook songbirds, feathered in iridescent blues and greens, sang melodies that coaxed the river into gentle, laughing currents, its water crystal clear and tasting of cold stone and wild mint. In autumn, the wise willows shed leaves imbued with whispered memories, gathered by the diligent moss sprites to weave into the soft blankets lining burrows against the coming chill. Winter brought the frost weavers, tiny, shimmering beings who spun delicate lace from frozen mist, adorning bare branches and silencing the forest under a blanket of profound, peaceful quiet. Spring belonged to the bloom whisperers, unseen forces that coaxed buds into vibrant life, their arrival heralded by the first warm rain that smelled of damp earth and sweet promise. Thistle and Fern learned this rhythm from Bramblebur, an ancient badger whose fur was silvered with age and whose deep, rumbling voice carried the weight of countless seasons. He lived beneath the sentinel oak, the oldest tree in the woods, its bark deeply carved with patterns that seemed to shift and flow like liquid history. Bramblebur taught them the forest song, not a melody sung aloud, but the subtle symphony of interconnected life, the rustle of a vole stirring dry leaves signaling the approach of a hungry fox, the particular scent of ozone whispering of a distant thunderstorm long before clouds gathered, the way the mushrooms glowed faintly blue along the paths where the underground streams flowed strongest. "Listen with more than your ears, little ones," Bramblebur would murmur, his voice blending with the crackle of the small, enchanted hearthstone that warmed his den, its light casting dancing shadows. "Feel the forest breathe, taste the wind, see the stories written in the moss and the bark. Harmony is the greatest magic, and it is woven thread by fragile thread." One crisp autumn afternoon, as Thistle and Fern were gathering the last sweet hazelnuts, a tremor ran through the forest. It wasn't an earthquake, but a disturbance in the very fabric of their world. The vibrant reds and golds of the maple leaves seemed duller. The air, usually crisp and fragrant with decaying leaves and wood smoke, carried a faint, acrid tang like damp metal. Most unsettling of all, the laughing river grew quiet. Its usual cheerful gurgle faded to a sluggish, mournful sigh. The water, once clear as polished quartz, took on a murky, listless hue. Fern scampered to the river bank, her bushy tail twitching with worry. Thistle, look, the brook songbirds, they're barely singing. Indeed, the usually vibrant birds perched listlessly on gray branches, their feathers ruffled, their songs reduced to thin, sorrowful chirps. The water felt strangely tepid and greasy against Thistle's paws when he dipped them in. They hurried to Bramblebur. The old badger was already waiting, his expression grave. He held a single, perfect maple leaf, its brilliant crimson hue fading to a sickly brown at the edges. "The balance is wounded," he rasped, his voice thick with concern. "Something heavy and cold has settled upstream near the Stoneheart Falls. It poisons the river's spirit, silences its song, and weakens the season's turn." He explained that the Stoneheart Falls were where the river plunged over ancient, moss-covered rocks, creating a natural basin that acted as the forest's heartwell. Pure magic drawn from the deep earth and the changing skies pooled there, feeding the seasonal cycles and the life of all creatures. "If the poison spreads," Bramblebur warned, his eyes reflecting the hearthstone's worried flicker, "winter will not weave its quiet magic, spring may not wake, the frost weavers will freeze solid, the bloom whisperers will slumber too deeply. The forest will fall into an endless, silent gray." A council was called under the sentinel oak. Fireflies glowed with anxious light, moss sprites shivered in their woven cloaks, and even the usually stoic owls hooted softly in dismay. Fear hung thick as fog. Some creatures whispered of fleeing. Others argued pointlessly. Thistle, remembering Bramblebur's lessons, stepped forward, his small voice surprisingly steady. "Grandfather Bramblebur says harmony is woven thread by thread. Maybe we need to weave it back together." Fern nodded vigorously, adding, "We need to find the source. We need to help the river remember its song." Their courage sparked a fragile hope. It was decided Thistle and Fern, small and quick, would journey upstream towards the Stoneheart Falls, guided by their knowledge of the forest paths and the subtle signs. Bramblebur entrusted them with a precious gift, a small, smooth river stone warmed by the hearthstone. "This holds the memory of pure water," he said, "and a fragment of the forest's warmth. It may help you." Their journey was fraught with the growing imbalance. Autumn seemed to stall. Leaves that should have fallen clung desperately to branches, brittle and dry. The air grew colder than it should, biting with an unnatural dampness that seeped into their bones. Magical phenomena flickered erratically. Patches of frost formed in the afternoon sun, only to melt into sluggish, gray puddles. Strange, sourceless sighs echoed through the trees, chilling their blood. They navigated treacherous paths slick with unnatural slime, the comforting sense of earth and leaf mold replaced by the metallic tang of decay. They crossed trembling bridges of woven vines over streams that bubbled sluggishly. Their courage was tested by shadows that seemed to cling too long, and whispers that weren't the wind. Fern's sharp eyes spotted safe paths where the moss still glowed faintly green, a sign of lingering health. Thistle used his keen nose to avoid patches of air that smelled stagnant and wrong, guiding them towards the cleaner, though still troubled, scent of pine needles higher up. Finally, after a perilous climb over slippery rocks slick with unnatural frost, they reached the Stoneheart Falls. The sight stole their breath not with beauty, but with profound sorrow. The majestic cascade was reduced to a thick, oily trickle. The basin below, usually a swirling pool of luminous, clear water reflecting the sky, was choked with a viscous, dark sludge that shimmered with a sickly, iridescent sheen. It smelled like rust and forgotten graves. Embedded in the sludge near the base of the falls was the source of the poison. A massive, jagged chunk of cold, dark iron, a piece of something forgotten and unnatural that had tumbled down from the distant, unseen mountains beyond the forest's edge. It pulsed with a dull, malevolent chill, that seemed to leach the warmth and life from the very air. "This is it," Fern whispered, her voice trembling. It's killing the heart well." Thistle felt despair wash over him. How could they move such a monstrous thing? He clutched the warm river stone Bramblebur had given him. It felt small and insignificant against the oppressive cold emanating from the iron. He remembered the badger's words, "Help the river remember its song, remember." Looking around desperately, Thistle's eyes fell upon the moss-covered rocks surrounding the basin. Within the thick ancient moss, preserved like jewels in amber, were tiny fragments of perfectly preserved bluebell petal from a long-ago spring, a delicate fossilized dragonfly wing, a vibrant red autumn leaf caught mid-fall. These were memories woven into the very fabric of the place by generations of moss sprites and the magic of the falls. An idea sparked, fragile but bright. Fern the memories, the forest remembers its harmony. Bramblebur's stone remembers pure water. Maybe if we remind the heart well together. Fern understood instantly. We need all the memories. We need the forest's song. Thistle placed Bramblebur's warm stone gently onto the cold, sludgy surface near the edge of the basin. It sank slightly but glowed with a soft, determined light. Fern scrambled up the rocks, chattering urgently. She found a cluster of glowing moss holding a shimmering dewdrop, a perfect memory of morning freshness. She nudged it free and it rolled down, landing with a soft plink near Thistle's stone. He found a patch of moss cradling a tiny, perfectly formed acorn, a symbol of potential and growth. He carefully pried it loose and added it to the growing collection. They worked feverishly, their small paws trembling but determined. They gathered a snowflake pattern preserved by a frost weaver, a fragment of a bloom whisperer's first spring song caught in a bead of sap, a single luminous scale shed by a brook songbird. Each precious memory fragment, when placed near the warm stone, glowed brighter, pushing back the oppressive grayness in a tiny circle. But it wasn't enough. The dark iron pulsed, its chill deepening. The sludge seemed to thicken. Thistle felt a wave of exhaustion and despair. They were just two small creatures against a vast, unnatural cold. Then a soft rustling came from the path below. Bramblebur emerged, moving slowly but steadily, followed by a procession of forest folk. The fireflies had come, forming a constellation of soft light around the basin. The moss sprites arrived, carrying pouches woven from spider silk filled with collected memories, pressed wildflowers, tiny polished pebbles from the riverbed, fragments of sun-baked bark. Even the listless brook songbirds had mustered their strength, perching on nearby branches and beginning a soft, hesitant hum. The owls watched silently from high above, their presence a solemn vigil. They had followed, drawn by the faint pulse of hope emanating from the children's efforts. Without a word, they added their offerings to the growing circle of light around Thistle's stone and the gathered memories. Moss sprites gently pressed their treasures into the sludge at the basin's edge. Fireflies hovered, their light intensifying, bathing the scene in a gentle, golden radiance. The brook songbirds' hum grew stronger, weaving into a fragile, beautiful melody that spoke of clear currents and sun-dappled pools. The warmth grew. The circle of light expanded, pushing against the thick sludge and the chilling aura of the iron. Thistle, moved beyond words, placed his own, offering a single tear that had fallen onto his paw, a tear born of fear, effort, and love for his home. It landed on the warm stone, which flared with a sudden, brilliant light. A deep, resonant thrum vibrated through the rocks, shaking the sludge. It wasn't a sound of destruction, but of awakening. The gathered memories began to glow intensely, the bluebell petal radiated spring's promise, the dragonfly wings shimmered with summer's energy, the autumn leaf blazed with fall's vibrant fire, the snowflake pattern glittered with winter's quiet magic. The warm stone pulsed like a tiny heart. The dark sludge at the edges of the glowing circle began to soften, then to flow. It wasn't washed away, but transformed. The greasy sheen dissolved, replaced by the clear, cold luminescence of pure, enchanted water. The transformation spread slowly but surely, like ink dispersing in clear water, driven by the combined warmth, light, and song of the forest's gathered heart. The viscous murk receded from the basin, revealing the smooth, clean stones beneath. The oily trickle over the falls thickened, cleared, and then, with a sound like a sigh of relief, the laughing river found its voice again. Clean, cold, magical water cascaded over the stone heart falls, plunging into the now pristine basin, churning it into a whirlpool of sparkling, luminous life. The oppressive cold vanished, replaced by the crisp, clean chill of true autumn air, scented with pine and wet stone. The dark iron chunk, now inert and harmless, was gently pushed aside by the renewed current, tumbling harmlessly into a deep crevice where the forest's roots would slowly reclaim it. A collective sigh, warm and alive, rippled through the gathered creatures. The brook songbirds burst into full, joyous song, their melodies echoing the river's laughter. Fireflies danced in jubilant patterns. Moss sprites wept tears of pure, clear water that sparkled like diamonds on their cloaks. Bramblebur placed a heavy, gentle paw on thistles and ferns' shoulders. "You wove the threads back together," he rumbled, his voice thick with pride and relief. "You remembered the song and helped the forest remember itself." As they made their way back downstream, the transformation was evident. The dull leaves released their hold, falling in a gentle, golden rain that smelled sweetly of earth and change. The unnatural frost retreated. The air lost its metallic tang, replaced by the rich, comforting scent of damp soil and decaying leaves returning to the earth. The river sang alongside them, its waters clear and cold once more, carrying the renewed magic through the veins of the whispering woods. Winter came, but it was the true winter of the frost weavers. They spun their intricate lace with renewed vigor, draping the forest in a blanket of sparkling silence that felt peaceful, not dead. Under the snow, the earth held the warmth of the forest's collective memory, waiting for spring. And when the bloom whisperers finally stirred, coaxed by the first truly warm rain that smelled of renewal, the forest erupted in a profusion of color and scent more vibrant than anyone could remember. Thistle and fern often visited the Stoneheart Falls. The basin shimmered with pure magic, and embedded in the moss around its edge, alongside the ancient memories, were new additions. A tiny, smooth hazelnut, a single bright squirrel's tail hair caught in the sunlight, and a small, perfectly round stone that always held a gentle warmth. Bramblebur taught them how to listen even deeper, to hear the faint echoes of the forest's song of healing, woven into the rustling leaves and the bubbling streams. And on quiet evenings, as fireflies painted the dusk, and the scent of night-blooming jasmine filled the air, Thistle would tell younger creatures the story beside Bramblebur's hearthstone. He'd describe the unnatural cold, the silent river, the fear, and the perilous journey. But most of all he'd speak of the warmth of the stone, the brilliance of the gathered memories, the strength of the shared song, and the deep, resonant thrum of harmony restored. "Remember," he'd murmur, his voice blending with the crackling hearth and the gentle sigh of the wind in the sentinel oak, "the greatest magic isn't in grand spells, but in the threads that connect us all to each other, to the earth, to the seasons, and to the memories we keep and share. Listen for the forest's song, feel its breath, tend its harmony, for it is the song that sings us all to sleep and welcomes us back with each new dawn." And as the young ones drifted off, nestled in moss-lined burrows, the whispering woods breathed its deep, contented sigh, a living lullaby of perfect, peaceful balance. In the velvet hush hour between twilight and true night, where fireflies scribble secrets across the air, there existed a village called Bramble Hollow. Its cobblestone streets wound like cinnamon threads between cottages with roofs of living time, windows glowing with lanterns shaped like tulip blossoms. Yet something peculiar had begun unfolding beneath the crescent moon's silver nail. Every morning, villagers awoke to find their doorknobs frosted with salt, their milk pitchers filled with lavender instead of cream, and their weather vanes pointing insistently toward whispering wood despite the absence of wind. Young Tansy, whose freckles held the exact pattern of the Orion constellation, first noticed the pattern. While her neighbors tutted about mischievous pixies, she observed the salt-formed tiny arrowheads pointing north, the lavender milk never soured, and the weather vanes trembled like compass needles near something magnetic. On the third night, armed with a pocketful of blackberry tarts and her late grandmother's magnifying glass, whose lens revealed the fingerprints of magic, Tansy followed the clues toward the wood's edge. Beneath ancient oaks wearing beards of lichen, she found a badger in a waistcoat pacing between toadstools. "Late," he muttered, polishing his monocle. "Dreadfully late." His name was Professor Thistledown, scholar of celestial mechanics and part-time keeper of twilight harmonies. When Tansy showed him the magnifying glass, its handle carved with the same spiral symbol on his pocket watch, the badger's whiskers quivered. "Ah, you're Matilda Weatherby's descendant. She and I once calibrated the village dream clock after the great snooze of 1723. The mystery deepened as Thistledown revealed the salt was stardust, the lavender a remedy for nightmares, and the weather vanes detecting a rip in the quiet fabric between realms. Together they trekked to the Chronoglade, a clearing where time pooled in amber puddles and fireflies carried tiny hourglasses in their tails. There they discovered the source, a young nightingale, her feathers shimmering with trapped starlight, caught in a web of fractured moments. "She's a tempest singer," Thistledown breathed. "Her songs stitch tomorrow to yesterday, but see how her wings are tangled in snapped timelines." Tansy, recalling her grandmother's stories, gathered four things: spider silk for mending, dewdrops from dawn's first hour for clarity, a thimble of shadow borrowed politely from a passing moth, and laughter stored in an acorn cap. As Thistledown conducted the moonbeams like golden violin strings, Tansy carefully wove the materials into a glimmering net. The nightingale's fearful chirps softened as the net lifted her gently, untangling the knotted hours. With a triumphant trill, she soared upward, trailing ribbons of mended time. The village awoke next morning to ordinary doorknobs and creamy milk, but also to something new. Every garden bore a night-blooming flower whose petals shifted colors like a twilight palette, and children found their dreams lightly embroidered with helpful clues for the day ahead. In the square, a sundial now graced the fountain, its shadow shaped like a bird in flight. Years later, when thunderstorms growled at the horizon, villagers would smile at the salt patterns appearing on their windowsills, not arrows now, but spirals, the ancient symbol of time's gentle unfolding. And if you walk through Whispering Wood when the clocks strike 13, you might hear two voices, one bright and curious, one gruff but kind, discussing the best way to brew starlight tea, or how to politely ask autumn to arrive a week early for the apple festival. But that, my dear listener, is a story woven from tomorrow's threads, and tonight's tale is complete. Let the scent of time and the hum of mended time carry you to dreams where badgers quote poetry and cookies never crumble. All is well in Bramble Hollow. In a village hugged by hills that turned violet at dusk, there lived a girl named Lyra with a map drawn in starlight ink on her palms. Not the kind you could see, mind you, the kind that tingled when the wind carried secrets from the east. It was this invisible compass that led her one twilight to the edge of the Crystal Vale woods, where trees grew in spirals and the air smelled of burnt sugar and forgotten lullabies. The rules here were simple, whispered the rustling leaves. Wonder softly, listen deeply, and never hurry the shadows. Layla's first step sank into moss so plush it seemed to sigh beneath her boots. Above, branches wove a canopy of living stained glass, leaves of amber and tourmaline filtering the moonlight into pools of liquid gold. She paused when a flicker of movement caught her eye. A fox with fur the color of autumn's last flame sat primly on a root, tail curled around a tiny lantern made of dandelion fluff. "Lost little wanderer?" it asked, its voice like the creak of a rocking chair. When Lyra shook her head, the fox chuckled, a sound like falling acorns. Ah, found then, follow the lichens' laughter. It's having a particularly giggly night. The lichen, it turned out, did indeed giggle, a sound like chimes submerged in honey. It glowed faintly along a path strewn with petals that dissolved into mist when touched. Deeper into the woods, Leela encountered a brook where the water flowed upward, defying gravity with the enthusiasm of a child's soap bubble. Its surface rippled with half-formed shapes, a crown of feathers here, a dancing teapot there. Kneeling to drink, she found the water tasted of questions she'd never thought to ask. What's north of north? It burbled. Before she could answer, a hedgehog made of moss and twigs trundled up, balancing 3 starberries on its spiky back. Trade you, it squeaked, nodding at the hair ribbon Leela had tied around her wrist. She hesitated. The ribbon was her last gift from Gran, but placed it in the hedgehog's twig claw. The starberries burst on her tongue, each a different flavor: courage, curiosity, and the exact warmth of a hug held too long. The woods thickened, trees now arching like the ribs of some slumbering giant. Here, the challenges grew gentler but stranger. A bridge of spider silk demanded she whisper a secret before crossing. I still sleep with my socks on, she confessed. The bridge purred. A glade of clockwork butterflies tested her patience, landing on her nose until she stood statue-still for 7 full minutes. Time isn't a river here, chimed the largest butterfly, its wings ticking. It's a puddle, splashable. Leela's laughter startled a cloud of bioluminescent moths into swirling around her, their wings painting temporary constellations on the dark. It was near the heart of the woods that she met the only creature taller than a sapling, a willow tree with bark like crumpled parchment, its branches heavy with glowing blue fruit. At its base sat a round door no bigger than a teapot. Ah, crooned the tree, though its mouth, if it had one, remained hidden. The map-handed child, we've been waiting. The door swung open to reveal not a space, but a sound. The low, resonant hum of a cello played underwater. To pass, murmured the willow, you must give what the woods already gave you. Leela knelt, mind circling the riddle. The starberries. The moth light. Then she noticed her hands. The star map was gone from her palms. In its place shimmered 3 symbols. A fox's lantern, a hedgehog's starberry, a butterfly's wing. She pressed her palms to the tree's roots. The symbols sank into the bark, and the willow shuddered with delight. Clever seedling, you didn't keep the gifts, you let them change you. The tree split down the middle, revealing a chamber where the air itself seemed to sparkle with possibility. Inside, the source of the wood's magic hung suspended, a single pulsing petal from the first flower, its edges fraying into stardust. Around it orbited creatures Leela could only glimpse sideways, a fish with cloud fins, a cat made of hourglass sand. Take a thread, whispered the petal's light. Mend what's fraying. Her fingers trembled as she plucked a silver thread from the petal's glow. Instinctively, she wove it through the hole in her pocket, the one she'd gotten climbing the old oak last spring. The thread dissolved and the pocket sang. A soft, contented hum, as if grateful to be whole. When Leela stepped back into the woods, dawn hovered like a held breath. The fox waited, lantern dimmed. Well, it asked. She opened her mended pocket. Out fluttered all she'd gathered, a lichen chuckle, a sip of upward-flowing brook, the memory of starberry courage. The fox nodded. Good, now you know, the real magic isn't in keeping, but in letting the wonder through. The journey home was shorter, though no less wondrous. Gravity remembered itself, the brook flowed downstream, and the hedgehog waved with a twig now tied with Leela's ribbon. As she crossed the tree line, the Crystal Vale woods sighed behind her, not in farewell, but in patient waiting. In her pocket the mended thread hummed, and when she finally curled into bed, she dreamed not of adventures, but of a willow tree whispering to new seeds. And then the girl understood, courage isn't a flame to clutch, but a lantern to share. Pass it on, little rootlings, pass it on." Years later, villagers would swear they sometimes saw a grown woman with starlight in her braid, leaving starberries on windowsills, or mending torn kite strings with invisible thread. But that's a story for another twilight. For now, dear listener, imagine Lyra asleep, her palm resting open on the quilt, and in its center, a single crystal petal glowing softly, a nightlight for dreams yet to come. The stars above the emerald meadows of Terraloon shimmered like spilled sugar across velvet darkness, their light filtering through the translucent leaves of whisperwillow trees. Beneath their gentle glow, a small humanoid girl with moss-green hair and bark-textured skin knelt by a bubbling brook, her luminescent amber eyes reflecting the water's dance. Lyra's fingers trailed through liquid starlight as she hummed the evening song, her melody harmonizing with the chiming crickets and rustling ferns. The piece shattered when a metallic screech tore through the night, followed by an earth-shaking crash that sent fireflies scattering in panicked constellations. Through the smoke and sparking debris emerged a hulking figure of angular obsidian plates, its faceted eyes glowing crimson. Zorblax of the crystal wastes coughed static, his jagged hands clutching a fractured power core that hissed violet vapor. Organic life form detected, his translator box crackled in monotone. Surrender nutrient-rich soil samples or face disintegration. Layla's initial fear melted into confusion as she noticed the alien's trembling joints and flickering chest lights. "You're leaking," she observed, pointing at the viscous purple fluid pooling around his triangular feet. When Zorblax staggered, his threat protocols misfiring sparks, the Terralunar did something unprecedented in his 87 solar cycles of existence. She offered a hand wrapped in healing lichen. Their first week together passed in halting exchanges and comic misunderstandings. Zorblax nearly vaporized Lyra's herb garden while attempting to increase photosynthetic efficiency with gamma-ray pruning. Lyra, in turn, nearly short-circuited his systems by offering a hug after noticing his depressed humming frequency. Yet through these fumbles, fragile bridges formed. The crystalline warrior learned to distinguish between invasive weeds and snack blossoms, while the planetary caretaker deciphered the meaning behind his prismatic eye flashes. The true test came when ancient defense drones awakened beneath Terraloon's crust, their rusted cannons targeting both native and alien as equal contaminants. During a frantic retreat through glowing mushroom caves, Layla's ankle twisted in a crystal fissure. To her astonishment, Zorblax abandoned his prized plasma sawblade to carry her, his normally efficient speech patterns glitching with unfamiliar urgency. "Friend unit integrity, paramount," he stuttered, shielding her body with his own as energy bolts sizzled against his backplates. In the smoldering aftermath, Lyra tended his scorched armor with bioluminescent salve. "Why risk yourself?" she whispered. Zorblax rotated his trapezoidal head, studying the way moonlight refracted through her tear-filled eyes. Calculation: 73% probability of mutual destruction if separated, 27% chance of... His vocal emitter crackled, then emitted a sound like grinding quartz that she somehow recognized as laughter. Revised analysis: some variables defy quantification. Their final alliance against the drone hive became legend across 3 spiral arms. Lyra's knowledge of subterranean route networks guided them through labyrinthine tunnels, while Zorblax's combat algorithms predicted attack patterns. Victory came not through force, but when the mismatched pair jury-rigged an empathic pulse transmitter, combining his neutron battery with her neural connection to the planet's mycelial network. As the ancient machines stilled, their visual sensors finally perceiving the world's beauty, Lyra noticed Zorblax's new habit of collecting iridescent pebbles for optimal tactical arrangements that suspiciously resembled Terralunar wind chimes. On the dawn of his repaired ship's departure, the crystalline warrior stood awkwardly at the meadow's edge, his shadow stretching across dewy grass. Conclusion: this unit's mission parameters have expanded, he announced, extending a clawed hand holding a tiny sapling potted in recycled armor plating. Proposal: designate Terraloon as secondary maintenance hub, frequency indefinite. Leela's answering smile outshone the rising sun as she pressed a seed capsule into his buzzing palm. Translation: friends are family we choose across the stars. Now, when meteor showers dance above Terraloon, villagers smile at the glinting object in synchronous orbit, part warship, part greenhouse, its prismatic sails tuned to sing harmonies with the evening song. And across the galaxy, a certain ambassador teaches that understanding blooms brightest not through sameness, but in the spaces where jagged edges and tender roots intertwine. The soft hum of the Starliner Serendipity usually lulled travelers into a peaceful sleep as it traversed the velvet expanse between the spiral arm and the Lyra Nebula. Tonight, however, the gentle thrum was shattered by a bone-jarring crunch and the shriek of tearing metal. Alarm klaxons blared, casting the corridors in pulsing crimson light. In Cargo Bay 3, 2 crates slammed against the bulkhead, their seals hissing open. From one spilled Kalen, a being from the ocean world of Aquaria. His skin shimmered like mother of pearl, smooth and cool to the touch, his large, luminous eyes wide with terror as he gasped for the humid air his filtration suit struggled to maintain. Opposite him, tumbling out in a flurry of coarse, rust-colored fur and clanking tools, was Grum. A native of the arid dust plains of Xerxes 7, his sturdy frame was built for scorching heat and biting sandstorms, his snout twitching as he inhaled the ship's unnervingly damp atmosphere. By the shifting sands. Grum rasped, his voice like stones grating together. He scrambled to his feet, blinking rapidly in the harsh light. What infernal contraption is this? He eyed Kalen's shimmering form and the faint scent of brine with deep suspicion. Water breather, did your kind sabotage the ship? Kalen recoiled, pressing his back against the cold metal wall. Sabotage, never. His voice was a soft, melodic burble. My people seek only knowledge. We were transporting rare Aquarian coral samples for the Galactic Archive. He gestured weakly towards the shattered crate nearby, revealing fragments of iridescent blue coral. You are a Xerxian. Your people are known for resourcefulness. The unspoken implication and occasional piracy hung heavy in the acrid air, filled with the smell of burnt wiring and ozone. A violent tremor rocked the bay. Sparks showered from a ruptured conduit above them. With a gurgle of dismay, Kalen's suit monitor flashed an urgent amber warning: humidity critical. The ship's artificial atmosphere was too dry. Grum, meanwhile, wiped sweat from his brow with a thick forearm. Too wet in here, he grumbled, eyeing a leaking pipe with distaste. Like breathing soup. The ship lurched again, throwing them both to the floor. A synthesized voice, calm but urgent, echoed through the intercom. Emergency protocols initiated. Life support compromised in sections Gamma through Epsilon. Abandoned ship procedure activated. Escape pods launching sequentially. Estimated structural integrity failure, 15 minutes. Panic surged through them both, momentarily overriding their mutual distrust. Escape pods. Kalen gasped, struggling to rise, his breathing becoming labored as his suit's internal humidity plummeted. We must reach them. Grum pointed a thick, clawed finger towards a flashing schematic on a wall panel. Deck 7, but the main lifts are out. He scanned the chaotic bay, his practical mind clicking into gear despite the fear. Service conduits, follow me, water breather, and try not to drip. Their flight through the dying ship was a nightmare of flickering lights, groaning metal, and blocked passages. Kalen's movements grew sluggish, his shimmer fading to a dull gray. Each breath was a rasping struggle. Grum, noticing his companion lagging, paused at a junction. "What ails you?" he snapped, though his gruff tone held a new note of concern. "My suit," Kalen wheezed, leaning against a wall. Xerxian air, too dry, my gills desiccating. He slumped lower. Grum stared, his earlier suspicion warring with a sudden, uncomfortable pang. He recalled the sparse water rations on Xerxes 7, guarded fiercely. Water was life, the most precious resource. Yet here was this alien, literally dying from lack of moisture in the air. He looked down at his own utility belt, at the small, tightly sealed canteen of purified water. He always carried his emergency ration, enough for days on his desert world. It was instinct, deeply ingrained, to hoard it. Another tremor, more violent. A section of ceiling collapsed ahead, showering them with debris and completely blocking the corridor they needed. Blast the twin suns. Grum roared in frustration. They were trapped. He looked back at Kalen, whose luminous eyes were dimming, his body trembling. The Xerxian made a decision that shocked even himself. With a grunt, he uncapped his precious canteen. Here, he thrust it towards Kalen, his voice rough. "Don't waste a drop, and don't expect more." Kalen stared at the offered water, a lifeline from the being he'd feared moments before. With trembling hands, he poured a small amount onto a specialized sponge within his suit's emergency port. Instantly, a fine mist sprayed internally. Color flooded back into his skin, his breathing eased, and his eyes regained their soft glow. Thank you," he breathed, the words thick with genuine astonishment and gratitude. "You saved my life." Grum shifted uncomfortably, snatching the canteen back, though it felt lighter. "Just practical, need you to help find a way out of this metal tomb." He avoided Kalen's gaze, focusing instead on the blocked corridor. "This way's gone, we need another route." He tapped his temple. "Service schematics, there's a maintenance shaft near the waste reclamation unit, smelly but wide enough." It was Kalen's turn to contribute. His people navigated complex, lightless coral caves. "My ocular implants," he said, activating them. His eyes emitted a soft, focused beam of bioluminescent light, piercing the gloom of the damaged corridor. "I can see in low light," laid the way Grum. "I will illuminate the path." Together, the Aquarian and the Xerxian navigated the treacherous guts of the Serendipity. Grum used his immense strength to pry open jammed hatches and clear small debris, his knowledge of mechanics helping them bypass sparking junctions. Kalen's light guided them through pitch-black sections, his sensitive hearing picking up the subtle groans of stressed metal before Grum could feel them, giving them precious seconds to change course. They communicated in terse bursts, directions, and warnings, the initial hostility replaced by a focused, mutual dependence. They finally reached the service shaft near Deck 7. It was a vertical climb, rungs slick with condensation and oil. Kalen, weakened despite the water, struggled. His smooth hands slipped. Grum, climbing below, braced himself. "Easy, scholar, I've got you." He positioned himself to catch Kalen if he fell, his strong arms ready. Kalen, touched by the uncharacteristic gentleness, found renewed strength. "Your strength, my sight," he panted. Together. Reaching the top, they burst onto Deck 7 just as another massive tremor shook the ship. The escape pod bay was chaos-panicked crew and passengers, flashing lights, the roar of pods launching. They spotted one pod, its hatch still open, indicator blinking green. They sprinted, dodging falling panels. Just as they reached it, a severed power conduit whipped down like a live serpent, crackling with energy, blocking the hatch. Grum roared, trying to push past, but the energy discharge stung his thick hide. Kalen, remembering the coral samples, he'd salvaged a small pouch tucked into his suit, had an idea. Aquarian blue coral was not just beautiful, It was a natural superconductor and energy dampener. Grum, shield your eyes. He hurled a handful of the glowing coral fragments onto the sparking conduit. With a brilliant flash and a deep thrum, the energy was absorbed and dissipated harmlessly into the coral, which glowed even brighter before crumbling to inert dust. They scrambled into the pod just as the final warning sirens reached a deafening crescendo. Grum slammed the hatch control. With a hiss and a jolt, the small craft ejected violently into the silent void, leaving the dying serendipity behind. Silence descended, thick and heavy, inside the cramped pod. Only the soft hum of its life support and the ragged breathing of its two occupants broke the quiet. They drifted amidst the stars, the vastness outside the viewport both beautiful and terrifying. Grum slumped against the wall, exhaustion etched onto his furry face. He looked at the empty pouch where Kalen had kept the coral. "Your knowledge saved us," he admitted, his voice low. "That coral, it wasn't just pretty rocks." Kalen managed a weak smile. "And your water, it wasn't just a drink, it was trust." He looked at the Xerxian, truly seeing him now not a feared pirate stereotype, but a practical, strong being who had shared his most precious resource with a stranger. On Aquaria, we say that trust shared is like water in the desert. It makes life bloom where none seemed possible. Grum grunted, a sound that might have been agreement. He looked out at the unfamiliar starfield. "Never been this far from Xerxian skies, don't know these stars." A flicker of vulnerability crossed his features, quickly masked. Kalen activated his implant again, projecting a gentle, swirling holographic map above the console. "I know these constellations. This is the Rimward Drift. See that cluster there, the singing nebula. My people charted its harmonic resonance." His melodic voice filled the small space, painting pictures with words. "And over there, barely visible, the dust veil, that leads towards Xerxes 7 eventually." He pointed. Grum leaned closer, fascinated despite himself. "The dust veil, we call it the great scarf of the Sky Mother." He hesitated, then began to tell Kalen a Xerxian legend about the Sky Mother weaving the stars from desert sands and starlight, his rough voice softening as he spoke of ancient tales told under twin suns. Kalen listened intently, his luminous eyes reflecting the holographic starlight. Days passed as the pod drifted, its distress beacon pulsing silently into the void. They shared Grum's carefully rationed water and nutrient paste, Kalen using his knowledge of alien biology to ensure the paste was compatible for them both. Grum fixed a malfunctioning air recycler with ingenious jury-rigging, humming a low, rhythmic Xerxian work song that somehow felt comforting in the vast quiet. Kalen taught Grum simple Aquarian meditations to ease the claustrophobia. The soft burbling sounds strangely peaceful. They talked about their homes, their fears, their hopes. Kalen spoke of the silent, crushing pressure of the ocean deeps and the comforting glow of bioluminescent forests. Grum described the fierce, cleansing heat of the desert sun and the intricate beauty of sand patterns sculpted by the wind. The misunderstandings that had once seemed like impassable chasms now became bridges. Kalen understood that Grum's initial gruffness wasn't hostility, but caution born from a harsh world where resources were scarce. Grum realized Kalen's apparent fragility masked resilience and a deep well of quiet courage. Their differences, the need for water versus the tolerance for aridity, strength versus agility, practicality versus scholarly insight, were no longer weaknesses, but complementary strengths. They had saved each other, physically and emotionally, in the cold vacuum of space. On the fifth day, a powerful tractor beam locked onto the pod. A galactic patrol cruiser, responding to the Serendipity's distress call, had found them. As they were welcomed aboard the clean, brightly lit cruiser, surrounded by efficient medics and officers, Kalen and Grum stood side by side. The patrol captain, a stern-faced human, looked them over. "You two seem remarkably composed after such an ordeal. Different species, too. Didn't expect to find survivors together." Grum glanced at Kalen, then back at the captain. He placed a heavy, furred hand gently on Kalen's shimmering shoulder. "We weren't just survivors, Captain," he rumbled, a warmth in his voice that hadn't been there before. "We were crew." Kalen nodded, his luminous eyes meeting Grum's. "Indeed. The smallest crew, perhaps, but one that learned that friendship isn't about coming from the same world." He looked out a viewport at the swirling colors of the nebula they were passing. "It's about finding shared warmth in the coldest void, sharing water in the driest desert of loneliness. It's about seeing the stars not just as points of light, but as stories waiting to be shared." As the cruiser whisked them towards safety, Grum and Kalen found a quiet observation lounge. They sat, not needing to speak much, simply watching the stars stream by. Grum pulled out his now-empty canteen. Kalen produced a small, preserved fragment of the blue coral he'd saved. Without a word, Grum placed the coral fragment carefully inside the canteen. It glowed softly in the dim light. To remember, Grum stated simply. The water given, the spark absorbed. Kalen placed a cool, smooth hand over Grum's rough, furred one where it rested on the canteen. "To remember," he echoed softly, "that the universe feels less vast when you have a friend to share the view." Outside, the infinite tapestry of stars glittered, cold and magnificent. Inside the warm observation lounge, beside the gentle hum of the ship, two beings from worlds unimaginably different sat in comfortable silence, the shared canteen resting between them, a simple vessel now holding the immeasurable warmth of a friendship forged in darkness, a tiny, glowing beacon of understanding in the endless night. And in that quiet companionship, under the watchful gaze of a million distant suns, they found a peace deeper than any ocean trench and warmer than any desert sun, knowing that no matter where their paths led next, they would never truly be adrift again. The true meaning of home, they had discovered, wasn't a planet or a star system. It was the quiet understanding resonating between two hearts that had learned to speak the same language of kindness. Milo had always wondered about the old oak tree at the edge of Willowbrook Meadow. Its branches twisted like silver ribbons under moonlight, and his grandmother once whispered that on midsummer nights, its hollow trunk shimmered with doorways to hidden realms. Tonight, as fireflies painted the air with golden speckles, young Milo noticed an unusual glow pulsing from the oak's roots, soft as a heartbeat, warm as fresh bread. Taking a deep breath of honeysuckle-scented air, he stepped through the shimmering archway into a place called the Glimmer Grove. Instantly, the world transformed. Trees towered like cathedral spires, their bark etched with glowing runes that shifted like liquid starlight. Instead of leaves, their canopies dripped with crystal dewdrops that chimed when breezes passed, filling the air with a lullaby of tiny bells. Mossy paths unfurled before Milo, carpeted in velvet-soft lichen that glowed emerald beneath his feet. The very air tasted of rain-kissed mint and melted honey, and warmth radiated from glowing stones nestled among ferns. His first friend appeared near a brook where water flowed upward in spirals, defying gravity. A creature no taller than his knee hopped forward, a mossling with fur like spun moss and eyes like polished acorns. It chirruped, offering Milo a luminous blue berry that burst with flavors of cloudberries and stardust. "Thank you," Milo whispered, and the mossling trilled happily, guiding him along a path lined with whispering lilies whose petals hummed gentle advice. Brave steps find bright paths. Deeper in the grove, Milo encountered the sky whale, a creature woven from twilight mist and constellations. It drifted soundlessly above a meadow of floating islands, its belly glowing with captured auroras. When Milo hesitated before a chasm spanned only by stepping stones of light, the sky whale exhaled a ribbon of shimmering fog that solidified into a bridge. "Courage builds its own road," rumbled the sky whale's voice, like distant thunder softened by velvet. Crossing it, Milo felt his own fears dissolve like sugar in tea. But the grove held gentle tests. In the valley of echo flowers, blossoms repeated every sound with mischievous twists. Milo's nervous gulp became a lion's roar, making him jump. Yet when he laughed at the absurdity, the flowers echoed joyous bells. Nearby, he found a starlight fox tangled in vines of glowing thorns, its silver fur dimming with distress. Remembering his grandmother's knitting lessons, Milo patiently untwined the vines, whispering kindness. Freed, the fox nuzzled his hand, and its tail scattered light like fallen stars, illuminating hidden footholds up a quartz cliff. At the grove's heart stood the lumina tree, its trunk swirling with every color ever dreamed. Here, the mossling, sky whale, and starlight fox gathered. You helped without being asked, chimed the lumina's leaves. Now let wonder reward you. The tree parted its roots, revealing a pool where liquid moonlight swirled. As Milo gazed in, he saw not just his reflection, but all the kindness he'd offered, the shared berry, the fearless crossing, the careful rescue, glowing brighter than the grove itself. He understood then, exploration wasn't about conquering the unknown, but befriending it with an open heart. When Milo stepped back through the oak's archway at dawn, Willowbrook Meadow seemed unchanged. Yet in his pocket nestled a single dewdrop from the lumina tree, cool and radiant against his skin. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the dewdrop glowed softly on his windowsill, a reminder that courage blooms in curious steps, that every kindness returns as light, and that the world holds enchanted corners for those brave enough to look. And in his dreams, crystal bells chimed him back to the Glimmer Grove, where friends awaited his next adventure. The evening mist clung to the hills like a silver shawl when Oliver first noticed the path. It wasn't the familiar dirt track leading to the village, nor the winding deer trail through the woods behind his cottage. This path, almost hidden beneath a curtain of weeping willow branches, glowed with a soft, internal light, like moonlight trapped in dewdrops. A strange, sweet scent, like crushed mint and honeycomb, drifted from its entrance. Oliver's heart, usually steady as the old grandfather clock, gave a curious little skip. Where could it lead? Curiosity, that gentle tug on the soul, proved stronger than the lure of his warm hearth. Taking a deep breath, Oliver stepped onto the luminous path. The moment his foot touched the glowing stones, the world shifted. The familiar rustle of oak leaves transformed into a chorus of tiny chimes. The air hummed not with sound, but with a feeling of vibration of pure, quiet wonder. He was in the Glowmoss forest. Trees unlike any Oliver had ever seen arched overhead, their bark shimmering with patterns of sapphire and emerald light that pulsed slowly, like sleepy hearts. The ground was carpeted in velvety moss that radiated a warm, golden glow, illuminating clusters of translucent mushrooms that chimed softly when the breeze touched them. Fireflies, but not ordinary ones, drifted like living sparks. Some were miniature lanterns, others tiny winged cats made of pure light, purring a soft, luminous rumble. Oliver walked, his footsteps silent on the radiant moss, his eyes wide with awe. He felt no fear, only a swelling sense of peaceful enchantment. Soon the path widened into a small clearing dominated by an ancient, twisting tree whose trunk seemed woven from strands of moonlight. Beneath its lowest branch sat a cluster of large, smooth river stones, each one softly humming a different, harmonious note. As Oliver approached, the stones stopped humming. A dozen pairs of large, luminous eyes blinked open on their surfaces, eyes the color of twilight and starlight. They weren't scary eyes, but curious, ancient ones. "Lost little wanderer," a voice chimed, seeming to come from all the stones at once. It sounded like water trickling over smooth pebbles. "Not lost," Oliver replied, his voice hushed with reverence. "Just exploring. This place is beautiful." "Ah, an explorer," the stones chorused, their eyes blinking in sequence. But explorers need guidance. The whispering falls lie ahead, and they only speak to those who listen truly. Can you hear the music of the forest? Oliver closed his eyes. Beyond the chime of the mushrooms and the purr of the light cats, he strained his ears. He heard the soft sigh of the glowing leaves, the distant drip of water echoing like a far-off flute, and beneath it all, a deep, resonant hum from the earth itself. He hummed back a low, steady note, trying to match the earth's vibration. The stones chimed in approval. Good, remember that hum, it is the forest's heartbeat. When the falls whisper, listen not just with your ears, but with the hum inside you. Now walk on, explorer. Mind the stepping stones across the laughing brook. Thanking the watching stones, Oliver continued. The path descended towards the sound of rushing water. He reached the laughing brook, a stream that bubbled and gurgled with genuine mirth, its water sparkling like liquid topaz. Smooth, flat stones dotted its surface, leading to the other side. But as Oliver stepped onto the first stone, it wobbled alarmingly and let out a high-pitched giggle. "Oh dear," chuckled the stone. "Forgot to introduce myself. I'm Wibble, bit ticklish." The next stone, I'm Wobble, careful, I like to dance, indeed began to jiggle slightly. Oliver smiled. This was a challenge, but a gentle, playful one. He couldn't force his way across, he had to move with the stones. He stepped lightly onto Wibble, letting his foot settle gently before shifting his weight. "Nice to meet you, Wibble," he murmured. The stone steadied. He stepped onto Wobble, bending his knees slightly to absorb its jiggle. "Lovely dance, Wobble," he said kindly. The stone seemed to calm its movements. One by one he met Pebble, Shimmer, and Glint, each with their own little quirk, crossing the brook not by force, but by friendship and careful attention. The brook's laughter seemed warmer, more welcoming as he reached the far bank. Beyond the brook, the air grew cool and moist. The glow of the moss deepened to an emerald green, and the sound of falling water grew louder. He entered a cavern draped with curtains of glowing lichen, like jade waterfalls frozen in time. In the center, cascading down smooth, dark rock into a pool of liquid moonlight, were the whispering falls. The water didn't roar, it sighed. It murmured secrets in a language Oliver couldn't understand. He remembered the watching stone's advice. He stood quietly near the pool's edge, closed his eyes, and focused inward. He found the low, steady hum within himself, the one that matched the forest's heartbeat. He let that hum fill his mind, a deep, calming resonance. As he did, the sighing whispers of the falls began to weave themselves into his hum. They weren't words but feelings, a sense of ancient peace, the quiet joy of growth, the gentle strength of roots reaching deep into the earth. They spoke of the courage it takes to grow towards the light, even in the deepest shade. They spoke of connection, the moss to the stone, the brook to the sea, the wanderer to the wonders he finds. Oliver stood there, bathed in the fall's luminous spray and profound quiet, feeling the subtle message seep into his bones. True courage isn't the absence of fear, but the quiet decision to step forward anyway. True exploration begins with an open heart and listening ears. You are part of this vast, beautiful hum. When he opened his eyes, the falls seemed to shimmer brighter. Reflected in the pool of moonlight, he saw not just his own face, but a subtle glow around him, like the soft light of the path. He felt lighter, calmer, filled with a quiet understanding. The journey back felt like a gentle farewell. The stepping stones greeted him by name, their movements steadier now. The watching stones hummed a soft lullaby of approval as he passed. The glowing trees seemed to lean in, their light patterns forming shapes like friendly waves. Even the light cats brushed against his legs, their purrs vibrating with warmth. He emerged from beneath the weeping willow branches, just as the first true stars began to pierce the twilight sky. The luminous path behind him faded, leaving only the ordinary, comforting darkness of the familiar field. The sweet scent lingered for just a moment, then was gone. Oliver walked back to his cottage, the cool night air feeling fresh on his face. He slipped into his bed, pulling the quilt up to his chin. The familiar creak of the floorboards, the sigh of the wind in the chimney, the distant hoot of an owl, they were all the same, yet somehow different. He carried the Glowmoss forest within him now, the deep hum, the gentle lessons of the stones and the brook, the profound peace of the whispering falls. As he drifted towards sleep, a contented smile touched his lips. He knew the enchanted path might not appear again, or it might. But that didn't matter. The real magic, he realized, wasn't just in finding a glowing forest, but in discovering the quiet courage to seek the unknown, the kindness to befriend the strange, and the wisdom to truly listen to the world's gentle whispers. And that was a light he could carry anywhere, even into the deepest, coziest dreams. The warmth of his blanket felt like the golden moss, and the silence of the night hummed its own familiar, comforting song. He was home and he was changed, all wrapped in the soft, safe embrace of the night. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Lyra. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Lyra had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Lyra, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Lyra through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Lyra finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Lyra placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Lyra had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Lyra pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Lyra returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Lyra shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Lyra's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The Sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Lyra, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Lyra sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Lyra. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Lyra's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Lyra often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Lyra felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Lyra stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Lyra felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Lyra met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest's symphony. Lyra smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Lyra declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Lyra continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Lyra tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Lyra listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Lyra's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Lyra nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Lyra approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Lyra reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Lyra heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Lyra opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Lyra smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Lyra and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Lyra felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Lyra like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Lyra embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Lyra closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow.